Hello, everybody in Twitchland. Trisha, thanks for the follow. Happy to have you here. Welcome, everybody. I am your host, Sammy Soros, and I have with me a very special guest, one of my most dearest friends, and one of my most favorite people in the whole planet, the one and only Ryan Henry Ward. And the crowd goes wild. Ah.
I'm in your computer.
Nuh-uh, you're in my living
I'm
room.
in your computer.
Oh man, you guys, it's gonna be a wild ride tonight. It's gonna be so much fun. We have a lot of ground to cover. This is stuff many years in the making, and we have been talking about doing an interview for like freaking ever. And here we are today to do it. So we are going to get into the light and the dark. It's going to be a very bumpy ride. We're going to cover a lot of ground tonight. So I'm really excited. This is going to be good, and I'm happy that all you guys are here right now. Oh, my dad's here. Hi, Dad. I'm glad that you are here.
There's no one I'd rather be doing an interview with than Sammy, and
Thank you.
I'm grateful that we're going in for the long distance. So many times interviews are just kind of like cut short and made to get real specific about things, and this is fun to just have space.
Yeah.
I drew a card from my Radical Abundance today, and I drew time, and that's kind of been the theme of my day, is like having this like abundance of time. And I had all this stuff to do, and I was really busy, and I've had hours of time, and that's kind of like carrying into this. I just feel like
Perfect.
you're just like, I don't care how long this takes.
Yeah, we have all the time in the world.
And so it's
That's
kind of
cool
like,
you pulled that card.
yeah, and it kind of like just takes the pressure off of like, getting like the real specific stuff out, and just being able to like kind of explore the space and time together. And
Yeah,
really,
a lot of times people are like, all right, we have a 30-minute interview.
Yeah.
And you have to try to squeeze in like a
Right.
million things into a short period of
Right.
time. But that's the awesome thing about doing, especially on Twitch, is
Yeah.
we have all the time. As long as people are there listening, we're
Yeah.
good. Even if people aren't there listening, we could just talk forever. Like, you guys might all go to sleep and we could be up till 5 in the morning still doing this.
Yeah,
You
and
know?
I'm comfortable. I've spent many hours on this couch.
True story.
Yeah,
True
yeah.
story.
So this is like, this couch is like a second home to me. So
I'm
it's
so glad.
yeah, I just feel
I'm glad you feel so comfy.
I
Here.
feel so comfy here and so comfortable with you, and I'm just I'm grateful for this experience.
Good. Me
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
I'm glad that you want to sit and tell me and everybody else out there that's listening all about your story, which I have been friends with you for many years at this point. And over years, I keep hearing different little pieces of the puzzle. There are so many different parts of you and so many stories that just when I think I'm like, okay, I got it figured out, you're like, so I was in this, in this band one time, and we did punk rock covers of nursery rhymes. And I'm like, what? I just learned that last week. We went to a concert and you told me that. I'm like, how did I never know that? So there's like this deep well, like this like bottomless pit of stories. And I know quite a bit more than the average person, which is why we're going to share a lot of those stories with you. But I'm excited because I'm probably going to learn shit that I didn't even know.
And maybe I'll learn stuff about myself I don't know, which is always cool too.
Also true.
Yeah.
So for those of you out there who are not familiar with this fantastic creature, Mr. Ryan Henry Ward, he is known as Seattle's most prolific muralist. He is a famous artist. We have a famous artist sitting on my couch right now. This guy has done so much in the city over so many years. He has done hundreds of murals all over the city. There's hundreds and hundreds of murals. You've painted multiple cars. So just even if somebody doesn't know anything about you at all, your art is so recognizable that anybody that has been around the city recognizes your art, even if they have no idea who the man behind the art is. You have really left a very colorful mark on our city. And this is my favorite city I've ever lived in. And a big part of that is because of how artsy and creative of a town that this is. And you have really contributed incredibly to this place. So thank you for your artistic contribution
Well, thank you.
my city. It would not be as cool without you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks.
It's true. He has multiple books that have come out. He has an entire merchandise line. You have painted vehicles. You have painted businesses, homes. There's just like a never ending amount of creative things that you have done here in Seattle. Your merchandise is being sold at the Space Needle, which is huge because the Space Needle, that's like the Space Needle of Seattle. And I think that's a really, really special thing to have. You know, they want you to represent them as Seattle. So it's pretty awesome. So you've done so many things here. And a lot of people would love the opportunity to meet you. And it's so cute watching people that meet you for the first time get all like, hey, you're like the guy, like you're the Henry guy. Like I've just been looking at your art forever and all I want to do is meet you. Like it's so endearing and so cute to see how excited people are to meet you. And at one point, I was one of those people as well. I had just moved to Seattle maybe a year before, and I wasn't too familiar, I guess, with your art. I just know from driving around, like, oh, it's the guy or whatever. And at the Greenwood Collective, where we are both currently members, we have a Happy Time Apocalypse gallery, which Ryan is a member of our art gallery. But at the time,
a grateful member. I'm
hey,
glad that you keep including me.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Every time you leave, you come back because you belong
Yeah,
in Happy Time Apocalypse with us.
Yeah.
You really do.
it is. Yep,
It's really cool.
feels like home to me. So
Good. I'm
yeah,
so glad.
yeah.
So yeah, with this art collective, it's called the Greenwood Collective, and there is a bunch of different galleries. And they did a gnome themed art show many moons ago where anybody could contribute art to the show. And our gnomes were like right next to each other. And I was
right.
like, oh, I'm next to Henry's gnome. This is like awesome. It's like the
gnome
guy.
buddies.
Yeah. We're like, no. And I'm like, hey, it's really nice to meet you. Like my gnome and your gnome are neighbors. And we got like gnome neighbors. And we just started talking. I could instantaneously, as soon as I started talking to you, just feel that you were the most genuine and kind person. Because you never know when you meet somebody ever in your life, whether they're well known or not. You just never know what to expect from anybody. And especially with artists, sometimes you're like, wow, this person's going to be amazing, or a musician that you've always wanted to meet. And then sometimes you meet them and they're just kind of like full of themselves or kind of an ass.
Yeah.
And right off the bat, you were just like the kindest person, and you were like so filled with gratitude. Like, wow, I'm really glad that you like my work. Thank you. And it just felt so comfortable. And I bought a shirt from you at that show.
That's right.
I have
yeah.
the Who the Fuck is Henry
Yeah.
shirt. Man, maybe I should have worn that tonight.
Yeah.
Dang.
That's
I'm
a
wearing
good-
my other Henry shirt right now, my Mystic Hug Fuck. But, and it was funny because the way that we actually really started to become friends, I was like, I want to buy the shirt. And you're like, come out there in the trunk of my car like a fucking drug dealer, you know? And I'm like,
You want a
okay.
shirt? I got them in
Yeah,
the trunk.
I got it. They're
Yeah.
in the trunk. So we dug
Yeah.
around the trunk. And you actually ran the Quadrupus Gallery at the Collective at that time. And I was like, hey, like your art is so cool. And I feel like my small, at the time, art collective would, you know, be great to do a show at your gallery. Are you down for us to do a show? And you're like, actually, like this is the last month. We're just shutting it down. And I was like, wait a minute. Do you want to be in our art collective and we can just like make it a new gallery so that way we can all split the rent? You don't have to let it go. And you're like, yep, absolutely. Let's fucking do it. And that is how our whole Happy Time Apocalypse gallery started. It was thanks to you being willing to like open up that space and share that space. And that's how we bonded initially. And it was a really nice bonding experience.
Yeah.
And I was like going out on a limb. I'm like, okay, I'm asking this like famous artist guy if he wants to be in my like rinky dink art collective.
Well, it was cool because it was like I felt this like you had confidence and like charisma and excitement and all this stuff that I was like I could just hand over all the control here. I completely trust this person. It was just like from kind of from day one. It was like,
yeah,
okay, yeah, this is one of my people.
That's awesome. Because I felt the same way. I think it was very, very mutual that we saw part of ourselves in each other.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a rare thing to have, I think, when you first meet somebody. Meet a lot of people in this world, and there's always wonderful things about each individual person, but to like see part of yourself in that person and to really like have that kind of like instant connection, it's really special. So I'm glad that we like went with that, you know, and here we are today,
Yeah.
like 8 years later or
Yeah.
7 years later, whatever, sitting
Yeah.
on my fucking couch telling the tales to the world. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Thank you for trusting me. And I trust you. It's great.
Yeah, and I think we're both night owls, so I think that was kind of a like 2 a.m. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. You want to go eat
Yeah.
some pie? Like,
Yeah.
of course I want to eat some
Yeah.
pie at 2
Yeah.
a.m.
Yeah.
All right. I'll meet you at Beth's Diner
Yeah.
in like half an hour. It's
Right.
awesome.
Yeah.
It was great. I'm glad now you've kind of got a little bit more morning person in you.
Yeah, not quite as yeah. I go to bed a little earlier and I'm just yeah.
It kind of depends on the day. It seems like you can kind of shift back and forth.
Yep, yeah, fitting into a little bit more of a normal schedule. I probably get up more around like 10 a.m. or something rather than like 2 p.m. as far as wake up time. But
You failed.
yeah,
You turned in your night owl card.
yeah, I might, yeah. Not definitely not as much of a night owl as I used to be. But
Well, we had some really good times back
Yeah.
then, and that was good. It was
Yeah.
good bonding sessions over snacks.
yes,
Ice cream and pie usually was the name
Yeah.
of the game for
Yeah.
sure. Sweets.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so that's kind of how our story began. And then I got to learn more and more about you over time, which was a really amazing journey because, you know, I felt that you're a really like good, kind person. But then I got to learn more about where you came from and how you got to where you are, which is a really incredible story, which we'll get into details of that, I'm sure, shortly. Everybody buckle up for that one. But
Get
as for
ready.
right now, I want you to tell me a little bit, tell everybody about your present state as an artist in Seattle. What have you been working on over recent times, and where are you trying to go with this right now?
yeah. That's a great question. Where I'm at right now is I'm looking at opening my own gallery and just looking at some spaces kind of falling into place with that. And I'm just kind of doing the work that's in front of me, and also there's this constant like doing really what I want to do, and then also like combining what I do with other people's ideas a little bit. And a lot of my murals are kind of like somewhat catered to the person purchasing the mural. So there's kind of this like dance of like doing that, and then really this last year I've really pushed my own vision is a lot stronger. I just was doing a painting a day.
That was
Doing
so cool seeing
A
that.
painting a day for a year was what I set out to do. I'm going to just be honest here. I made it 10 months. I wanted to make it a year, but then I got this project, started painting Crystal Mountain Lodge, and I just had too much on my plate. There was just like, I was still doing it, and they were just looking like crap. And I was like, well, I could spend 2 months just putting out these crappy things, or just like say, okay, I did a painting a day for 10 months.
Sure. That's
and
still
so-
a really good feat.
So I didn't make it a
10
year.
months.
It was 10
That's a
months
long
of a
time.
painting a day.
That is a really long
And the
time.
painting a day was not a commission piece. Those were all just what I wanted to do without other people's input. So, which I don't know how many days is 10 months, but it's a lot.
It's a lot of days.
Yeah.
That's a lot of paintings. I remember talking to you beforehand where we were sitting
Almost
at your
300.
house and you're like, I think I'm just going to stop doing murals because I don't want to do, right now, I don't want to do what other people want me to do. I want to do what I want to do. So I'm going to do a painting a day and no input from anyone else. I'm not doing any commissions whatsoever. And at first I was like, you're like not going to do any murals, but like people love your murals. And you're like, right now, I just want to do my own thing and let your own shit out without anybody's input. And that's a really cool thing to just kind of put that aside where you're like, I know people want these things that they want, but what about what I want. So you
Yeah.
just kind of worked on yourself for a while, and you've sold so many of those paintings
Yeah.
too. So like regardless of what other people wanted, they ended up wanting what came out of you
Yeah.
during that time, and that's so
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, and it's this shift. It's that this constant like shift and balance of that in my life, and sometimes it's like all this way and sometimes it's all the other way. And uh right right now I'm striking a pretty good balance with it. I'm doing both. And I really like I enjoy all the stages of this journey, but it is a constant like shifting and adjusting as I grow and as I where I'm at and what vision I want to put out in the world. And then I get exhausted of just putting my own vision out. And sometimes it's nice to just take things other people want and paint them in my style or whatever. And
It's that balance. You're always trying to find that balance. And
Yeah.
since I've known you, you've had so many different focuses, so many different times. And it's awesome because you're not stagnant. You're not just like the guy doing the murals for everybody all the time or whatever. Like you have transitioned and done so many different things that you're always keeping it fresh. And like you said, sometimes you're more focused on what it is that you want to do. Sometimes you're more focused on doing like giant murals. Sometimes you're focused on doing the little house poppers that you did, you know, just like small things or
Right.
whatever. And sometimes you're more focused on working on your book or whatever. Sometimes you do your solo shows, which takes a lot of work. And that's like a whole focus. But I think it's really endearing that you don't let anybody determine what it is that you're doing and what your focus is. You
true.
always decide what you need in that moment. And sometimes you shift gears real fast.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm going to live on a boat now.
Yeah.
And I'm like, awesome, cool. You're living on a boat. You're like, I am a boat guy. I'm living on a boat. And then 2 months later, you're like, I have given the boat away. And I'm like, why are you giving the boat away? Like, you're the boat guy. And you're like, not anymore.
Yeah.
I'm over it. Now I'm this, trailer guy or whatever.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, and like now you're RV guy for a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, like, meh.
Yeah.
I love how you just always go with the flow, and whatever you feel in that moment, you're not afraid to do it. You're not afraid to make a change and to just say, you know what, I don't feel like doing this anymore at this time. I feel like doing this. And it's like you don't set these expectations up where it's like, this is what I'm doing. So then you feel compelled to have to stick to that because that was the narrative that you put out there.
Yeah.
You're just like, well, that was then. I was boat
Yeah.
guy
Yeah.
last month.
Right.
Now I'm not anymore.
Yeah.
And it's fine. I don't have to be. I can be, RV guy now or whatever, like mural guy, whatever. You get to choose every day that you wake up, you have a new opportunity, and maybe you'll feel the same way you did yesterday. Maybe you'll feel completely different, and you're not afraid to take risks.
Well, I feel like I can change my mind because it's my mind, right? And so like I feel like if I have an idea, I can shift out of it because it's just my idea, like, and not like I'm not like chained to my past self who made a decision. The dude like 6 months ago that made a decision about something, like that was the dude 6 months ago that made that decision.
Yeah.
Like that's a different person than me in the present moment. And so like I don't have to carry that like that mind around that is just like what I need is to feel inspired. And I'm a professional creative, and so for me, like whatever gets those juices flowing, that's
Yeah.
what I do. And sometimes I'm like, I want to travel the United States and I'm going to do it for a year, and then like 3 days later I'm like, no, I'm going to buy some land. And then 3 days later I'm like, no, I'm going to like dig a hole and like bury myself in it or whatever. Like it's like,
I've heard you say that so
Whatever.
many times,
Yeah.
I'm doing this thing.
yeah, and there's these loops, and then like, but things actually unfold. Like it's crazy how they all actually unfold. Like this interview we've been talking about for years, and like now it's unfolding. Like like the timing of it all is like kind of. I don't want to really get in the way of like the pieces falling in together and it just working naturally and easy to.
For sure. And sometimes you'll have an idea that's a genuinely great idea, and in that moment, it sounds awesome. And then when it comes down to the logistics, you're like, well, maybe now's not the time for me to take a year
Yeah.
or whatever,
Right.
And that's really cool that you give yourself that freedom to change.
Yeah.
I am a little bit different as far as that goes.
Yeah.
So I really admire you giving yourself that permission to change. I have that, like, back in high school when you're like, fucking poser, like you were fucking punk last month and now you're a goth, you fucking poser. Like I have this like poser thing that I make sure that I'm never going to be seen as a poser, and like I have conviction in what I say, and if I say I'm going to do something, I fucking do it. And that's just for myself. It's not even what anybody else thinks of me. It's that like I want my word to, you know, to be taken seriously or whatever.
Yeah.
So that restricts my change sometimes because I'm so dead set on making sure that I follow through with what I've said I'm going to do. It's harder for me to just be like, well, I don't feel like doing that right now, so I'm just not going to do it. So I watch you doing all these things and kind of going back and forth and shifting your focus so much, and it's really inspiring, honestly, to be like, no, it's okay, it's all right to not feel like doing that right now. So I give you a lot of credit because it's very hard for a lot of people. People get stuck in like in the zone. They're in the zone doing the thing and they feel like they owe other people, this, I don't know how you'd even say it, but the conclusion. It's like you owe people this conclusion that you've set up for them.
Yeah.
And you're like, fuck everybody else. I don't care. I'm going to do my thing. And people still love everything that you're doing, and people are willing to like go on this crazy ride with you and just shift like, oh sweet, we're doing an art gallery now, like bam, we're in it,
Yeah.
we're ready to go. Whenever you have those solo shows, like man, you get hundreds of people that come out. Everybody's just sitting there waiting for it, and
It's awesome.
and you don't do it for a few years because it's just a lot of work. You don't want to do it, and everybody understands you're like doing other stuff. So good job for being able to go with the flow of life and to follow your own instinct that leads you in some really fantastic places that you wouldn't have the room to do if you were just in the zone.
Right.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and there's certain things that like there are some things that I set out like that I'm strong with that I don't shift away from, which is like when I made the decision to be like a professional artist, I made that decision and have stuck with it, and that's like they're the big things that I don't change on, So there's this like I'm gonna be a professional artist and I'm gonna do that, or I'm gonna die of starvation. Like it's one or the other, and so so there are the big things that I stick with, but then like everything else is kind of like flexible within that. I kind of give myself the permission to like trying to just be happy like everybody else, really.
That's good.
And not like get my ass kicked too hard by life.
But in the end, like you are living the dream. You wanted to be a professional artist, and art to you is not just, it's not a job to you. Like, yes, it's tiring. It takes a lot of work, and there's expectations and there's, schedules that you need to keep up with and all of that. But the shit just flows out of you.
Yeah.
Like you can't not be an artist.
Yeah.
It's impossible for you to not create. It's how you express yourself.
Yeah.
And that being said, you being able to just constantly create and be able to make a living off of this and share your joy and happiness with everybody, like I don't even think I would call that a job. That's like a honor and a blessing.
Yeah.
Despite the schedules and despite all of like, the kind of crap that comes with it.
It's more like a I don't know what, like a calling or something. Not religious, but like but what would equate to like a calling or something. Something that's bigger than myself that I don't have control over, and just kind of finally had to go, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna do this thing that I'm good at. Like I didn't want to for so long, and then the tipping point came, and it was like everything else just kind of felt not, like it wasn't so much that I wanted to be a professional artist as that I didn't want to do anything else. I couldn't think of any other job I wanted to do. I kind of wanted to be a bass player in a punk band or something, and I was working on that, and then that was like, God, you got to get other people to cooperate with you, and that was too hard. So I just was like, I'm going to do this solo venture of being a visual artist, and that's really, where my strengths have always been my whole life. So I've always kind of my own unique way of doing it and going about it.
And it just keeps on flowing out of you. Like I don't
Yeah.
know where you get an endless amount of visual inspiration. It is impressive that there is just no bottom. Like you don't even have to think. Like I've seen you do so many different live paintings and you're just like, walrus or whatever, and then you just like boom, you just like go right into it. Like I'll stare at a canvas for a fucking hour, a white blank canvas, and be like, what do you want to be? I'm really have a hard time at like pulling the trigger a lot of times and committing to one very specific thing. And that is not a problem for you at all. You just like regurgitate it onto a canvas so fast. And if I told you to sit here and do 40 paintings in a row right now, you could sit here and do 40 paintings in a row. They would all be different. You wouldn't hesitate for 2 fucking seconds. Like they just come through you.
It's true. Yeah.
It's really amazing.
Yeah, it's just kind of how my mind works. It's like, so I sit in my bathtub and then I look at this when I'm sitting in my bathtub. There's this like wood panel wall that's like just wood paneling, like that cheap wood paneling stuff on this wall that I look at, and there's like 500 fucking paintings in that like wood grain
Awesome.
that are just driving me nuts. You know, like there's this goat with like these 2 sets of horns that like I see every time, and then there's this like pig with like this fire around it. There's all these paintings I haven't done, but they're like, paint me.
Why haven't you done them yet?
Because I'm doing other stuff. I got all the other
Okay,
paintings.
fair
to do,
enough.
You know, yeah, they're just in the they're in the backlog, like fighting for position to come out. You know,
Interesting.
but there's so many, and I just keep seeing new stuff in that wood paneling, and that's just the wood paneling. You know, it's like everywhere there's all this stuff, and then like they kind of accumulate into these characters that like want to come out onto canvas eventually, or murals, and they kind of, some of them make it into my character repertoire, and some of them just quick side note paintings and stuff like that. But yeah, I was just painting all these black edges on my paintings. I got like 180 paintings sitting around my studio right now. Pandemic paintings, you know, like I haven't had a show in a while, so there's like 180 paintings, and yeah, I just painted all the edges. It took 2 full days, and my friend Sarah helped me paint for one of the days, so it was like kind of 3 days worth of work just
Wow.
painting the black edges on all the
Oh
paintings.
my goodness. Yeah.
so they're ready.
180 paintings.
Yeah, just sitting around, and so like you know, but I painted 300 paintings this year, like, so yeah.
And that's not including your murals. It's not including the cars. It's not including Crystal Mountain.
Yeah.
You are a busy, busy bee.
Yeah, I just go, like, it's what I do, you know, and there's every fiber in my body is like just ready at any second to paint, like it's just ready, like, and there's this whole like catalog of like I said, these characters and paintings kind of pining for position, hoping to like find their way onto canvas, and like, you know, the four-horned goat is like, come on, dude. You know,
Really?
like, you know,
You feel them like fighting for position, like ready
like,
to come out.
yeah, like, when
sometimes.
are we doing this thing? You know, and like they get their moment, and it's just this relief that guy's okay. He's got his way out, you know, and so there's this like kind of pressure valve in there that they're like kind of pushing their way to the front, kind of like
Interesting.
these paintings are wanting out, and then
So cool. They have such life to them.
yeah,
They're alive.
yeah, they're alive. There's this whole realm that I'm involved in that's like, and like I'm their way out, you know, like that's it.
Yeah.
Like that's the only way they get to live is if I go and breathe them into existence. So
Wow, that's a really interesting way to look at that.
Yeah.
You're like the dad of all of these
I'm
characters,
the
giving them
gatekeeper.
life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the gatekeeper, you know, and so there's a lot on the line for them.
Do
you know?
they have personalities and their own history and stories? Do your
I think
creatures
so.
have like
They-
autonomy?
They definitely do, and they develop over time. And some of the characters that really become longer term characters kind of develop a history, and it's partially how people relate to them, and partially how like, yeah, like I remember like the Sasquatch was really like, I remember when his personality was developing, and just funny. He was just this funny character that like was really he was like kind of this like um kind of based on an Edward Abbey character from the Monkey Wrench Gang, and he was kind of this anarchist like kind of a green warrior type character, and he wanted to like cut down billboards and fuck things up. You know, he didn't want humans to have so much like impending doom on the natural environment, but he had some weaknesses for human stuff. Like he didn't like humans, but he liked sweatpants. He liked 7-Eleven nachos,
Rock on.
and he liked swing sets. And so there were some things that like humans did that he was like, well, they're not that bad. You know, he kind of got it. He kind of like understood like there's some things that these people do that are, you know, like, you know, 2 a.m. 7-Eleven nachos. He was like, okay,
Yeah.
cheese sauce coming
Humans
down.
aren't all bad.
Yeah,
'cause
you
we
can
have
do you can do the
stuff.
cheese and the chili at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we're not that bad.
I like that.
You know.
Dude.
And then, yeah, the sweatpants thing was big for him. And I just like I'd walk into like Fred Meyer and I could just picture these like group of Sasquatches over in like the clothing department just rustling through stuff. You know, there's these big, tall, like, you know, 10-foot Sasquatches just rustling through their clothes and like holding stuff up until they found these big, you know, big giant sweatpants, and then like grabbing them and then like running out the door with
That's
them.
awesome.
You know, like I just kind of had these like storylines that would kind of come, and like, you know, this it just kind of became this like funny character, and then he's kind of like since kind of taken on more of like kind of Homer Simpson kind of typography a little bit
Wolfie
too.
type of thing.
Yeah, just kind of goofy and a little bit more relaxed about things than but I think that's kind of the roots of that character, and sometimes they come out of books I read, or sometimes out of friendships and different things. But
That's really cool. I like
Yeah.
that backstory of
Yeah.
why you love the Sasquatch so much.
yeah,
That's really cool. So I want to show you guys a photo of Sasquatch. Where's your favorite Sasquatch painting in these? We have some of his books right here, and we will hold it up as a reference.
I don't know, but
Any favorite?
let's see. Right in the beginning, there's one that's like
Oh, there's the
like
squatches and the
page
aliens.
1. There he's like
Oh, there we go. Okay.
kind of
Let's do a little show and tell with everybody. This is Henry's new book. It is called Now. So there is a little Sasquatch, and we have this little cute bee smoking a little pipe, looking very dapper as well. And then Sasquatch takes on so many different forms. He has so many different
he really does.
forms.
Yeah.
Let me find some other ones here. Oh, this one. I love this one. I have to show you guys this one. So this is the alien, which I'm a big fan of. And he's got Sasquatches in his eyes. It's awesome.
And we got a couple little dudes riding on a cheese curd in space.
It's looking
Just
great.
to, like,
I love them. Yeah, there's so many amazing images in here. See if there's any more squat. Oh, this is one of my favorites. I love this guy. I love him. Look at this buffalo. And the fish also, but that buffalo, oh, or bison, I guess, American bison. Oh, I love it. So fun. But yeah, you just like have an endless supply of all of these creatures. And that's kind of neat that they all have their own little stories. And who knows, maybe someday you'll make little cartoons or whatever, like comic strips of these individual characters in their lives. That would be pretty neat.
yeah, there's a
cool.
lot of that like going on in the back burner too, and you know, you get so many things on your plate that like, oh, I want to do animation, I want to do this, 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 and it's like, God, I'm one person, you know. But
I know. I understand because like
Yeah.
I want to do so many things in this world, and I
Yeah.
can't physically do all of the things that I want to do. There's just not enough time
yeah,
to do all of the things. But it's cool because you know that you have, project that you're working on right now, and then when that is done and completed, then you can switch to whatever next one
Right.
that you're feeling at that time.
yeah,
Or delegate things out too.
and whatever kind of works too, like whoever shows up in your life and is willing to like help, you know, and give you know, different forms of guidance into different things. That's how things happen in my life a lot of times. This book, for example, was with my friend Sarah, and yeah, she wanted to do a project with me, and so that's kind of how it came about. We were just on a walk, and she's like, "I really want to do another book with you," and I was like, "Let's do it." I got a shit ton of
Got a lot of art,
I
yeah.
got a lot of content, and
It turned out great.
I didn't have any writing done, so we're like, let's just do a book of paintings, and it just all kind of came together, and
How many paintings is in the
131.
131
Yeah.
paintings, and this one doesn't have any writing or anything. It's just all the. Oh, I just opened right to a little angel Sasquatch.
Yeah, there's an angel.
That's awesome. It's great. It's so awesome that you and Sarah got to do that together.
Yeah.
'Cause Sarah's been such a
Yeah.
huge part of your experience so far. She's been like your right hand
Yep.
person, really
Yeah, we
helping
do.
you through a lot.
Yeah, we do a lot of projects together.
That's really great.
Yeah, and she's just really smart and has that eye for detail that I kind of miss out on. So it's nice to have people that you work with that have things that you don't. So that's
Takes
kind
fresh eyes and fresh
Yeah.
perspective sometimes.
Yeah, like my dad's helping run my merchandise end of things, or not help. He's actually running the merchandise end of things, and he can do things. He has gifts and ways of doing things, manufacturing, brain and skills that and ability to keep the charts and details and the this and that. That I'm just like,
Not your
I
strong point.
wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to do what he's doing. So
Takes a village.
yeah, so there's these different things I like. I like handing off, and I like trusting people that I believe in with things.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, you can't do it all, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
So many people want to do everything themselves that they burn
Yeah.
themselves out.
yeah.
Like, that whole well, if I want it done right, I got to do it myself, and
Yeah.
I'm guilty of that as well. I just try to do everything.
Yeah.
And that sometimes people are like, just ask me for help. It's fine. I'm
Yeah.
like, no, I don't need anything. I'm on it. I can do it myself. And then it's like, okay, I can't reach that thing on that shelf. I tried real hard. Yeah, can you
Yeah.
please help me? I hate admitting that I can't follow through on something on my own. But
Right.
I love that you are just open to
I'm-
no, it's great. It's not my strong point. My strong
Yeah.
point is making the art. It's not doing the books and merchandising and selling stuff and inventory and all of that stuff. It's just not your strong point, and it doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
Because now your dad is that's his focus, and he enjoys doing it, and it's like it's his thing. He gets a part of it.
I really need a janitor. So if someone's got janitorial skills, and hit me up, because
Apply.
yeah,
It's a Henry Duggan.
yeah, because this is one big shitstorm that I create. It's like a hurricane or a tornado, maybe. I don't know, one of these big storms.
A little
that's happening.
tornado-y.
Yeah,
A little tornado-y.
it's a storm, and there is just, well, I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy to have to clean up after me. So.
Carl says, Carl, professional art janitor.
Carl, yeah, yeah, man. Jeez.
That's awesome, Carl.
Yeah, until you saw this shit show, then you'd be like, oh, maybe. Saw the front seat of my car, you'd be like, oh god.
But you know what? That's how it is for a lot of creative people. We just have more important things that we're focused on, as opposed to focusing on the small things about making sure there's no dust on anything and all the crumbs are cleaned up or whatever.
Well, I could have. I mean, I've done a completely clean living environment and stuff like that, and I can do it. My art production would be down 90% or something if I really. I can do it. I can put my energy there and do it, and I can probably piece together a life that looks appealing or something to others. I could do it, but you ain't gonna see the shit that I put out if I do that. So it's like that's what I'm sacrificing. Is I have to not give a fuck and
Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
create a
you're
storm.
comfortable. As long as you are comfortable,
It's really what matters.
that's totally what matters.
Yeah.
I mean, I do not have a tidy home.
Yeah,
And you know what? I don't care.
yeah,
I'm comfortable in it, you know? And when people come over, I make an effort to try to make it maybe look a little bit like less chaotic, you know, just to like make other people feel more comfortable.
Right.
But I am comfortable when things are more like cluttered. It makes me feel more cozy and I feel more relaxed. If I go to someone's place and it's like everything is perfect and I have to worry about like using a coaster or like I got a crumb on something and I'm like, I'm sorry. Like that makes me feel like I can't just like take a breath and relax. So I feel like we're kind of similar in that way.
Yeah, I mean,
just
you
feel
could
more
just
comfortable.
crumple your garbage up and throw it on the floor, and it would just be like no big deal.
And then you'll deal with it later. You go
Yeah.
to the gas station next time you get gas and you throw your shit away.
Yeah.
It doesn't live there indefinitely
No,
forever.
no, things
but
cycle.
Yeah,
It's
in that moment, like you don't have
you
to
gotta
really stress about
turn the
it.
compost pile over. You
Yeah,
know,
for sure.
a little bit. Things
Yeah.
grow out of it.
I don't know. Everybody has different comfort levels, and I think when we find what ours is and we're able to exist comfortably in that, I think that's the whole point. Like so many people live for other people, and they're so concerned what other people will think of them. Like, oh, what if somebody got in my car and they saw how much trash is in here? You know, it's like, why does it matter what other people really think? Like, are you comfortable? Is it like you just throw it out the next day or whatever? Like, it's not that big of a deal.
Right.
So I think it's cool that you're very self-aware and you know what it is that you want and what it is that you don't want and how it is that you want to live, and you are just very true to yourself. Always.
It's just too much energy otherwise, you know. And really, like I don't have a lot of excess energy when I'm done, like spending the day like living my dream out. There isn't a lot of extra. There isn't a lot left, you know.
Yeah.
And so that little bit that is left, I'm not giving it the shit I don't care about.
Yes,
Just to
I agree.
Impress anybody, because it's like whatever, you know, like. So yeah, things are a little loosey goosey around that, but that's stuff like I could potentially hire a janitor
Exactly. There you go.
or whatever, you know, a cleaning
Cleaning assistant?
cleaning assistant.
Yes, there you go. That sounds good.
Yeah, a straightener upper.
Yes.
But then you have to like, you know, follow me all over the place, and like, I'm moving here, I'm doing the boat and doing the trailer.
Totally.
You know, so that's all complicated too. It's like, how do you hire someone to do like keep up with my?
You need
tornado.
somebody that's a tornado too.
Yeah,
Who's an organized enough, responsible tornado.
yeah,
I feel like I'm an organized, responsible tornado. I don't know if I
Yeah.
want to be a janitor, but I will say that I feel like I could keep up with that kind of shit. Like, what are we doing this week? What do we need done? We need this done. We're on it. You know, there's
Yeah.
probably a lot of people that would be.
There's there to take a lot of
Happy.
flexibility, you know. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's like the mess is different every time too. It's
Yeah.
like doing different stuff, moving on to things, but
But I love that you just like make a bunch of shit and then there's just like chaos surrounding you and you're like, that means I did a good job.
yeah,
You know, you
Yeah.
know it went well if everything's just like chaos around
it's true. Yeah,
with paint splattered everywhere. I
Yeah.
mean, you always have paint on you.
yeah.
You never. I don't know if I've ever seen you wear anything unless it's like a new thing that doesn't have paint on it.
Yeah,
Which that's just like part of your uniform, which
Yeah.
is cool. You're not too concerned about like, oh, I don't want to get a drop of paint on my pants because you're so in the moment and everything's just like chaos and flying around. And
I had
it
to
just
give
ends
that
part
up.
of you.
Yeah, I had to give that. I always wanted to keep a set of clothes that didn't have paint on them or something to wear out, or it just doesn't work. Like, if I can't show up to your wedding with paint on me, then don't invite me. You know, like I'm not gonna go because it's not gonna. I mean, it could happen. You know.
I bet you would clean. There was that one time you did a show where you had a top hat and you had a suit
So yeah,
on,
that's real specific. Yeah,
but you
I'll
had
do.
paint all over your hands.
Yeah.
that day.
Oh, did I? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Which was
Um,
perfect.
Yeah, the fingernails. There's paint right now, but
It's great.
it just happens. You know.
No, like, you are one with paint.
One with paint, yeah, and one with paint. That is
And
true.
anybody that would expect any different is going to be very disappointed.
Yeah,
Because it is just like your aura is paint.
yeah,
I love it. It's so great.
yeah. I mean, and I'm buried in it, so that's yeah. At
That's so great.
this point,
So, okay, speaking of painting, your painting style has evolved over time. And even since I've known you, you've shifted from paintbrushes to a lot of spray paint. So tell
Yeah.
me a little bit about when you started painting, what mediums did you use, and how did you end up evolving into more spray paint?
Yeah, so when I started doing murals, I, I was using house paint, and it was basically because it was less expensive. I didn't have a lot of money. I was just working on getting my stuff. Like I got some canvases into a gallery. I put some canvases in a gallery, and then like from there, kind of launched into doing murals. And I was selling canvases, but I wasn't like I was just trying to do the stuff on a budget, kind of in those beginning days.
Where did you get your canvases at that time? Was it like found objects, or was it like Michael's
No,
canvases?
yeah, it was more like so I did a lot of like little art shows before I kind of made this move into being a professional artist, and I learned a lot about like what sells better. And it's just like if you paint on just a normal canvas, it's so much easier to sell, and I kind of like when I went into okay, I'm going to be a professional artist, I just kind of stuck with canvases at that point because I had experimented enough with little coffee shop art shows and things like that to realize that's what, if you paint something on a piece of wood, you paint something on a canvas, it's like the thing on the canvas, just people like it for whatever reason.
Sure. It looks more professional, generally speaking, I
They
guess.
feel like the money value is more equal to what they want to spend or something. And now, though, I paint on all different materials, and it seems like everything kind of sells. But that stage, I was really focused on just canvases. But I was getting like, I was finding house paint. I was finding, remnant paints, and I was doing like I'd get 5 gallons of purple for like $10 or something, and so all my
Awesome.
backgrounds would be purple for a while.
Sure.
And I just didn't think about spray paint because I'd been a brush painter on canvases, kind of like since I was 16. So when I started painting, and so I was just a brush painter, and like I didn't think about like the spray paint world, and I just didn't like honestly didn't care much about it. There was a lot of people doing that and doing murals with spray paint, and I didn't care about it. It didn't like have something that didn't connect with me as a person, and I really liked brush strokes, and I really liked paint brushes, and I really liked wet paint, and I liked the whole process of it. But
Sure.
it has changed. Yeah, I'm more my outdoor stuff, especially now, is primarily spray paint. I do like mostly spray paint. I just like it started. I was doing repairs, like fixing murals. And I was like, I just had a bunch of spray paint in my trunk to fix my murals with, because it was just easier and faster to fix with the spray paint. And so that's kind of how I transitioned into spray paint. And
Interesting.
then I just was like, oh, this is why people spray paint. It's really fun, And it like, so they're both super fun to me, and I can kind of get the same effect with both of them. I kind of like I could go either way, and I like being in that place as an artist where I'm not just like stuck up onto one
Sure.
medium, and I feel like some people get real trapped and locked into thinking that their medium is superior, or their way of doing things is the only way, and that's just kind of across the board in the art world. You see like oil painters, I only paint with oils. Acrylic painters are stupid, or
Yeah.
spray painters are like anyone that uses brushes is a wimp or something. I don't know what it is.
Sure.
Like,
People get stuck in
yeah.
their one medium thinking it's the best.
Yeah.
And maybe for them it is. But versatility, I think, is really important.
I'm
as
just
well.
I'm just glad that I can kind of do whatever, and I'm not like I I could show up and paint your mural with whatever medium I want, and it don't matter.
Yeah.
You're not like my customers aren't even expecting a certain medium. They're just wanting my art. So,
For sure. So do you do a combo where you'll use house paint as the base, and then you
Sometimes.
come in with the spray
Sometimes
paint?
depends on the size of the mural and stuff. Sometimes I'll do like get like a roller and roll out the background or something.
That would be more efficient if you have a
Yeah.
large space that you're filling
And if
up.
I'm doing inside of someone's house, a lot of times I use brushes because I just don't want the toxic spray paint.
True.
And they got 3-year-old running around the house, and I don't
For
want
sure.
like
No, that's kind of intense. Yeah, filling
Cause
up someone's house with
health
with
problems.
spray paint. That
Yeah,
would not
like-
be good.
So it's kind of nice being able to kind of go back and forth and do whatever I want. But I do a lot of spray paint now. Most of my murals are spray paint, and
How bad does it hurt your arm though? Because I've had my hand cramp up and I've had it hurt my arm from doing spray, even for not that long. Obviously, you've built up muscle to it, but does it hurt still?
it hurts. It hurts. Brushes hurt. Brushes hurt just as bad though.
It
Yeah.
does?
Oh yeah, brushing out a wall. If you brush out a wall, if you brush paint a wall and you don't have a sore hand, sore wrist, sore arms, then I don't know, your superpowers or something. Because after every mural I paint, I'm super beat up. I do like 3 in a row in a week or something. I'm just like, I'm trashed, man. Like, yeah, my body really takes it. And then I need a little bit of time off from doing that. But yeah, I hurt.
Art is pain, my
Yeah.
friend. Art
Yeah.
is pain.
Yeah, but you know,
Wow.
it's more like what really hurts is ladders, you know, like on your feet and legs and all that stuff.
Up and
But-
down and up and
yeah.
down, over and over.
Yeah, but I'm sure no one wants to hear how hard my life.
No, I think
gotta
it's
do-
very relevant.
You know,
honestly.
I get to do so much fun stuff and cool stuff that, like, I mean, really, like my hand hurts a little bit, you know. So
But I think that is very valid as well because,
Yeah.
you know, you're not out there digging ditches or working in a coal mine.
Mm-hmm.
And people think, oh, you know, you might just be like just painting pretty pictures or whatever, but it is challenging physically. So it does take a lot of energy physically
yeah.
for you to put this stuff together. I think that's worth noting, at
Yeah.
least. You're not just a complaining pants.
Well,
But-
when I started doing murals, so I transitioned from being doing landscape construction, was the job I was doing before I became a mural painter. So I transitioned out of that to doing murals, and like, I remember doing, like, I did a crap ton of murals my first year. I did like 35 murals in 1 year, my first year out, right? 2008 in Seattle, I put 35 murals up, and by like the second 2 years, I had like 70 murals up in Seattle. So by the end of my second year of doing murals, I had 70, which was and no one knew who I was. You know, I was this guy living in his truck and camper, and I had 70 murals up in the city, and like I didn't have very many connections in the city. Like I had a couple friends I was hanging out with, you know, and
What were these walls you were doing? Were they just like rogue walls or were you getting permission from people?
no,
Or
I was
what?
getting permission, and like, and so the first one I did was I was selling out of a gallery, and someone just asked if I could paint a mural, and I did it. And then I kind of went out and knocked on doors. I just saw walls that no one would ever. These people weren't doing calls to artists. You know, I wasn't taking work from anybody. I was like finding walls that no one else would even think of painting. You know, it was like they were just walls that these people would never go, oh, I think I might want a mural. I'm going to put a call out to artists and let's everyone just give Henry all the jobs. It wasn't like that. And I think I kind of got perceived that way, that why is Henry taking everybody's work, when I was like,
Nobody else
I was
paying
just
for it.
I was just finding walls that no one would even think of painting a mural on. And I was going and knocking on the door and talking to people heart to heart why they should let me paint a mural on their wall. You know?
That is so cool.
And they were like, yeah. And I'd just be honest. I was like, hey, I'm selling canvases out of this gallery in Fremont. I'm trying to make a living. Can I paint a mural on your wall? Because that'll help me sell my canvases. And they're just like, that makes sense. Sure. You know, and it'd be just some beat up old building. But like, I was looking for these roads that would have like highly trafficked roads and these like kind of crappy buildings that no one would even like think of doing a mural on. And so that's kind of how I got started.
That's really cool.
I was seeing things and looking for places and interacting with people that other people weren't.
I love that. You were actually going out there one-on-one, convincing people to get a free mural.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now, if some of those are still around, they're pumped because now they've got an original Henry mural. Like, that's
Well, and
kinda
then,
awesome.
you know, I guess this is where it ties back to my landscaping thing is like, so I remember doing like 35 murals that first year and getting interviewed and people asking me, how can you do that many murals? That how does a human being do that? And I'm like, like when I was landscaping, I put in like 200 yards in a year with like sod and like you know, like sprinkler systems and like water features and fences and like rock retaining walls, stuff that's
hard work.
way harder than painting a
Sure.
mural.
Yeah.
Like painting on a wall physically is way easier than rolling sod out onto
For sure.
someone's yard or whatever.
Totally.
And so I'm like, I don't know. I don't feel like this is very hard, you know, like in comparison to what I was doing. It was like, and that's how I was getting landscape work. Is I just kind of mimicked how I got my landscape business going to how I got my mural business going, which was go knock on people's doors and talk to people.
So great.
You know, see what people want, see what people need. You know?
Mr. Walls, they call you Mr. Walls.
Now,
Hitting all the walls.
hey,
Hey, Mr. Walls.
hey, it's Mr. Walls here. Huh? It's a me, a Mr. Walls.
Knock, knock, Mr.
Yes,
Walls
yes.
calling.
It's the guy. You guessed it.
Oh, that's so great. So right when you first really started getting out there, that was when you did 35, just kind of right out the gate. You just went
Yeah,
right
so I
into
did.
that.
Well, I
huh?
did a few. I didn't even try that hard. I did a few, and then like the local Ballard paper did this thing on me, and they're like, "This guy's dumb enough to do free murals. Give him a call."
Really?
Yeah. And,
They did an article?
Yeah.
Or...
and then
great.
it just kind of then it was like, you know, because I did a few in some really choice spots, and then people started hitting me up and like, hey, I'll give you a $300 bar tab if you come do something on my thing.
Nice.
Or, I'll give you like, I got a bunch of house paint in various colors. I'll give you if you come paint my fence. And I was just like real open, you know, and I was like. I was living in my truck and camper. I didn't have any rent to pay. I had a cell phone bill that was like $50 a month, and that was it. I found all the dumpsters that I could get all my food out of. I was like, I was living a different lifestyle where I didn't like painting murals was. I had all the time in the world to do it, and because I didn't have other obligations, I kind of like made this switch to like I'm just going to be a professional artist and. I'm going to sacrifice needing to live in a house or an apartment. I'm going to live in a truck and camper on the side of the road, and I'm going to make this happen. And I'm going to work. I'm going to work every day really hard to become a professional artist, so I don't have to do all this other shit in life, you know. But
I'm really glad. I'm glad that you made that decision and you stuck with it and you did what you needed to do to make that happen. And it worked.
yeah,
It really worked. Like people picked up on that and they loved it.
I heard some story like years before about Ben Harper, like the musician, doing that. Like, oh yeah, Ben Harper like wanted to be a musician, so he like just lived in a van and that's all he did was play music until he got big.
Really?
And I was like, I just remember like, and then so, like Jewel did it too, the musician, and
Yeah.
I was more of a Ben Harper fan, but the stories were the same. And then like I was like, well, there's a way, right? I was like, I can't just like do these other. I can't be like a landscape construction guy and try to work into being a professional artist, or I can't do like be a social worker and do it. I was just too tapped out from work to do it. So I was like, there's gotta be a way, because I'm poor, I have money, I never saved anything. There's gotta be a way I can become a professional artist. And I just fucking,
You just pulled the trigger. All you
just
needed
did.
really is paint and a paintbrush and a wall. That's all you
Yeah.
needed to begin with. So
Yeah.
there wasn't a lot of like
Yeah.
startup capital that you needed. You're just like, I paint good.
yeah.
I just need some walls, and then
and
the
then
rest
and then there was
is history.
paint everywhere. I mean, there were paint stores that I just go talk to them and say, hey, I've been doing murals in the neighborhood. You got any scraps? You know, and they'd be like, yeah, just go back there and grab what you want. You know, there was a few places in town that knew me and, you know, just were like, yeah, go get rid of that stuff and like find some cool colors. And maybe I'd have to, you know, come up with 20, $30 to get some quartz of like the real nice colors or something like the real popping yellows and oranges and stuff. But like,
But if you could cover the majority of the
I always
stuff,
have like blues and greens and purples. There's all that stuff at the paint stores. So, yeah.
then you'd only have to spend, you know, a little bit
little
getting the special colors that you
Yeah.
really want.
Yep.
That's cool. That's really nice that people
Yeah.
were willing to help you out and doing trades as well. Like that's so nice that
Yeah,
people
it's
were
like-
like, "Oh, I'll hook you up with all this paint."
Yeah, I mean, I just like I found that the key, like if I had to tell people like the key to my early startup was I was just humble and honest. Like I just talk to people and tell them where I was at, and I'd be honest about my selfish agenda. You know, I think a lot of people hide their selfish agenda, and it comes off as inauthentic, and people don't trust them. But if you can tell them what you want out of it, like, you know, like I want to paint your wall for free, like some weirdo. Like, no, I want to paint it for free because would be a billboard for my canvases that are in the gallery down the road. You'll get this cool paint job.
Totally.
I got a billboard with my name on it.
Everybody wins.
Everybody wins.
You're not exploiting anybody.
Yeah.
You're giving somebody something, and then you get something that
And
you
I'm not-
need in return. It's
And I
great.
wasn't taking a wall from another. It wasn't like there was this whole thing when I started with these you know, muralists that were kind of pissed off at me in Seattle because it was like there was this whole thing. Henry's taking all the jobs, right? And it was like I'm not taking nobody's nothing.
There's plenty of walls out there. There's plenty of people.
And I was working my own angle. It wasn't like I was like on the call to artist list and just like everybody was letting Henry do everything. It wasn't like that. That wasn't the story. The real story was I was out there, I was knocking on doors, and I was making my own thing, you know. And then there was all this criticism. You're getting one guy's getting way too much work in the town. And I'm like, I could see a sea of empty walls. Like, I remember just driving down 15th or something, and I had like 6 murals up. Maybe like 5 more than anyone else out on the road or something. But like, I was dominating the visual landscape. But like, there was like 500 walls that weren't painted.
Yeah,
And I'm like, well, motherfucker, go get some of those walls.
totally.
You know?
You were illuminating
Yeah.
to them how they weren't putting as much work in and weren't working as hard. And
Yeah.
people don't like
Yeah.
that. You
Yeah.
know, you were literally knocking on people's doors and doing it for free too. A lot of the other muralists, I would imagine, were expecting compensation. So
And I-
that makes it a little bit different to be
And
like,
I was just looking at it different. Like I was putting a mural up as a billboard for myself for my canvases. I wasn't even at the beginning. I wasn't even trying to be a muralist. I was just like, I knew Verizon Wireless was paying like $10,000 a month to have a billboard up right there, and I could get a billboard for free. Like that just made $10,000.
yeah, that's innovative as
Right.
fuck.
So I'm making $10,000 of value by doing something that takes me a week. Like,
Very true. That's smart.
yeah. And so
That's really smart.
I had more, you know, 13, 14 years ago, I had more murals up than at the time. I remember it was Verizon Wireless was the ones putting all the billboards up and dominating the space. And I was like, I got more visual landscape than Verizon Wireless. Like, and I didn't pay any money out of my own pocket hardly to do it. I might have paid $500 out of my own pocket to like get that much like visual space up in a city,
Yeah.
you know. And
That's awesome. That's a really cool way to do it. It's
yeah,
very
and I was
unique.
just shocked that I wasn't like, you know, like I was shocked that my canvases weren't selling like crazy. You know, they were selling, but it wasn't like it still took years of hard work, and you know, I think 400 murals later to like where I'm like, okay, things are really taking off now. You know, like and I was like, I thought year 1, 35 murals. Okay, I can sit back and just like wait for the stuff to roll in, but it was just always, you know, it was a never-ending hard work thing.
You had to keep pushing
Keep-
at it.
keep pushing.
Keep pushing.
Yeah.
And now
Now
at
I'm
this
just
point,
addicted to pushing, really.
and there's
you know.
news articles. There, you've been interviewed on the news so many times. You've been interviewed
Yeah.
by NPR recently, and was it CNN? Was it that did a piece on you?
Recently it was Evening
No, but like a while back, a few years ago. I think
Yeah,
it was
the
CNN or
CNN, the HLN channel. I think it was the CNN, like lifestyle version. They did something. Yeah,
There's been a lot of
that
little
was that
stories
was
on you.
international. Yeah,
It's so awesome. So you
Yeah.
went from just like, may I please put free billboards, outside of your business or your house, to getting this essentially free advertising from having your stuff put out there, like on the media. Like it would be hard for people to not know who you are, at
Yeah.
least around here at this point.
yeah.
So I think you nailed it. Like I can't think of any other
And I knew I
artists
was
that
nailing it. I knew
are
I,
as known
Yeah.
in Seattle as
and
you
I
are. Really.
I knew I was nailing it. Like that. Like first year, I was like, I felt this portal kind of open up, and I was just like, did no one else see this? How am I the only one who sees this? It was weird. It was like, am I the only one who sees that there's walls everywhere and you can just go like knock on someone's door and paint it? Am I the only one who sees it?
Apparently you were.
And I'm like, this is not hard, and like that was kind of the thing that kind of blew me away, was like that this portal opened up, and like I was just doing it at a different angle in a different way than everybody else was, and like by my third year, I think I had like hit like 100 mural mark or something like that, like 3 years in, and
Full force.
Full force,
Full
yeah.
throttle, man,
Yeah.
right into it.
Yeah.
Well, once you started doing it, it sounds like it felt so good to you. You finally had this like big release that you
Yeah.
didn't want to stop. You wanted to just keep going and do as much as you could. And it wasn't even about,
I just didn't
the
know if
money,
is this going
really.
to stop? Like, is the opportunity? When's this door going to close? Like I'm going to just get as much of it out there as I can, because there was a lot of resistance. There was a lot of like positive support with it when I was doing it in the beginning, and there was also this resistance, and there was a resistance from the art world was giving me resistance. There was other artists were giving me resistance. There were people that hated me.
I've seen
There
some
was-
of people's comments online.
Yeah.
Like, Henry makes stupid art and his characters are stupid. It looks like
Yeah.
a 5-year-old. Like, I
Yeah.
wanted to punch people through the internet for you. Like, I will find
Yeah,
them.
and I,
terrible.
like, since day one, that's been like the thing. Since day one, when I started out there doing it, it's been this like resistance. But I'm like, the support's bigger, and like the love's bigger than that, and like, and like you're saying, like we were saying, beginning, it was like this like thing in us that is like, who gives a fuck what anyone thinks? There was a lot of that. There was a lot of that, like, kind of like, I think that first 2 years, I was in this, like, this real punk rock headspace, I guess, where I was just like, fuck you.
So it didn't hurt your feelings at that point?
It did hurt my feelings, but I didn't let anyone know it did, and I used those hurt feelings to do more work. It really hurt my feelings, actually. Like, I mean, in all honesty. Like,
Yeah, no, be
it-
honest.
it-
I feel
it-
like it would be
it-
hard not to.
It hurt them, and I felt, and it made me angry, and and I thought I was doing something brilliant and cool, and I thought that people were shitting on me, and I was hurt, and but I took that hurt, and I was like, what? Fuck those guys. Fuck those haters. Fuck those other muralists that are shitting on me. Like, that made me want to do 30 more,
Good for you.
and and it still does. Like, it's like, I'm all about like sharing love, and that's like the essential thing, but a lot of times it's like the people that hate on me have just created more of Henry. Like, they like,
For sure. Lit
they-
that fire.
yeah, they're just like that sometimes it was just like, okay, I'm coming back, I'm swinging,
That's awesome. I'm glad
You
that
know.
you used it as fuel. And even though you
Doing
noticed
10
at the
more.
time
I'm doing 10 more,
made you
you know.
sad,
Yeah.
that like I'm just doing really good stuff. Like, why would anybody say this? But
Yeah.
when you realize that it was just like insecure people
Yeah.
projecting their shit upon you,
yeah
then you're unstoppable. You're like,
Yeah.
well, sucks for you that you're not
Yeah.
doing all of these things. It's not my fucking
Yeah.
problem.
yeah
Here you
Well, it
go.
looks like a 5-year-old did it. Well, like, 5-year-old didn't do it, it was me.
Yeah,
And if a 5-year-old did do that, they'd have to have a pretty sweet ladder, and like a lot of like,
Scaffolding for
yeah,
5-year-old.
scaffolding, and like, like their parents would have to have a huge involvement. It'd be a little more time consuming, but like Who cares? You know, like
Well, I mean, you're not a realism painter,
yeah.
nor do you need to be. You know,
Right.
as people were like, "Oh, the fucking Mona Lisa and Rembrandt and all this shit."
I never
you know,
cared
it's
about
like,
that. Like people that never
Me
hurt my
neither.
feelings. Like when people attacked my content, I never cared. You know, like that never hurt my feelings because I love my characters and I love them. Like they're more important to me than those people's opinions. You know,
Yes.
like they're like these big loving beings that want to be in this world, and I'm giving them an access point to like be a big fat walrus on a bicycle.
Yes.
And like yeah, so
I love it.
I just put a big fat walrus on a bicycle and you hate it and I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Like whatever. Like that part didn't like the content critics didn't hurt my feelings, but like just the like I would say just the overall like you could feel it in the air. There was this love and hate for Henry, and it was thick. It was thick as mud those first couple of years, and it was this like real tension that I was creating in the environment. And I was like, I think what I was doing was I was like challenging the zeitgeist of Seattle. I was painting big, bright, friendly stuff in a city that really was into dark, evil, gothic art kind of, and it was really
Interesting.
like that was like the real heavy direction it was going, and that's where the like big artists were, and I was like,
I know. Happy sunshine.
and like
like
it was
that,
just
for
like
sure.
this like clash, and like, but it was so exciting to be in it. It was exciting to be me in it because it was like, I loved that darker art too. I didn't have a problem with that stuff. I was into it. And,
No, but you added a whole
I really
different
looked up to-
sunshiny element.
I really looked up to some of those artists that were doing that stuff, and like when I started finding out that they hated me, I was just like,
Aw.
I like you and I like your art, and you don't like me or my art, and it was this weird thing. I was like, I almost, I was gonna buy a piece of that person's art. No, I'm not. Like, and it was this whole thing, like, oh, we're enemies. Like, what are you
sucks.
talking about? But
It's so weird because your art's so cute and fun.
that was the
And
problem.
I hate that that's a problem. Like, I love your art. I would so much rather look at your art, which is fun and whimsical and colorful and characters, rather than have like a fucking Rembrandt or something that's like a
Well-
mountain scene, which is still has merit. It's nice. Like, that's great that people can make these like super realistic things. But when I look at art, I don't want to look at something that looks like a photograph. I want creativity. And everybody's different, but personally, I want to see fun like walrus on a fucking unicycle. Like, that's what I want to see because I feel like it inspires creativity.
And you weren't alone. There was, I'd say, there was that frustration and hate, and that was a public voice, and there was this like real thing. But there was, I think it was stronger your way. I think there was actually more people behind it, and it just wasn't as loud. It's kind of like the haters were more like the guys with the big pickup trucks that rev their engine. Like most people aren't doing that, but that's when you're out on the street and you're frustrated with vehicles. It's usually that guy you're frustrated with, but he's only one of like 100 cars, right? And that's kind of what it was like. It was like if you really broke the numbers down, it was like the support was way bigger.
Good.
But it didn't feel that way because the hate was just like a louder, more obnoxious voice about it.
Which kind of goes hand in hand with what we were talking about earlier, that sometimes the darkness or the negative vibes can override a greater amount of good vibes because
Yeah.
it seems so much more prominent. And especially when you're just trying to do good in the world and you have people putting negativity on what it is that you're doing, like that's not fair, you know? Like, you don't have to want to purchase this person's art or have the mural on your house, but like at least respect that somebody is working hard and doing a good thing. You know, it's just
and
the
I was always
competition aspect sucks.
and I was always just like, well, if you just go paint a bunch of walls, your way, and then it'll balance out or whatever. Like, so I was always thinking that, but
And there's a lot of great artists in this town as well. There's some fantastic
and it's
artists.
a different world now. Like, I mean, this was years ago. I think now the mural scene is really like more balanced out. There's a lot more A lot more murals in Seattle. Seattle wasn't a mural city really when I started. There was some murals, but it wasn't. It was really blank. There was some cutty little murals in some spots, but
Bummer.
now it's like
Now it's so colorful.
there's murals
And
everywhere.
so fun. There
right?
is.
And like, I think there's more of like a mural kind of revolution that has happened since those beginning days. But like now, and so now my stuff isn't as like, it's not as shocking. It's not as like, there's so much more other art surrounding it and other artists rising up and like kind of like filling in that visual landscape better.
And I think maybe you inspired a lot of people to actually get out there and work harder and try harder. If they're like,
Yeah.
well, this Henry guy's getting all this stuff, maybe I should step my game up and get more murals.
And I've seen
or
some people
whatever.
do some really innovative approaches to getting a lot of like going big and finding angles and seeing things and doing projects and just taking over in their own way, and going and me going, wow, that like person did what I did in their own different way. And so it's not like I'm not as like alone with it. Like there's artists that have done hundreds of murals on different things or different like installations now, and it's more this like ecosystem that's kind of balancing out, and it's not like so much. It's not so much of the like. It's a different thing now.
I'm glad.
And I've been around longer, and I've changed the zeitgeist, the visual look of the city enough to where I'm kind of the Elmer Fudd of the art world or something in a way, and that's fine. Like, but it's not so. There's not so much tension around it. It's just like, oh, this guy's just kind of goofy and fun.
Well, you've
It's
also
more the feeling I
become
get out
a part of the art community as well. So at first, it sounds like you were kind of taking a rogue approach.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah.
But you were a member of the Greenwood Collective. You've been a member of the Greenwood Collective for how many years now?
Quite a few.
And there's been a lot of artists coming and going
11
out of there.
Yeah.
About 11 years.
Yeah.
So there were some really fantastic Seattle artists. Like, there currently, of course, that there is, but at that time,
Yeah.
when you were first in there, there was Tingler and Narbu and Starhead Boy and like Xavier. There's a lot of pretty well-known people that really hit it pretty hard in this town. So
Yeah, we were all hitting it hard in our own way, and it was like a pretty cool like collective right there in that time in history. It was like it was exciting to be part of that.
yeah,
in
because you all
those-
supported each other.
Yeah, and we were
It
hanging
wasn't a
out,
competition with you guys. You guys were friends, and you all wanted each other to succeed, which
and
is
we were kind of anti-competition. There was like real no reason to compete. It was and there was this big part of the art world that you kind of felt like they were more competitive and more like treating it more like a sport or something, a competitive sport, and we were like, it's not really who we are. We're more like, you know, just chilling about it. We're more hacky sacking than we are like,
which is
having a
nicer that way.
basketball game or something.
It's nicer.
Yeah.
Like, not everything has to be a competition. It's not about who's the best or who has the most or whatever. And I know a lot of people get really caught up in that. It's the ego that people want to feed. They all want to be the best. And you weren't
Yeah.
even necessarily trying to be the best. You were just wanting to put art out there, and you were doing what was in your soul. And
And I still don't. I don't think I'm the best or anything like that. I never have. I've never had that like perspective on who I am or what art is. It's, and I've always had that vision. Like you can see interviews with me from like years ago where I would talk about like my vision for Seattle is that there's murals by hundreds of different artists all over the place. That's what I wanted. I wanted everyone to like I didn't want to stop with the production I was doing. I just wanted like let's all do this,
yeah,
Think how
there's
badass
plenty
this-
of space for everyone.
What if everyone put 400 murals up? Well, there's not enough walls. Have you counted the walls?
There's enough walls.
Millions of walls. Mm-hmm. I mean, you look out over a cityscape and look out of a cityscape and look how many walls don't have murals. That's what I'm talking about. Like, everyone's looking at the walls that do have murals and thinking that there's no walls left. Just look at the ones that don't.
Yeah.
And
even the little
Figure out a way-
retaining walls like
yeah.
down on the sidewalk in Greenwood
Yeah.
and Fremont, all over the place. It's just the little short, maybe like 2.5, 3 foot walls that are right next to the sidewalk that are either in front of businesses or
Yeah.
people's houses or whatever. You're like, I'm gonna hit this wall.
Yeah.
And there's such cool shit. You're just driving around and there's these tiny walls and there's just like, I don't know, little cute fish swimming by or something. Like it's way more fun than just being a plain wall. You don't have to have a gigantic entire huge thing. Anything is
Yeah, I mean-
like ready to be art.
We could become Berlin, you know, we could be more like that. We could be more like, I mean, you go to Europe, you know, you go to Paris or something, there's murals everywhere. There's just awesome graffiti everywhere. There's awesome murals everywhere. There's awesome street art everywhere. It's like
God,
everywhere.
Athens
It's
is
so-
like that too.
it's
Athens
so much,
is covered.
it's so much thicker, you know, and like we just seem like petty little kind of crybabies about it here. Like, hey, he's got too many murals. Like, go hard, you know. That's all I want everyone else to do. Like, go hard, you know, do some cool stuff. Let's make this city like, I mean, I still want that for Seattle. I want it to just, and it's becoming that. Like, it's going through phases and stuff, but like, and it's becoming more of my vision, which is like, this shared vision of this epic art city. Why not? Like, that's not gonna hurt me. If Seattle becomes this epic art city and there's murals everywhere, and I'm buried, that's not gonna hurt me. You know, that's
No.
just gonna be, I'm part of the coolest city.
Yeah.
You know, like I have murals in the coolest city, the coolest art city in the United States. We could become that.
I
if
feel
everyone-
like it kind of is, to be
Yeah.
honest with you.
Yeah,
It's
it-
so fucking artsy.
Yeah.
All of the electrical boxes
Mm-hmm.
are painted. It's so rare to see a electrical box that's not painted right now.
Yeah,
It's
Graves is
fucking awesome.
really killed that scene.
I love it. Yeah, you've got like Lane Staley and Kurt, and like there's just so many like local legends.
Yeah.
And then just other random people too. But
Mm-hmm.
and then just like cool artsy trippy designs and whatever, but like I feel like
Yeah.
this is an artsy
I
city.
just gotta give a throw out to Graves for going for that, man. Like that dude. I actually ran into him in Disneyland and years ago, and just we ran into each other, and
Oh, that's cool.
yeah. But like in the last few years, he has painted so many of the like he like that's what I'm talking about. Like he saw that angle. He saw all these things that weren't painted, right? And he just like
And he went
he
for
went
it.
for it, and like he found a way to get it funded. He found it. He went full like badass on that. And,
It's
like,
enhanced the city in my opinion. I love it.
I love it, and like that kind of thing doesn't take away from any other artist. You know, like, and
Not at
that
all.
was the, and that attitude is like becoming better. Like people aren't thinking that someone's giant success with taking over surfaces is hurting others. It's opening up more opportunities because it is endless. Like if you look at the amount of surfaces that aren't painted in Seattle, you would see that there's like there's no way that there isn't a ton of opportunity for anyone that really wants to.
Sure.
But you have to like want it, and you have to go like, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do it in a way that's
Yeah, you got to
like,
commit.
Yeah,
You got to commit and
Yeah.
push forward. And then the opportunities are there for
Yeah.
anyone.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody's stepping on anybody's toes by putting work out there. The
Yeah.
only thing that really pushes my fucking buttons that is stepping on other people's art is the people that tag over people's existing art. There's so many open walls. There's so many areas that people can tag their fucking tag name wherever they want, but they are choosing to go over people's art sometimes, and that is the biggest disrespect, and it makes me so fucking mad.
that does piss you off.
It really lights me up. It
Yeah.
really does. I feel like
I've
it's the
heard you-
meanest thing.
I've heard you get pissed about that more than once.
Yeah.
I don't have that space. I don't have that like. I'm not gonna go there personally because I got too much like sensitive wall space out there, and like my approach is different. Like I just kind of like stay quiet and clean up after.
Except for that one time.
I go well, except yeah.
There, let's be honest. That one time that you went and you laid the fucking law down real fucking hard.
Sometimes you gotta lay the law down. You steal my paint and then you tag my shit with my paint that you stole. I'm pissed.
Yeah, yeah.
There are certain things where it's like, okay, I'm gonna get after this one or whatever. But like, God, that's funny. Like I remember I was prowling, in my car, prowling around 3 a.m. looking for motherfuckers, and like, I get pulled over by this cop, and the cop pulls me over, and he's like, "I've been watching you prowl around the neighborhood. What are you doing?" I said, "I'm doing what you're not doing. I'm finding these fuckers
that are tagging people's artwork.
Yeah, and he goes, what are you talking about? And I was like, my murals just got tagged by these kids who stole my paint. I'm trying to find them, and you guys aren't doing nothing about it. And he was like, "Are you Henry?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Can I get your autograph?" And my kid loves your artwork. I was like, "This is funny, dude. Like, it's just funny, Like, I'm like, "Sure, man," but it is. I'm like, I'm just gonna keep prowling around. He's like, "Okay, good luck," and like.
Well, he saw you weren't a threat. You're not like casing the joint.
I'm not out to hurt anybody. I just want to have conversation.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I remember like during that time
wasn't-
you were really fucking pissed because people kept hitting your work and you kept having to go to people's homes and shit like that and waste your time fixing all of this shit. Like it was shitty.
It was a bit of an epidemic, and it was like I was painting a mural, and I stashed my paint behind this dumpster, and I went in to have lunch in the spot, and I came out and my paint was gone, and I was like, damn. And I was poor, it wasn't like I was made of money and could just afford all this spray paint to replace my stuff. It's like, damn, and so I was like, what, that sucks. Someone stole my paint, and then like. The next week, my stuff just started getting tagged with my paint, and I knew it was my colors. I had my colors, and like, oh man, that guy's got that is my chocolate brown. Like I knew no one's got chocolate brown. And like others, someone was running around tagging all my paints, and like, and over my stuff with my paint that they stole, and I was like, okay, so there is a line that can be crossed.
Mm-hmm.
And it was crossed, and I ended up like I found them. I found the culprits and had a conversation with them, and I knew who they were, and there were some death threats to me with my spray paint on my murals, and so the cops got involved and were asking me about it.
God, I didn't
and
know about that.
At this time I knew who the kids were, and so the graffiti investigators wanted to know who did it, and I didn't never ratted any of them out. I just dealt with it on my own. And
good for you.
And a couple of my friends, and we kind of like I really went and had a heart to heart with this big group.
Yeah, they were at the park, right? At night, and you popped up at the park, and you were.
Oh yeah, well, it wasn't.
serious.
It was in the day. Yeah.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, and I talked to him, man. I was like, what's the beef, and like what are we beefing over? What's the deal? Why are you going at me, And there was this like dialogue that started happening, and kind of like it wasn't like solved right away, but it opened up some conversations, and I kind of laugh at myself. If I could just go back and watch it, I kind of laugh at myself like the way I was, but whatever it was.
Natara wants you to tell the story about what you said to them.
Natara.
It's up to you if you want to or not.
Well, just because it's Natara, I'll do it. So, so I found this group of kids in the park. It was, and I'd kind of like, I cased them and I found them at night, like doing their thing. So I knew who they were, right? Like I really put some work into finding out who these kids were. So when I saw them in the park, I knew who they were because I saw them doing what they did. I never approached them at night. When they were doing their thing, but big group of them at the park, and I just kind of walked up to them and was like, "What's going on?" And they're like, "Who are you?" I'm like, "I'm Henry," and like, "Why are you guys why are you guys doing this? And like they kind of circled around me, and I one of the kids was like, one of the kids had this brand new like Camaro or something, and I knew, I'd cased them out pretty good. Like I knew who they were and what they did and what they had.
Good job.
Yeah, that was kind of fun. But I knew this one kid had like this. It was like a Mustang or a Camaro or something that was brand new, and he was a high school kid, and I knew his parents had to pay for it, and I knew a lot of the other kids were like didn't have as much money, so I knew that there was like kind of a little bit of a class division within their group, and so I kind of used that, and because I was like, "What's the problem?" And they're like, "Well, you get paid for what you do, and we don't respect that." And I was like, "You don't respect I get paid?" I go, "I'm an adult. Like I'm trying to make a living." I go, "What's your guys' plan?" I go, what's the plan? What are you guys gonna do? Like I'm like, this kid doesn't need to worry about it. His mommy and daddy are buying him everything, you know. But what about you? Like, what are you gonna do? You want to be a professional artist, and when like you want to sell your stuff, why not? Like, you're gonna choose something else besides that? Like, is that what you're telling me? Like, you don't respect that this is a good profession, and you're gonna go do something else, and I go,
Good for you, though. That's like real shit.
yeah,
Rather than just be like, fuck you, you guys are assholes. You're
No.
like, no, think about it.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. And I was like,
what do you want to do with your
I
life?
go, what are you guys gonna do? Like, I go, yeah, this kid here, he don't need to worry about it. His parents are gonna send him to a nice college. He's gonna get a nice job. He's not gonna be doing graffiti in a couple years. He's gonna be working down at the bank or something. And what are you guys, what you gonna go work at the like pizza place? And that's, like, what's the plan? Like, you want to be an artist? Like, you guys are good artists. Like, why don't you want to like make money at it? Why is that the problem? And so it was like taking the problem and like kind of turning it around. And then I kind of like, I was like, you know what? I go, you guys owe me some respect. I've done more murals. I actually have a world record. I've done more murals in a city than anyone's ever done. In your city, someone's done that, and you guys don't have respect for me. Like, that's, And then that, like, it didn't stop like right away, but like it stopped pretty shortly after that.
It seems like you got through to
Yeah.
at least some of them.
I think it clicked for a couple of them because they were laughing at the other kid, the rich kid. They were like laughing at him or whatever, and like, they were like, "Yeah, what? Wait a minute, this is like, what are we doing?" And I was like, like, there's a whole world of opportunity for all of you guys, and you guys are like, "What do you?" I'm not the enemy. I go, corporate America is the enemy. Why are you going after a local artist who's like trying hard?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not any different than you guys. I'm just older. Like, I need to feed myself. Like, I don't have, like, my parents aren't feeding me. I got to feed myself. Like, I'm doing it with my
It's
art.
an honorable profession. It's more honorable than working at the fucking bank for a bunch of douchebags,
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm glad that you came at them with perspective.
Yeah.
And me and you are very similar in the way in which we are very nice and kind people.
Yeah.
We will give you the shirt off our fucking back, and we will help you if you need it
Yeah.
until you cross a motherfucking line.
There's a line. Yeah.
There's a line, and when you cross the line, there's like a different phase. There's like phase 2 kicks in, and we both have this different phase. And when
do have that, yeah.
and when me and you have both been fired up at the same time about the same issue, motherfuckers need to watch out. Because they can mistake kindness for weakness real fast. Oh, they're so nice or whatever, but like
when the dragon wakes up, you're in trouble.
so all you gotta do is not wake the fucking dragon.
Don't wake
Golden
the dragon
rule.
up. Don't wake the dragon up.
Be kind.
Yeah.
Treat us with respect and kindness as we do to others, and
and there- we
everybody's golden fucking rule.
And we won't spray fire all over the city.
That's right, but we will burn this motherfucker down if you fucking cross the line, and we gotta handle some shit.
It's true.
I love that about you.
I love that about you.
Good.
Yeah.
We're a good team
yeah,
together, man,
yeah.
for sure.
It's
We got each other's backs, and you got other artists' backs. Like, we all have each other's backs, and it's these motherfuckers
yeah.
that we just can't handle. Like, at Sasquatch Festival, when I like literally chased these assholes down that stole from Starhead Boy, who is one of my favorite artists in the entire city.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't even run. Like, I don't run unless there's a weapon being wielded at me. And I fucking like took off barefoot and like ran and like made these kids feel like assholes and got all the stolen shit back, man. It's like, I'm not putting up with that shit.
Hey, Beans used to work at the bank.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not. Nothing. Nothing against people that work at banks.
no, of course not. But at the same time, doing something creative and doing something it with your heart, like, doesn't deserve that kind of like disrespect. Like, how you're making money doing that, you know, like,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, some people can just be assholes, and I love the fact that you are, like I said, so kind and so nice. But if somebody wakes that dragon up, like, you go into a whole
I'm
other
pissed
mode,
right
you'll
now.
handle
I'm
we'll start swinging.
You want to deal with this? You want to deal with this? You want to look at these
Put
things?
them up,
Yeah.
put them up. We'll
What do you-
fucking kill you. Don't fuck with us.
Yeah. You should see what I did in 7th grade, man. I beat some people up.
Which, you know, I wonder if that's part of the reason too that at Sasquatch you put me in charge of
It
the
is why.
camp and everything.
Yeah.
And you handle some.
Yeah, it was like,
Business.
okay, Sammy's in charge, because you take charge.
I
You know?
do hold it down.
Yeah.
So yeah, actually, Sasquatch. Let's tell the people a little bit about the Sasquatch Festival out here in Seattle. It's at the Gorge, the music festival.
Yeah, so it's a I did the art for the Sasquatch Festival for 6 years. I was the lead artist out there for 6 years. I think it was 2013 that I started, and Adam Zaks is the guy who puts Sasquatch on, and he contacted me and asked me if I could send him some like digital files so he could make some print out some banners. He wanted to support some local artists and stuff.
Cool.
It's like, that's pretty cool. And then I was like, I'd made this cutout of a Sasquatch out of plywood, and I just made one of them. I thought it was like, I just saw the out of the like pressed board, I saw like, oh, that could look like Sasquatch hair. So I just made this thing, and then so I hit Adam up and I sent him a photo of that, and I was like, what if I did like 10 of these or 12? I can't remember, 10 or 12 or something. I was like, what if I did like a dozen of these and brought them out instead? Would you be down with that? And he was like, sure. And I go, you know, and I negotiated for some tickets so I can make those, and then I was so excited that he said yes. It was such a big deal to me.
That's awesome.
Like bringing those first 10 or 12 out, I can't remember. I even bought like a piece of crap van so I could haul them out there.
Oh, that's awesome.
Bought this junker van, and like, it barely made it. The van barely made it out there and back.
Ouch.
But like, I painted the van all up and drove it out there, and we got them out there. And me and a couple friends, and set up the Sasquatches, and I just remember like having the kind of this, oh my god, I get to just go out here and set these things up wherever I want. It was super fun.
At a giant music festival with thousands and thousands of people over a weekend. It was like a camping
30,000
weekend
people, I
kind of
think.
thing.
Yeah, it was like that was like peak Sasquatch, like selling out, you know, all their, you know, full on sold out show thing.
And it's perfect because it's Sasquatch Festival, and like Sasquatch is your homie.
Yeah.
So that's perfect. You're like, I'm definitely the guy
Yeah.
to contribute
And
to
so
art.
it was a very, you know, they never had me do like the poster art or anything like that. So when I tell people, yeah, I did the artwork for Sasquatch Festival, it wasn't the poster art. They had some other artists already kind of like lined up for that, and but I was just the grounds artist, right? Like the festival grounds artist. And so that first year went good, and then I was pumped up after that. I was like, okay, we're gonna take this to the next level, and that's kind of like what I like to do, is take things to the next level. And I'm still doing it. Like, I start out with something small and try to, let's see how big we can make this.
I love it.
And so that's kind of what I did, was like, I was just like, I'm gonna see how big I can make this. And like, the next year I did 50 cutouts, and I painted a 16-foot by 16-foot tall by 32-foot mural. and we'd get engineer stamp of approval, and I had my friend build it, and
Wow.
yeah, it was pretty epic, like this big mural. And then like I had like, I can't remember how many other artists came out that second year. I think it was like 12 or something, and then like, or 10 maybe, I can't remember how many came out with me that year. And then we just kept upping it.
I think the third year is
Yeah.
when you invited us out, and if I remember correctly, I think it was only like 10 or 12 of us. You're like,
Yeah.
there's no, I can only invite like, I think it was 10 or 12
Yeah.
people,
Right.
and I want you and Dusty to come out. And I felt
Yeah.
like that was like a huge honor to be
Yeah.
invited as such a small crew to go out there. And you're like, just do whatever art you want. We're just going to be sitting around in the little field, just doing art.
Yeah.
Just do some art. I'm not micromanaging your art. Do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
And that was so fun.
Yeah. And it was a great idea for a festival. Like, just have like local artists out there painting, and people
that's
can come up
great.
and talk to them. And it just kind of was that feeling that, like, through my talks with Adam Zaks, is kind of where what he wanted was more of this, like, kind of, he had the biggest festival in the state at the time, you know, and like, he's a real down to earth guy, and I think he wanted more of like a kind of human connection level kind of thing
Yeah.
going on. And so like, that's kind of why he was opening this door up. And
It was great. And then the next year, it was 75. You were able to up it to 75 people.
I think it was 80.
Was it 80?
Yeah, I think it ended up being like 70 artists, but like, and then some support people.
And so
So I
you're
think
like,
I had, like-
okay, we went from 12 and we're going to have like 80 fucking people and their significant others
Yeah.
as part of the camping too. So we had
Yeah.
like a whole section that was like,
Yeah.
this is the artist camping area.
Yeah.
And then everybody's going to be doing whatever kind of art that they want.
And we
so
just took over this whole thing, and it
so
was
awesome.
it was incredible. There, and then I was working with Pepsi, and there were some other artists from out of state that I was working with on this collaborative project. And so it was like this big, there was that going on, and then there was everyone doing their thing, and it was like, I still had my 50 Sasquatches out there. You know, I made new ones and posted them up. And,
Sasquatches.
yeah, and they were, yeah.
It was so cool.
And then we got to like,
was so
you know,
cool.
we
I
had
loved it.
backstage passes, and we got to like meet bands, and you know, and every
was
every
so
year
fun.
was a different kind of dynamic, and there was always problems, and there was always like shit to deal with, and those big large things. But like,
Yeah.
sometimes my stress level was like, why am I doing this? And then
But at
Oh,
that
yeah.
big one, that's why you kind of passed that to me, which
Yeah.
I was happy to have. You're like, listen, I'm going to be busy fucking painting
Yeah.
and doing all this shit. Like, I don't want to deal with 80 million questions. If there's
Yeah.
any kind of drama, I don't want to fucking deal with it. You are in charge of making sure everything's fucking cool. If
Yeah.
somebody needs to ask something, you can, you know, come and tell me and ask me or whatever, but you didn't want to be overwhelmed with that. So you're like, just handle everything.
Yeah.
And that was actually awesome because that gave you that freedom to just focus on your own shit. And of course, people were still coming and talking to you and asking you stuff. But I remember at the meeting, you were like, Sammy is the other me.
Yeah.
If you have a question or
Yeah.
if you have a comment, concern, anything,
Yeah.
go to Sammy. She will do her best to figure it out. If not, she can come to me. Everybody just needs to like kind of
Yeah.
chill out and let me do my thing because it's a lot. It was a lot for you, and I know that it was stressful, and I could see that there was times where you were definitely having fun, but it was like there was a lot of pressure
Yeah.
on you. So that's kind of cool that kind of took that pressure off of you. And I thought it was great because you gave me like all the wristbands and I put them in a lunchbox. And the very first day, you're like, all right, I'm telling everybody to come find you. And you just check their name off the list and give them the wristband. So I got to meet every single person that came through, which that's like my favorite thing ever is meeting all the people. So
Well, that was the coolest
loved it.
thing just in general with that. That year was something really special because it like, and I really got to give like props to Adam Zaks for allowing it, you know. Just what a cool dude for like going, yeah, let's do this. Like, here's 80 wristbands. Like, that's cool, you know, that I was like trusted it to that level.
yeah,
And,
because they were VIP wristbands. Like
yeah.
if I would have sold them on the black market, I could have got thousands of dollars, but
Yeah.
it didn't even obviously cross my mind. But thank you for trusting me. with that.
That would have been pretty weird if you did that.
Oh my God, that would have been
all these
ridiculous.
artists showed up and
Oh
they're
my
like, "Where's the
God.
wristbands?" And Sammy's just rocking out in some
Oh
like
my God. That would have
big
been
old.
horrible.
Yeah, you got some like you're partying.
Never. I'm very, very, very trustworthy with
Giant
that.
bag of drugs or something.
Oh my God, no, that would be horrible. No, I took the job really seriously and I watched that fucking lunchbox like it was like a box of gold.
You did good. You did, you did way better than I would have, is why I like it.
I really love like organizing stuff like that.
I would have
and-
sold them on
and-
the black market, so. I was like looking at the ring, like, where's the ring, and like,
Precious.
yeah, I got to give it to, my buddy Sam.
I took it really seriously.
Yeah.
I really did because it's a hell of an honor, to know that you trust me to make sure that shit was good, and thankfully
like
everything
Frodo and
was
Sam.
pretty good.
We got to get that.
Yeah.
We got to get the ring in
We
Mordor.
got to get the ring, and we're on a fucking team. And
Yeah.
Frodo couldn't have done it without Sam,
Yeah,
even
yeah.
though Frodo's the main character.
Yeah.
Couldn't have done it without Samwise. So
Yeah.
I'll be Samwise.
Yeah, you will. Hell yeah.
I'll fucking fight Gollum for you anytime, man. I'll fucking do it
Well,
if we have to.
When interviews go to the Lord of the Rings realm, that's when.
That's when you know it's
Yeah,
good.
that's when we know we're
Shit's
getting
going deep.
Yeah.
But yeah, Carl said that he got to know me as the mama bear of the Campus Sasquatch. That's true. That is where I met Carl. And I got to tell you, Carl, of all
We
the
were just
artists, there
talking
was a
about Carl.
lot of
He's
artists.
such a beautiful soul.
He is so fantastic. He is such a amazing artist and such a good soul. And he came up to me.
A real a uniter of people.
He
He's brought a
is.
lot of people together, and
Absolutely.
a person of the heart. And I always think about you, Carl, and I'm tearing up when I think about you. So
We
just
love
know I
you.
love you, buddy.
Yeah, he had come up and he was like, "Hey, I just want you to know that, like, if you need anything, if I can help you with anything, like, please let me know. I'm on your team." Like, out of all the artists, there was so many artists there. And, of course, some of my friends that, like, it goes unspoken. Like, of course, they would have been willing to help. But Carl, who I didn't even know, was like, "I know that you're, like, in charge of all this stuff, but if you need help with anything, you just let me know." And it really struck me where I was like, "Oh my goodness, thank you for caring, for caring about like me personally and what I would have to do, and just caring about the whole land and making sure that everybody was happy." It was really neat. I met some very, very special people throughout that experience. It was really, really fun. We got to do a bunch of shit. Boulay was there. You and Boulay did a thing together,
Yeah, he
and
worked
he's
on
like
the Pepsi
the
project
coolest.
with me. Yeah, that was awesome. It
He's
was
so cool.
such a cool experience, and like I think the best thing was the outcome. Like I really feel like it bridged a lot of artists, or created a lot of bridges between artists that wouldn't have. There were like camps, it was like all these different like friend groups, and then it was all like we're all Seattle artists, and it kind of like melted that like the walls that were kind of between us that weren't real.
It's true.
And I think that like there's a lot of unity in the Seattle art scene because of that.
It's a lot more friendships
because-
as a result of that, for sure. We were all
Yeah.
like, no, we're all on a team together. There was no competition
Yeah,
with anybody. Some people had a little bit bigger heads than others,
yeah.
but that's just
Yeah,
how it goes
but I
sometimes.
mean, there was like, there couples came. There were people that like started dating because of that were artists, and
I know, really cute.
yeah,
Oh, and then we got to watch The Cure
Yeah.
with John C. Reilly.
oh,
Do you remember how he was right next to us?
dude, that's crazy.
That was awesome. It was funny because it was Eli and Brandy.
Yeah,
Brandy was like, she turns and looks at me with her eyes wide. I'm like, what? And she's like, John C. Reilly
yeah,
is right next to us. And I look over and he's got a big old cowboy hat on. And I'm like, no shit.
yeah,
It's fucking John C. Reilly. Like, that's awesome because we were in the VIP section.
yeah.
So that was pretty awesome. So we got to watch The fucking Cure with John C. Reilly. Like, who gets to say that? That's awesome. That was
There's
cool.
some real rare magical rare experiences that the festival isn't. They shut the doors on that festival, and people are going kind of different directions and stuff, and
It got kind of weak. The performers that they got, it really declined. That one that we went to, that was The Cure, and then the year before, I believe, was Robert Plant,
yeah,
and there was like some pretty cool artists there. And then I remember like it was the last year that it was open. We didn't do the art thing that year, but I looked at the lineup and I was like, I don't know who any of these people are. And a couple of the names that I recognize, I didn't care about. I was like, damn, they probably lost funding or
I liked it
something.
better. It was
Really?
I liked how the last few couple years I thought were the best because they weren't getting the big names and they were putting more focus on the small names, the people that you didn't know about, and like you go around to like these C stages or something.
Which is cool to have
And
that,
there
but
was, like-
also sometimes you want Robert Plant also.
Yeah,
You know, it's Robert Plant.
yeah. But
Or whatever.
I caught some music that was like I was like, damn, dude, this. I was really impressed with. I liked it better. I thought I was catching better, more quality new music that I didn't know and was like stoked about. And I knew that that's kind of where Adam wanted to go, and you kind of see his new festival thing that he has out in Port Townsend now, and the lineups are more like that, where it's just like that's like he's got so much insight into he books out for the Paramount and for
Cool.
a couple other venues in town, the Moore and the Neptune. So he books all the shows that go through there, but like he knows like everybody, right? So, but I think he's like more wants this like real like he's more of a like community like down to earth like I think he wants a more quality kind of festival and not such a big show kind of
Sure.
thing. And but those big show things were there were some
really
great
fun.
stuff. Yeah, when you get to see Robert Plant.
It was
when you get to-
it was so good,
Yeah.
man. And honestly, the amount of Sasquatch cutouts that were all over, oh man, it
Yeah.
was so fun. And you're just walking around. I mean, it's a pretty big festival area, and there's just Sasquatches everywhere. And I remember I was like, man, I fucking love these Sasquatches. Like, I totally would love to have one. And you were like, pick out whatever one you want. And I was like, I can just have one. And you're like, yeah, just like pick out whichever one. You're like, but there's a bunch of them, so don't decide until the end. Walk around the whole festival, and whichever one that you decide that you want,
Take your time.
go for it. And I was like, this is the hardest decision I'm ever gonna have to make. And it was tough because there was quite a few that I was going back and forth. The one that I really loved was the unicorn. He was holding a pink unicorn, and the second choice is the moon. He was holding a big moon. And Dusty was kind of like, he's like, no, I like both of them. He's like, but I really like the moon better. And I'm like, okay, like I like both. Okay, all right, we'll go with the moon. So we got the moon, which is so awesome. I have it. I should have thought about putting it behind us. That would have been fucking awesome. It's very heavy. It would have been hard to do.
We don't want to do that.
No, but in theory,
Yeah.
it's very, very, very cool. But somebody had stole the fucking unicorn one. Somebody walked out of this festival with a, what are they,
8 feet.
8
Yeah,
feet
they're cut out of a 4x8.
tall, giant, bulky thing. Somebody just straight up grabbed it and just walked out, and nobody even questioned it. Like, nobody that works there, security wasn't like, yo, what are you doing taking this Sasquatch? Like, I'm glad that wasn't the one that I decided of all of them that I was going to take.
You had to
It
get
would've been
through
like,
quite
"Are
a few
you serious?"
layers of like security.
I know. They could have been like, oh, yeah, we bought it, or we're just helping the artist. I'm sure somebody made up some kind of interesting story.
Or they just didn't care.
Fuckers.
You never know.
But it was awesome, like seeing so many of those. It was a very prominent part of it. So, yeah, I think that was it was a very cool experience that you got to do that, and that you got to invite so many people to be a part of it with you. You are constantly inspiring everybody around you to do better and do their best and keep doing what they're doing. You're a very inspirational
We found that Sasquatch
person.
later.
What?
Yeah, someone out in the festival, out in the campground who knew me, hit me up and was like, is this supposed to be out here? And I was like, no, and got it back. So we ended up getting that one.
I
back.
did not know that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I thought it was gone forever.
Beat the fucking shit out of that guy. No, I'm just kidding. No, they just
I'll beat the Sasquatch right out of you.
yeah, that guy, we don't know if he's alive, but, yeah, under a bridge somewhere. No, they just went and my friend just went and said, this isn't yours, and took it back, and then
Good.
ended up getting it back. But
That's good.
yeah,
But you know what? I gotta say, one of the most endearing things about you as an individual, in my personal opinion, is how generous that you are with everything that you have and everything that you make. Like, it doesn't ruffle your feathers really at all when somebody does something like that and takes it. Like, you're just like, that's too bad. Like, well, that's a bummer.
It's all perspective. It's like, thank you, by the way.
You're welcome.
But it's all like, for me, it's all perspective. It's like we're the reality of what we're doing is we're like standing on this clump of stardust that was brought together through some gravitational force and clumped into a planet, and it somehow has enough like balance to create life and this thing and this thing, and we're on it, and it's been, you know, billions of years in the making, and here we are like now in this existence flying on this thing through outer space. And
Exactly.
if someone taking a Sasquatch and a unicorn ain't no fucking big deal in comparison to the fact that the reality of the overall situation of the cosmos, you know. And so it's like,
That's why I love you right there in a fucking nutshell.
yeah, it's like
That perspective,
it just, this little
it's
shit
huge.
doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
You're
Like,
right.
and like we were talking about before, we pretty much had a big long conversation before the podcast started, because this is just what we do. But like, we were talking about like, we were talking about perspective and how just the little shit doesn't matter, you know. And it's the stuff, you know. It's
You're right.
yeah.
Perspective is everything. And if you zoom out,
Yeah.
it's not that big of a deal. And is it worth getting yourself upset or angry or frustrated, like to a core? You know,
Yeah.
you might on the surface might be like, "Oh, that's annoying," but
And
as
it's
far
kind
as
of
like
fun. I
ruining
mean,
you,
we're humans, and we're in this drama, and it's fun to play along and get pissed, and it's fun to like, you know, make jokes, and it's fun to do this and that and this other thing, and like, you know, love each other. And but the reality is like the end of the story, we're gonna be dead. And so like, I think that's what we were talking about. Like, the no matter what happens in my art career or whatever, the end of the story, I'm dead. The end of the Ryan Ward story, and I'm 6 feet underground or whatever. And so what happens between now and that point, like, doesn't really matter. And so like,
as long as you're doing your best and you're happy, that's what matters.
it's like about the moment. And so like, what makes me happy is being a generous person. It feels good, right? Like, it feels good to like give, and I've realized that at some point in my life. And like, it just doesn't matter what you accumulate in life. To me, I can't say that's true for everybody, but for me, it doesn't matter what I accumulate. Like, in the end, I'm dead. So I might as well do what makes me feel good while I'm alive. Like, and that's what makes me feel good. I love feeling like Santa Claus. I love giving. I do. Like, I love giving people gifts. I love it. It makes me feel good. And like, that's what's important. Like, it's not important, like, to me, what I accumulate as far as fame or money or this or that or whatever. It's like, and it's kind of like, why, yeah, I want to do this podcast. Why? Because I want to give. I want to share. I want to tell people about my life. It's like this. I feel I do feel like a generous person, and it's because it makes me feel good.
I can see it in you every time you give someone a sticker and it makes them smile.
Yeah.
Or you're like, here, have one of these books. People are like, oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Like, I could see that just lights you up every single time. Like, you don't
And that's
get tired of that.
And, well,
it's
that's
amazing.
the reward is right there. Like, it's not like a long term. I'm not like wanting anyone to give something to me in return. Like, I give someone, you know, someone might message me on Instagram, hey, I love your stuff. I'm like, what's your address? I'll send you something. Send them a book or some stickers or something. But I'm not expecting, like, I'm not doing that so I get something from them in return. I'm not like trying to buy their loyalty as a fan. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just like, I do that because it makes me feel good. You know, like, I feel better when I live like that. And I want to, that's what I want, is I want to feel good. I want to feel elated and happy and joyful. And you find out, well, you reverse that. do some reverse engineering and kind of realize, okay, what makes you feel that way? When in your life have you felt that way? And I can say when I've given. And so, like, well, what if you just spent your life giving as much as you can to people that, like, what the hell? What are you going to lose? Like, in the end, we all end up in the same place,
It's so rare.
you know?
It's so rare to see a single person be so willing to just give freely. Like, obviously, you do have a business and you are trying to, you know, maintain your business, but you don't care if there's another $20 or $30 in your bank account at the end because
Well,
of
and
this
it-
one book. Like, you want
I
to
don't mind
just
selling
give
stuff to people too, because people want to give to me.
Exactly.
And I
Giving
don't-
and receiving is
And I don't want to, like, I mean, I don't want to be like some superhero that I'm the only person who's going to be giving, you know? Like, I want, like, people to feel good too. Like, some people want that, like, that level of, like, they want to say, hey, I honor you and respect you, and I want to pay you what you're worth and stuff. And, like,
for sure.
I'm not going to deny that, because that's denying someone's, like, integrity as a giver too. And so, like,
Absolutely.
so we kind of come to this, there's this, like, balance that just happens in the world. And that's what people are scared to become super generous and giving. They're scared that it's not going to come back around. But, like, you become part of this, like, energy, and it comes around, like, tenfold, you know, like it, and it might not come in the way that you want it, but, or the way you think it should, or whatever, like, but it comes, and it comes good. And, like,
As long as you're giving from your heart, though, you feel good. So regardless of how it's taken or what happens later on down the line, that
Yeah.
doesn't matter, because in that moment, you did what you felt was the right thing to do.
well,
in
you're
that
and
moment.
you're living on the planet with this heart that's fulfilled, you know. So, like, when I am that way, I'm living on the planet with a fulfilled heart, because that's what fulfills me. And how people respond to a fulfilled heart is just kind of like crazy, you know. Like, people just, like, roll out the red carpet for somebody with a fulfilled heart, you know. And,
Yeah.
like, you don't, you know,
true.
it might not be the person that you gave this thing to that's rolling out it doesn't matter. It's like there's a presence of somebody that's fulfilled and happy, and that's kind of exciting, because it is kind of rare. And
Especially in this world with so many fake fucking people, the Kanyes and the Kardashians and the, you know, fucking political people, all of this, like, either just like straight up like hateful and evil vibes
Yeah.
out there, or just completely surface, not seeing the big picture. People, like, when someone like you comes along who is like, no, like, think about that we are floating on this rock in the fucking cosmos, and love is what matters in the moment, you know, like, that makes you stand out greatly from the average people. And I think that that's, you know, a big part of why your success is so profound. Not just because you make cool art, which you do make cool art and it's wonderful, but it's who you are that really makes that big of a difference. And even if people don't know you personally, I feel like that energy, you're putting it into the art that you're doing. So it's like this ambient, radiant energy that comes out of what you create. And then people just get the extra bonus when they get to know you on any level, whether it's just meeting you and feeling the vibe, or, like, you know, where I'm at, where I get to have conversations for hours and hours and hours on end and get
Yeah.
to know you really well. But that's the special thing, I feel like, is that you are just this, like, bringer of joy and happiness everywhere that you go, regardless of what kind of shit that people can put on you.
yeah,
It's like, that is amazing to maintain that kindness and love, and it stands out vastly, I feel, above the average human. I think you're doing a very good job as a human in this world.
thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for
appreciate
making the world a better place.
Yeah,
Lord knows we need it right now.
I appreciate that. Should we answer
Okay.
Dusty's highlighted question?
Oh, yes. Henry, have you always been this peaceful and kind? Were you like this when you were young? That's a very good question, Dusty.
Yeah, well,
There's a little hesitation on that one.
no, I think I was, I think my early childhood, I was really that way, you know. I was really I'd say up until, like, 6th grade, maybe until like maybe I think like when I turned 12 or something, that kind of like age range, like things kind of turned for me. But I think up to that point, I was a real quiet, like person. I loved hugs, and I loved like I think I was like a real loving kind of softer presence. And then we moved around from like fourth grade to sixth grade. I had like moved to like from Montana to Yakima to Kent, and then different place in Kent, and then Enumclaw, and then so middle of sixth grade I landed in this town called Enumclaw, and being a new kid in Enumclaw was hard. I was I was bullied, and it was a different, all of a sudden, like kind of a new dynamic when I landed in that town. And
Why were you bullied? Why were you
uh,
picked on?
well, I had a face that looked like a baby, and when I was 12, see how cute this little face is. When I was 12, this face was really cute, and it was looked like a little baby's face, and that was the thing that it didn't matter what it was. They found something, and that was the thing, but it was baby face. And so like I would like they would actually follow me home from school. I was new to school, and I'd get followed home and called baby face, and I'd get pushed on the ground, and then I'd get beat up.
Oh my
And
god.
I'd get picked on, and like it was horrible. And school was hard, and like because of that. And there was this like thing I had to deal with all of a sudden. All of a sudden, I was the outsider in this new environment, and it was just the thing they did. They like to do that to the new kid in that town,
I'm so sorry. That's really sad.
and it was hard on me, and I like maybe like kind of gravitated into some things that kind of changed who I was a little bit. Like I hardened up as a person, and I wanted to. I created a shell, and I think that was the first time I created this like hard shell. And I wanted to be more of like a badass, and I got into like shoplifting, and um, like stealing alcohol and drinking it, and like started smoking cigarettes. And this is like I wanted to create this like exterior that couldn't be like penetrated by bullies.
Yeah, I'm a
And
badass. Don't fuck with me. You don't know what I'll do.
yeah,
Wild card kind of thing.
yeah, and so I started like fighting back a little bit, and like throwing some punches back and things like that. And I started getting in fights and getting kicked out of school, and like getting kicked off the playground, things like that. And I got like I don't know how many blue cards or whatever they give the bad kid or whatever, and like get, you know 30 days without recess and just things like that. And then I was like in the with the bad kids, and like we were doing some shit, and like it was cool to like get into trouble, and ended up getting in trouble for like um, uh, just stealing stuff mostly, and
I understand though having to protect yourself in that kind of way.
yeah,
Where if you were too nice and looked too vulnerable,
yeah,
then you were just gonna get fucked with. So it's either get fucked with or toughen up
yeah.
and put on this exterior so that way it's like a protective thing. I'm sorry that you were kind of forced into having to make that decision. That
And then
really sucks.
yeah, and then I committed this one crime, and I got like, the judge, and I got caught, and the judge was like, okay, we can send you to juvie, or we can give you like 300 hours of community service. And I was like 13, and my mom was like, definitely the community service. And
300
yeah,
hours.
it was so many. And I worked, but it was cool. It ended up being cool. I got a job. I did my community service with the public library, and a lot of it with the swim pool. And I was like
Not so bad.
I was picking weeds at the swim pool, and I was in the so I'm 13 years old, and I shelved all the books in the library, and I actually loved it. I got to know all. I knew I learned the Dewey Decimal System, and
Sweet.
I learned all the stuff, man. Like I knew all the books, and I knew where all the books were, and I was a big reader even when I was younger. I was really into reading, and it was kind of this escape for me. And I like, but now I knew like where to find stuff. You know, it was like before the internet, and I had like the access to like the world.
Cool.
You know, and so I knew where all the science books were and the anthropology books. I'm into all this stuff when I'm like young, you know, and it's kind of this secretive kind of interest of mine, but I knew. And then like when I got older, the library and the swim pool both like hired me. So I worked for both the Enumclaw swim pool and the Enumclaw
Really?
Public Library
Cool.
as a hired like employee. And so I kind of built the trust and showed them I was different and grew up.
I
and,
love that. So even though you had community service, which most people begrudgingly do,
yeah.
you actually saw the value in that.
I just liked it.
That's cool.
Yeah, you know, I liked it. I liked knowing like what page in the romance novel the heavy sex scene happened on, and you know, like I knew all the algorithms and stuff. It was like I can't remember now, but maybe it was page like 56 or something, and every one of them that shit went happened, and so I could just open it up to that, and I'm 13, and yeah. taking more bathroom breaks than most people.
Oh, that is pretty cool that
Yeah.
you actually pulled good out of that, and that's like one of your superpowers as a
I
human.
pulled something.
You did.
Yeah.
You did, but
Yeah.
now you learned a new skill, and you got like exposed to a whole bunch of different kind of information that maybe you wouldn't have been so ingrained
Yeah.
in the library. And then
Yeah.
you picking weeds, a kind of like a meditative practice of
Yeah.
just getting in the zone. It's really cool. So
And then I kind of, and
like
then
it.
after that, like I kind of found my way to have like I still had this like kind of hard shell and kind of like maybe a little bit pissed off kind of demeanor, argumentative maybe through high school a little bit, and but I think over time to answer kind of circle back around to that question, I kind of I found my inner softness and how to live with that again and not have to like have that like hard exterior shell where I'm trying to be badass
Good.
and all that. 'Cause,
Glad you came back around.
well, it's just like you got to find your authentic self and return to that eventually, and I did. But
At that time of being young, it made sense. And then once you got older and you realized that, you know, having to defend yourself against bullies in that kind of way was not a real threat anymore. It was a threat at the time. And then you realized it was not a threat. And then it's good that you didn't let that bitterness taint you. Like you were able to say, like, okay, that served its purpose at this time. But who I truly am, my authentic self, is this kind, generous person, and I refuse to keep all of these walls up
yeah,
for no good
yeah.
or
I mean,
apparent reason.
just time. Time kind of was the thing that brought all that back around, and there's like a lot of things between addiction and different things that I had to like live through, and I'm not sure if that was triggered by that kind of early school trauma or not, but it like all came back around to me being like yeah.
Okay, so that's being said, this is a good segue into another phase of the story of Henry.
Yeah.
So we're going to go into the history of your mental illness and addiction.
Yeah.
So we know that as a kid, you moved around a lot. It seemed like a kind of unstable environment for you.
Yeah.
You obviously had some struggles with other people at school and such and had to adjust to your personality. When did you realize that your brain just worked differently than others? When were you aware fully that you did have mental illness?
I think I was, well, I kind of knew when I was younger that I had a different mind than other people. I knew I was touching some realm in my mind that was different. I was really like I felt like I was lost in a daydream, like a lot. I felt like I was floating in a daydream of like this conversation with entities of some sort. Like I was like kind of in, and they were like, played a role as like stuffed animals and different things like that. But there was like I couldn't. I'd be in class and I was somewhere else. I wasn't always in that just the physical normal reality, and that was kind of like I think I knew when I was younger I was a little different and special in that way. And I didn't really know how to like own that and like be that. I think you go through phases where you really want to fit in. And I felt like at some point like I you know I think it was when I was like started smoking weed and stuff. I really felt like it normalized me. Like I felt like, remember I'd smoke weed and walk through the halls of high school and just feel like it was like everybody else all of a sudden.
Really?
Like I came out of that like realm and it was connected with people. I could see them and I was like,
Like more grounding? Like you feel like it was a grounding kind of thing?
I felt like it just slowed my processor down, my brain down a little bit, and I was like, kind of dumbed me up to like the level or something where I felt like most people were kind of at this level and I didn't really experience that in the social setting until I was stoned, and then I was like, oh, this is where everyone feels like normally.
That makes sense. Okay.
And then I would, cut, come off the weed a couple hours later, and I was back to like this big imaginary world, and I didn't feel connected with others.
Did you talk to other people about it?
No, I just smoked a lot of weed.
You never like talked to your friends or your parents or anything about what was actually
No.
going on? It was just like a internal
Yeah.
land that you had
Yeah,
for
and I didn't
yourself.
really understand it, and then I really kind of got involved with like psychedelics in high school, and that felt more like where I was normally. Like I remember doing acid and going, okay, it wasn't like where marijuana made me feel like I was just like normal people. Acid made me feel like I was more myself. Like
Cool.
like it was like, oh, I'm tripping and this is kind of how I am. And so I got
Interesting.
so I got into it, got really cozy with acid, and it was just like a little more of a little bit. I felt like I had a little more control of the like imaginary realm with acid, but I felt like that's where I was. Like it felt like it was a match, like, and I was like stoked. It was $5, like
Yeah.
I could get a hit of acid for $5, and then I could get sheets of acid for $100.
Could you connect with other people better when you were in that headspace because you felt like you were
I just
kind of
felt,
in the same realm?
and it wasn't more. It was more like just being. I mean, connecting with my close friends that were, we'd do acid together and stuff, and
I always felt like it was such a bonding experience. Like it's so fun to just eat acid with your good friends and you feel
Yeah.
like you've gone on this like epic journey together and there's like a really special bonding experience that I have not been able to experience in any other way like that. It's
I felt
really
like
special.
I felt like we climbed a mountain together or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, we went up, we went over some big mountain and we solved some shit. You feel like this wise old soul at the,
For sure.
you know,
It's a very profound
hour
experience to have.
7 or 8, you're like sitting there with your like the blanket wrapped around you and like, looking out and knowing that things you didn't before or whatever.
Sure.
And then it kind of gets sketchy and, you just want to go to sleep or whatever. But so I, like I really took it on as this thing I was into and took a lot of acid regularly. I was like became an acid head for a couple of years, and then kept upping the amount I could take and finding these like new things and these new realms when you take 4 and 6. And, let's do 10, you know. And then,
What's the most you ever took? I gotta know. What's your
well, this is where shit went crazy in my life. So when I was at the 1994 Lollapalooza, I got real fucked up on some like synthetic mescaline stuff, or I guess mescaline, which is synthetic peyote basically, and tripped hard. I took some acid, and then I took this mescaline, and I tripped hard for days, and then came down, and I was just like, I was a new person psychedelically, like I was experienced, you know. Me and Jimi Hendrix were like this, you know, we're experienced. So
have you ever been experienced?
yeah, I have. I have. At that point, I could say yes. I have.
Say, I have.
So I had a lot of confidence in my amount of like psychedelic input I could like take or whatever or enhance, and so to answer your question, the most hits of acid I took was after that, like a few months after that. It was after my first quarter of my freshman year of college, and I had like kind of went into this depression, and I quit. I was working at Little Caesars, and I quit my job, and my roommates had went home, and I locked myself in my apartment with just alcohol basically, and was doing drinking a lot of alcohol, and for like a few weeks, and I was just playing E minor and A minor on the
Feeling
guitar,
all emo as
two
fuck,
chords.
huh?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, just two chords on my guitar, driving her down with bottles of alcohol and just bluesing it, you know, and maybe playing some records and stuff, just feeling the blues, getting in there, getting deep in there, and just going into this like real alcoholic like bender. It was like I'd been on some benders like a week here and there with alcohol for fun to see if I could do it, but this was real, and I was like really nursing this thing, and I quit work, and a few weeks later, I get this phone call from my boss. And this was back in landlines, and you just answered the phone if it was ringing. Like, you didn't know who it was. You're just like, that's ringing. Hello. There was no like,
Caller ID.
yeah, you could star 69 or something. I never did it though. It was just like sometimes you answered it. So I answered the phone, and it was my boss, and from the work that I quit, and he was like, hey, this is so, you know, I can't remember his name, but I was like, yeah, sorry, man, I quit. I didn't tell you. And he's like, no, it's no big deal. It's just, you're just making pizza. We don't care, you know. And he goes, we just really like you and want to know if you want to come out to this party. And I was like, sure. And I think I already had started drinking for the day. And but it was walking distance. I walked over to this house and started partying with these guys, and like drinking more and partying, and like there's this dude from Miami there, and he was testing acid, so he was giving away free acid, right? You can have as much as you want.
Cool.
And I ended up taking 17 hits of acid that night, and yeah,
Holy shit. Was
Yeah.
it paper? Gel types? Paper?
it was paper acid, yeah, blotter.
Oof.
And he was testing it. I don't know how much. I mean, I think it was more than 17. It was like,
Pretty heavy hits.
yeah. And so like, it's kind of this like interesting where this went. This changed my whole life, really. This situation changed my whole life. I didn't come down, basically. I like stayed high, and it was fucking with me like for days. Ended up going back to my family's for Christmas, and there was like, I had extended family over, and I'm frying on acid. My grandparents were there. I had to go to church. Like, I was raised Catholic, and we went to Catholic mass like Sunday, or Christmas Eve mass. I went, and
And you're still tripping.
yeah, and I had some more acid, and I gave some to my friend, and he came to church with me, and Like, I think
You're like, I need somebody to do this
I think I
with me,
took
man.
another one, even though I hadn't come down. I took another one. So I think I was up to like 18, and like he'd taken one hit, and we went to church, and we were just laughing at church, and like, it just seemed so funny.
Like
And
quietly laughing or like
I
obnoxiously laughing?
I
at
think
the
it was
church?
disturbing people. Yeah, microdosing. Yeah. I never.
Oh, it's funny.
Yeah, I never understood microdosing. I was always a macrodoser. Dusty, to answer your question there. Yeah, I was definitely on the macro scale of drug use.
Okay, so you're at church with your family, not coming down.
Not coming down, and then like I still didn't come down. We moved. My roommates moved out of that apartment, and I moved out, and then I moved in with my older brother. We had got an apartment in Bellingham, and I hadn't. This was all during an acid trip. I moved out of that house and into an apartment with my brother while I'm high, between Christmas and New Year's. And so January 1st, me and my brother moved into this house, into this apartment in Bellingham, second story apartment. That's an important part of the story. It's a second story apartment. So that day, me and my brother moved in. My older brother, we were super close, good friends, and I'm excited to live together because we both loved each other a lot. And so he's gone all day. This is January 1st, the same day we moved in. He's gone all day out doing something. He comes back, and I'd moved all my stuff from my bedroom back into the living room after having moved in. And so he came home to all my stuff in the living room, and me standing there with just a t-shirt on and naked, like Winnie the Pooh style. So from the waist down naked, I'm wearing this shirt that says Brotherhood on it, and it was like a skateboard or snowboard brand back then of some kind, like Brotherhood Snowboard Company or something like that, but it said Brotherhood on it. And the reason I took everything out of my room, I'm tripping on acid, and I take everything out that felt superficial to me. You know how when you're on like psychedelics, you want to take everything seems superficial, and what's real and what's not. And this is, why do I have this in my life and that in my life? Well, I was in this process in my room, like, oh, I got this is from this thing, and I can't have this in my room because it's not, it's superficial. I kept bringing all this stuff out. And then I'm just, at the end, I'm standing there naked with just a t-shirt. My brother comes in, and he's like, what the fuck, dude? He's looking at me like, what the fuck are you doing? And I thought the only thing I didn't have, I had the shirt that said Brotherhood because I thought that was the only thing I had left. So I took it off because that was superficial now. Threw it on the ground. I'm standing there naked, and he's like, you're fucking nuts. And he like went in his room and went to bed. Not super, we're weirdos, so it wasn't like call parents or anything like that. We're weird dudes. So
And he knew you were still tripping. He knew you were on this like extended trip, right?
I think he did know. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't really talking about it I was partying. He knew I was going through some weird shit.
Okay.
We had some conversations that he was like, okay, dude, I don't think you are the actual Orion constellation, but you are my brother, and we're going to just like do some,
Okay.
and go for a walk or something. So there were some things that he was just like, what the fuck's going on with Ryan, right? But like, we have this history of doing drugs together and like going off and doing weird stuff. So it wasn't like completely something to, it's just, okay, I'm going to bed. You figure your shit out, right? And so I go in my room. I'm naked in this room, and there's nothing in the room. And I open the window up, and it's like 2 a.m. It's like January 2nd now, 2 a.m. And there's this guy down there, our neighbor, and he's smoking a cigarette outside. It's like 2 a.m. He's having a cigarette. And he just got home from the bar or something. He's smoking a cigarette. And I look down at him. I say, hey, if I jump out of this window, will you catch me? He looks up at this naked guy. He says, fuck no, I'm not going to catch you. And then I jumped out
Oh my God.
naked out of a second story window. I jumped out of this window, and I land on my feet like a cat. Like I just came down, just whoom, and I landed,
Ouch.
and I just stuck it like dunk. And the dude's like, "What the fuck?" And I ran off, naked little creature, half into the fucking city of Bellingham. Right? I didn't make it too far. It's 2 a.m. The bars had just gotten out, and there was this like big group of girls. So that's the first thing I see in this parking lot. This big group of girls. There's like
That's the first thing you want to see when you're naked and having
at
a
2
situation.
at 2 a.m. on January 2nd, which it was cold out, and
So you're a little shriveled.
it wasn't like
I swear this isn't all I got. I promise, ladies.
yeah, not showing off here. Something else is going on.
Yes.
You know, this isn't showing off. Something else is going on, and I think they noticed that. But they kind of walked. They were walking through this parking lot, and I walked up to them. I'm naked, and I get down on my knees, and I said, like, I go, "Women of the world are nothing but trouble." And they were just like, "What the fuck?" And then this one girl's like, "You want a cigarette or something?" And I was like, "Sure." And so I took a cigarette from her, and this cop rolled up with his lights on. And so this is still pre-cell phone. This is back in the 90s or whatever. And 95, yeah, January 2nd, 1995. And so this cop rolls up, and he has his lights on, and I just walked right up to him. And I have a like super vivid memory of all this. It's not like I blacked out. I'm like, I'm at least a week and a half into this trip I'm not coming down from. Like I'm fucking,
Dang.
and I'm thinking like, there's all this stuff that led up to this, like me getting out there, but like, he rolls up, and I just walked up to him with a cigarette and asked him if he had a light. And I was like, "Hey, do you have a light?" And he was like, "Why don't you put your hands on the hood of the car?" And so I did, and then he like got me a blanket and put me in the back of the car and asked me what my name was, and I said, "I'm Orion O. Henry O. Ward." And he goes, "So your initials are OOO?" And I was like, "Yes." He goes,
That's kind of funny.
"Yeah." And he goes, "Okay." And they drove me to the hospital, and this is the Bellingham Hospital. And
Like psychiatric or like medical
no,
hospital?
this is just medical hospital. They think, he's like, "What drugs have you taken?" And I was like, all I had was a beer today, because that's all I had for that day was a beer, you know. And I didn't tell him I'm not coming down from this whole acid trip. I was just like, I just had a beer, you know. And so he drove me there, and they did this whole. They kept me in there overnight, and they took my. They couldn't get a urine sample, so they gave me a catheter. And they had me strapped to a bed, and it was like I thought I was being tortured in some like Jacob's Ladder frickin' movie or something, you know. Like the light was talking to me; it was God, and there was like doves flying out to my face, and I'm just like, you know, strapped down and like and they're sticking like this tube up my dick hole, and like it was crazy. And it was like, I think it was St. Francis Hospital, and so it was like Catholic, and I thought they were like, you know, perverted priests that were doing all this, and I was just tripping, you know.
So you went from being in like a manageable trip to like a bad fucked up trip real
Yeah.
fast.
So this is, it just switched to bad.
Oof.
There was no control. And so that next morning, they kept me strapped down to a bed in this like little room, and to just like ride out this trip, because they just like, we didn't find anything in his urine. We don't know, you know. He doesn't have any drugs in his system or whatever. And so they like, no, I don't know what's wrong with him. So like my parents came, and they're like, "We don't know what's wrong with him." And my parents were like, "He has a drug problem. We're going to take him to drug rehab." And so they put me in the back of their van, and they drove me to Yakima. My parents did. And I'm 19, driving over to Yakima, and I'm tripping. I'm in the back, like I'm still on this psychedelic adventure, right? That's just kind of becoming real shitty. And they bring me to this place. It's this drug rehab center, and I didn't know it was a drug rehab center. I thought it was. I thought they were trying to convert me to not being homosexual. I thought
Did
it was
you
like,
even feel like you were homosexual before that point, or you thought
no.
that they
I thought that
thought
they,
you
I thought
were?
that they thought I was.
Oh, gotcha.
And so I thought that that's what they thought like I needed. And so like my parents aren't like if I was, I was out of it. So they would be a loving, accepting parents about that. But I was tripping. And I remember I got this room with this guy, and this guy like came in and like put his arm around me and like wanted to talk about stuff, and I thought he wanted to talk about that stuff, and it just was. I was just like, I gotta get the fuck out of here, right? And so I broke out of the drug rehab center and I ran down this like road, and there was all these light poles that kind of led into this place, and I punched every light out.
Fuck.
And they ended up calling the cops. The cops got me and they brought me in. And then they realized I was in like a drug-induced psychosis. Like I was diagnosed. They like, okay, this dude's fucked up, right? So the first hospital couldn't quite get to that point for some reason, but this place got to that point, and then they put me in the mental hospital. And I was still not coming down. I was in the mental hospital. They brought me over to a place in Yakima, and then they brought me to Tacoma so I could be closer to my family. And it was Tacoma General. And I was in there for 6 weeks in the mental hospital.
6 weeks.
Yeah, 6 weeks, and I wasn't coming down.
Oh
And
my god.
and I didn't know I was in a mental hospital. I thought it was like, I mean, I thought one of my counselors was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and I thought the other one was some guy from the Rolling Stones or something. And like, I just like, and there was like, it was just crazy. Like, and I thought I was in there to like find like someone to marry or become. I thought I was being transformed into becoming a saint or something.
Didn't you tell me before about Nazis? You thought they were like the Nazis were doing tests on you or something? Or is that a different time?
That's a different time.
Okay, we'll get to that time later.
Yeah, this was So this one was generally positive in the sense that I thought I was becoming something good. I thought I was being transformed into Jesus or a saint or something biblical. I thought it was like, so it was very religious and very like this process of like saint coming. I thought that's what this whole thing was. Like everything lined up with that I was becoming a saint of some sort, and Noah or some shit. I don't know. And then 6 weeks come up, and they're like, the doctors are like, your son's not getting better. He's not coming out of this. Here's, you got to take, we got to send him home with you because they couldn't afford it and this and that. So they're charging, for me to be there. Basically, this
They're
particular.
expensive. Those facilities are very expensive.
Because I didn't commit a crime. I wasn't in there because I committed a crime or anything. I wasn't put under arrest, right? So you have to pay. The next time I was put under arrest, so the state had to pay. So it wasn't quite as big a deal. But this time, I was I didn't snap out of it, and I went back to my parents' house, and it was quite a while. I was there for a few weeks. I can't remember how many. I think it was 6 more weeks. I still hadn't come down.
So now we're going on like 3 months or something
I'm
like
like
that?
3 months into an acid trip
Dude.
that I'm not coming down from. Like, I'm locked. And it's bad. Like, it's so bad that, like, I look in the mirror and my face melts off, and I just get these paranoia, and I get these crazy thoughts, and this paranoia, I'm seeing other realms, and I'm, like, turning into liquid, and it's fucked, man. Like, this is not a good experience. I'm just going through it. And I'm fucking torqued, right? People are visiting, like, old friends are visiting, and I'm, like, just not there, and I'm just tripping balls. And so there's this, I start going to the psychiatrist, and I had been going to a psychiatrist, and just experimenting with every drug they have to help me pop out of this, you know. And so this guy's like asked me and my family if I wanted to take this experimental drug. They're testing it, and they're finding good results with it. And it's this antipsychotic medicine, and it's they we agree to it because fuck, there's not doing anything we can, right? We agree to it, and then like I think like 3 days into taking it, I snap out of my fucking psychosis.
Interesting. So
Yeah.
it did tend
Yeah.
to work.
Yeah, and so I'm like, I remember waking up in the middle of the night and going, "Oh my god!" I just like woke up out of a dream, and I was just like, "Holy shit, what has happened?" You know?
You remembered everything,
Yeah.
but as if it was some like crazy dream, and now you're like, you are you back,
Yeah.
just like that.
Yeah. And so I'm just back, and then so okay, Ryan's back. Let's get Ryan back into drug rehab. That was the first move. And so I'm living with my parents, and this is, I mean, they're traumatized. They just went through like 6 weeks of me being in a mental hospital with the doctor saying I'm not coming out of it. And then I'm 6 weeks living at home, not coming out of it. And I'm pretty much an invalid in a lot of ways. They had to help me get dressed. They had to oftentimes like sleep in the same bed so I wouldn't like wander off into the street. Someone had to always be with me. And
Your poor parents.
yeah. So I popped out of it, right? And like and as soon as I popped out, okay, let's get Ryan into drug rehab. And I get into drug rehab, and it's this outpatient thing. And then I start going to community college. Like, oh, he's better. Okay, get back into college, go to drug rehab. So I'm going to community college and drug rehab, full schedule. I'm on antipsychotics. I'm gaining all sorts of weight. I'm like, my brain's like zapped of any creativity, imagination, or whatever, and I'm just like going through the motions, and I hate it. It feels horrible. I'm not tripping, but I'm not happy either. And so I get through that drug rehab. Almost, I think I relapsed before drug rehab was over, and I think I took some mushrooms or something, and
You ate psychedelics after all of that?
I know, right?
Yo,
Yeah,
bad choice. Bad choice.
Oh, it's a story of bad choices, Sammy.
We're gonna change the title. Bad choices with Henry.
Yeah, it's a long story of bad choices, and how I'm just great at making bad choices.
But we learn from them, so it's okay.
Sometimes, and sometimes we don't, and sometimes we continue on with more bad choices, and that's what this was. I took more bad choices, and I bought an ounce of weed too, and I rolled it all into joints, and I'm just getting back into it, right? And it was like shitty brown weed too, but I bought this ounce of shitty brown weed and took some mushrooms, and anyway, I started getting like paranoid again, and like the psychosis I could feel it creeping back in, and I got scared, and so I was like, I do need to go to drug rehab. Like, I need to control this because I just can't. Like, I was pretty much like behaviorally a drug addict. I knew that. I was a constant consumer of drugs and alcohol.
At that point, was it mainly psychedelics and alcohol and weed, or was there heavy stuff at that point?
That was it at that point. Yeah, it was psychedelics, weed, and alcohol. And I paid for myself to go back to that drug rehab that I punched the lights out in. I sold my car, my high school car.
Wow, that's commitment.
And yeah, it was like $3,000. And so I sold my car and I went back because I was scared to death. I like realized, oh God, I don't want to go back into that psychosis. And so I went to drug rehab, and then I stayed sober. It was like I was 19. I stayed sober for 6 years after that. I went through college.
Wow.
Stayed sober all the way through college.
That's awesome. 6 years. That's a good chunk.
Yeah, I chain smoked cigarettes, but like I was Didn't do anything else, right?
Did you feel better in your mind during that time?
Yeah.
And you stayed on the drugs, on the antipsychotics, right?
No. I
Okay.
stayed on them for. No, I didn't. After that, I was just sobriety. It took about a year for the world to solid back up. So it was still like there was movement, like the walls were still kind of moving. There wasn't major hallucinations. It wasn't like there wasn't philosophical, um, giant philosophical things. I wasn't like in delusions and stuff like that. It was just visual
Okay.
wall movement. It was like what you get from half a hit of acid. I was kind of there for a year or something,
Okay.
And but then after that, it just all kind of got normal, and like, yeah, I spent 6 years just being sober, and I went through college sober, and yeah,
That's great.
yeah. So
That's a really
that's kind of
good first phase.
right.
So at that point, how did you fall away from the sobriety
What happened
at
next,
that point?
right? So I'm 24, and at this time, and I'm living with my older brother, and my younger brother moved in with us. So and he had just moved in with us, and I had spent the summer working as a camp counselor at this summer camp, and I was 23, so I'm 23, just turning 24 at the end of that summer, and I'm working at this summer camp, and so I'm not home much, but me and my brothers are living together, and summer camp's over. I move back, and then I go off to do some work at this other camp for a week, teaching kids earth education stuff. And when I'm there, I get this call from my dad that my brother died, my older brother, and I pick, we're all having this breakfast together or something with all the kids, and Ryan, your dad's on the phone, and so I go back into the kitchen and I answer it, and he's like, it was probably the worst thing that has ever happened to me is that phone call, and Brandon died. He had a heart attack and died, and
Heart attack at that young?
yeah, so he was 25, and I had just turned 24, and it was 9/9/99 was the date. So if you're into numerology or whatever, there was like this like numerology kind of element to it, and so yeah, so my friend Catherine ended up like driving me home back to Bellingham, and I met up with my family there, and so it was just me, my mom and dad, and my little brother, and we were all like in the void of my older brother having died, and
God, I can't imagine.
so that like kind of changed things. I didn't like relapse right away. It was like a while. It was quite a bit later. There was like a year. So I finished up college that year, graduated, and then the next summer, me and my little brother went and traveled. We went to Thailand, India, and Nepal together, and traveled for 4 months,
That's awesome.
and then came back. I wanted to keep traveling. He found a woman that he loved, and got married to, and I went and traveled for 6 months by myself. And during that 6 months when I was traveling by myself, is when I relapsed. So I was in Africa, and I was traveling, and everyone in Africa was smoking joints, and I started smoking some joints, and then started drinking, and I tried to control I was like, okay, let's say that the incidents that happened, my behavior and incidents that happened when I was a teenager 6 years ago were stuff because I was a kid. And that was the story I was going to go with, and I wasn't going to live in this narrative of being a drug addict and alcoholic, because I had some wild teenage years
Sure.
that went south. So I'm like, I just won't do psychedelics, just smoke weed and drink. And I'm going to prove to myself that I'm not an addict. And so I spent a few years trying to prove to myself that I wasn't an addict, by controlling my quantities, and it was a science experiment, and it just didn't take long until things started getting into, like, I had this like friend that had a connection to some Ritalin and Valium and stuff, and I kind of got into that, and then yeah, it just became full blown. Didn't take long until I'm just full blown drug addict or whatever. But and
For
then
the
I just
first
said
little
fuck. Then I
bit,
just
though,
like fuck it.
how did you manage it? Did you feel like you were able to manage it properly when you were trying to keep
I mean, it's
yourself in check?
managed. I had a job, whatever. You know, I was able to like go to work. I was even like a social worker. I was doing stuff, high functioning.
Okay.
You know, very high functioning, but very kind of heavy use.
Mentally, did you feel like you were
secret
going
use,
back?
like, you know, I tried to show that I was just kind of a light pot smoker to some people, but I'm gobbling Valiant or whatever, you know, not telling anybody.
Yeah.
And like, so a lot of it was this like secret thing where like I can present myself as a like pretty normal drinker to my friends and a pretty normal pot smoker, but then there's this like Valium Ritalin addiction going on that's mine, and I'm not telling anybody. So it was like this like facade that I'm creating, but I'm a fucking I want more, you know. I want more. I want more. And then it kind of turned into other stuff. But
During that phase, did you notice your mental state wavering?
I was always a little concerned. Always had this concern of psychosis. Like I was always keeping an eye on that and just making sure I didn't go into that. And it was okay. It wasn't like bad.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah, I felt like it was okay for a while, and then I got into this. I got into this 4-wheeler accident.
Yeah, this is a tough story,
Yeah,
man.
and so by this time I'm drinking, I'm smoking weed, and I'm snorting OxyContin. That's my gig. Those are my three things, right? And I know how opiates work, and I'm just kind of like making sure I don't get physically addicted. So I'm just, you know, 3 days a week I'm doing opiates, not doing them for four days a week, so I don't kick into that addiction mode or whatever, physical addiction mode.
It's responsible.
Yeah, so I'm controlling it in that sense. So that was my gig. I got into this 4-wheeler accident when I was high and drunk and stoned. And it was a very... So I had this 800-pound 4-wheeler, and I'm out in Moses Lake, and I'm out with my brother and his friends, and we're mobbing around the dunes at night. And they had these like little fast bikes, you know, these like fast 4-wheelers, and I had this like, mine was fast, but it was big and bulky and more for like hauling elk out of the woods or something. It was this monster, like really heavy, like half-ton machine. So they were able to zip up in front of me, and they were out driving in front of me, and they went off this like cliff, this 10-foot like cliff edge, and I didn't see them do that because it was night, and I just went, and then my front end went over, and I went head over the handlebars, and I landed face down on the dirt, and the 4-wheeler came over and landed on top of me.
Face down in the dirt?
Yeah, so I'm face down in the dirt with my 4-wheeler still running, and I'm stuck under this thing, and I'm fighting for my life. I'm trying everything I can to get this thing off of me. I'm giving it like all of my might, right? And finally just lose strength. Can't push anymore. And my mind's totally sober now because I'm in this emergency situation. And but I'm under this 4-wheeler for like a half hour.
Wow,
Like the
that's
people
a
I was
long
riding with
time.
didn't notice I was gone because it was night and we're all a little tipsy, and they were just cruising, and I was behind them, so they weren't looking back to see if I was there. And so I'm stranded, and so I'm under there for like a half hour as this thing's like pushing the life out of me. and it gets kind of crazy. Like I start going through this like experience of dying and having to like let go of my life, and so I'm like letting go of life, and I go through the whole process of like seeing my life flash before my eyes, and I'm getting more and more squished, and every breath gets like um, uh, less and less, and I can't take, it's harder and harder to take a breath in, and I finally get to the point where I'm like, this is my last breath, and I've kind of processed my whole life, and like I'm kind of almost laughing at like my life and how silly it was for worrying, and I saw my whole story and was like, I'm just dying under a four-wheeler in Moses Lake, and like none of it mattered, and
Gosh, that must have been a crazy moment.
so, yeah,
Looking back on your whole life and thinking that this is the end, and that your parents are going to have to lose another son,
yeah,
and your brother will lose, 2 out of 3 brothers. I'm sure that was a really
yeah,
sad fact to think about in that moment.
yeah, yeah.
Wow. So that was it. That was like
Yeah.
you making peace with your life and,
And so I like,
your
yeah.
perspective.
And so I let out my like last breath, I'm like, this is it. I got one more breath. And I let it out. And I was like, this is it. I'm not going to be able to like take a breath in. And as I saw it blow out, I just saw like, I kind of saw the cosmos. It kind of was like that. It was like, I saw the stars and like cosmic stuff kind of going on. And I was kind of like, this was it. I was ready to launch, right? I was like, okay, here we go. And right then, this kid, 16-year-old kid, I shit you not, saw the situation, pulled up in his Toyota pickup, and threw the four-wheeler off of me.
Wow.
So he bursts this thing off of me, and I just go, and I look around, I'm all fucking alive, right? And I'm like, whoa, shit. And like, I'm able to stand up. I stand up, and I just start crying. Oh, God, like bawling. And then, like, minutes later, my brother and his friends come riding up on their four-wheelers. What the hell? And I'm just like, and, like, I just had this thing, like, this experience,
Wow. Saved by the bell.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
goodness that at that exact moment that kid
Yeah, it's
came
it's
and
mysterious. I
shut it
still,
off of you.
I have questions about it. Kind of makes me question reality a little bit. But like, so, in the sense that I wasn't sure if I died or not, right? And that like, maybe at the moment of our death, we just, instead of going on to another life, we're just like, boop, switch paths, right? And you're back to still living. And then this other realm, you died, and then like this realm, you're living again,
Like
and that's all
parallel
that,
universe
and that's
type
all
of
that
thing.
ever happens,
Right.
And so I'm
Really
thinking that,
interesting.
and because I'm living in this house, and I had all this stuff out on credit, and I had this job. I owned a landscape construction company with my brother, and I had fucked my back up so bad, and everything was fucked up in my body from this accident that I wasn't able to work anymore. Like my
man.
MRI was bad. Like,
Really?
yeah, I ended up having to spend a few months in bed and like all this stuff.
Spinal injury?
Big time.
Stuff? Oh,
Big time spinal injury.
ouch.
I was gonna get spinal surgery. That's this whole thing, but yeah. So I like I'd been kind of experimenting or using Oxycontins, and I had that lined up with somebody, and I like just started buying more of them. And I had like, my brother had like gave me this chunk of money to buy me out of the company that we had together because I wasn't able to work, and I just pretty much blew it on opiates, and then found a way to get a doctor to prescribe me opiates, and I had like 60 milligrams of water soluble morphine for like a year, and I was injured and fucked up, but I was able to like start my art career. Like that's when I started my art career. I wasn't
Wow.
able to do any other job, and I bought a truck and camper, did a set of art, and I moved into Seattle, and I started my art career full blown morphine addict.
That's a pretty good segue, though,
Yeah.
into something that turned out to be really good for
Turned
you.
out to be good eventually. Yeah, it was a rocky road to get to good,
Sure.
but yeah,
So at this point, you start your art career,
yeah.
but you are an addict on opiates now. So now it's gone past psychedelics and drinking and all of that stuff, and now
Now,
it got a
yeah.
hold of
I
you.
mean, I'm smoking, you know, a couple, an eighth or two a day, and so I'm like heavy marijuana smoker and heavy opiate user and moderate alcohol user at this point.
Okay. And this is the oxys at this point?
This
Or is
this
this
is morphine.
morphine?
Yeah,
Okay.
doctor prescribed morphine, and so I'm getting through the beginning of this art career, and I get my art into this gallery, and I'm like, I'm functioning, I'm not like, I'm functioning, obviously. I'm like, I'm living in a truck and camper, getting my art career together, and I'm kind of this, like, in my mind, this, like, kind of Jack Kerouac character. I'm not, like, thinking I have that big of a problem. I'm on opiate therapy is what it was called. Like, you're fucked up. The best thing for you is to use your back. So we're going to give you this high amount of opiates, and you're going to just go out and live your life, and then eventually we'll get you off. We'll get you off of this. So I get through my first 35 murals in Seattle in the first year, and then after that, I ended up deciding. It was like early November, late October, or something. So I remember kind of Halloween was starting to happen, and I decided to take my self off of the morphine, and so I cold turkeyed off the morphine
Ooh.
while I'm living in my camper, which basically meant I didn't sleep for a few days.
Dang.
And didn't have control of my bowels, and I'm in a camper, and and I had a dog, and it was just really hard. It wasn't easy, but like, I switched, like a switch happened during that coming off of opiates, and I went into that psychosis that was similar to that
no.
acid trip. So I'm in, like, I'm gone in this psychosis that wasn't like psychedelic caused. It was caused from the coming off of the opiates, and so I yeah, so I it got weird. Like, I ended up, like, got in a car accident, and, like, ended up, like, walking to Mercer Island barefoot. And it's getting cold out. It's like November, right? It's like icy out and stuff, and I'm barefoot, and I go all the way over to Mercer Island where my friend lives, and I'm being weird over there, and then leave and walk all the way back. And I walked through, like, I think I got on MLK for a while, and, like, walked through, like, some neighborhoods over there, and then eventually downtown. And I'm on this, like, multi-day psychosis trip, and I'm tripping. I'm thinking, like, all sorts of crazy. I'm back to, like, that acid trip level psychosis. I'm lost in this other world. I go into this shelter. Like, cops get me and bring me to a shelter, and I escape from the shelter, and it's this whole thing.
You're a little escape artist.
Yeah, and so eventually this delusional journey leads me up to the viaduct, which no longer exists, but there used to be this viaduct in Seattle for some of you that have been here for more than a couple of years or whatever. But I'm up on the viaduct, and in this stage of my psychosis, just to let you know what kind of realm I'm in, I'm pretty sure that the world's ending, and it's going to go through a 7-year period of darkness. And while that 7 years is going on, I'm going to transform into a raven, and I'm going to fly over to the San Juan Islands, and I'm going to survive in the islands as a raven. And
Not a bad.
so I got to go.
existence.
So I got to go figure this out, right? The whole world's. You see all the signs are there. Everything's going to happen. And so I get up onto the viaduct, and I'm transforming into a raven, slightly uncomfortable, you know, and I'm a raven, and I'm ready to take flight, right? And I'm gonna jump off the viaduct and fly over to the San Juans. And so I'm standing up on the handrail of the viaduct, and I get this. Someone grabs me by the back of my coat and pulls me on the ground. Happens to be a cop. Someone saw me walking up there and called the cop, and they came and got me. So it wasn't like a talk down or nothing. The dude just grabbed me and pulled me, slammed me on the ground. They put me under arrest for attempted suicide, and they brought me to the hospital. And then they realized pretty quickly they realized I was in a delusional psychosis, not connected with this world. I was like going through this whole other thing. It's 2008, and I think Obama and that Arizona guy with McCain or whatever were arguing on the TV, and I thought I'd thrown the election, and I thought I was screwing it up, and this thing, I thought, all this crazy stuff, and they ended up like taking me to the mental hospital, and I didn't know it was a mental hospital. I thought it was I thought it was the end of the world kind of thing again, and I thought it was for some reason I thought the Jehovah's Witnesses were like part of this big thing with the Nazis, and they put me in this, it was kind of like a concentration camp while they were gonna take over the world, and so I was just kind of waiting for this torture to happen and all this stuff.
It's so terrifying.
So it's another 6 weeks I'm in there in this
Oh
I didn't even know I'm in a
goodness.
mental hospital, and I'm like, so for the first 5 weeks I'm in there, and I don't know I'm in a mental hospital, and then this thing happens when I'm in there where I wake up and I snap out of it. And so 5 weeks in, I snap out of it completely clear-headed, and I walk out to the counselors or whatever in the mental hospital. I'm like, I need to go, I'm ready. And they're like, they hadn't even heard me talk. I was just quiet. I thought I thought I was being tortured, and I thought if I talked about anything, they were gonna saw the legs off of my family, and I was in this
God.
real dark realm, and I popped out of it, and I wanted out, and they're like, you're not here voluntarily, dude. You have to go to court to get out of here. And so I had to stick around this mental hospital, which I thought this one dude was Frank Black from the Pixies the whole time, and then I come out of the psychosis, and it's definitely not. Somebody else completely. And I thought I was just I thought me and Frank Black were
Homies.
yeah, I thought we were going through this thing. And yeah, there's all these layers and weird stuff, and I thought I put this hand cream on that gave me eternal life on Earth, and that they were going to torture me and use me as this kind of puppet. The Nazis were going to use me as this puppet, and there's I could write books on these these visions I had.
And you remember all of this very clearly.
Yeah.
And then as soon as you pop out of it, you're like,
I
what
thought
the
they were
fuck
gonna
was that?
transplant my brain into a robot, and then I would have to watch the torturing of all humans for all time, and
Oh,
this
shit.
this whole thing.
Roxy says, where is my mind? Indeed.
Touche.
Yeah, touche on
Yeah.
that one. That was pretty good.
Yeah, definitely out in the sea of swimming or whatever. Yeah, so I snap out of it, and a week later I get to go to court and convince the judge that I'm fine, and they let me go, and I go back to my parents' house, and I live there for a while, and I start getting my shit back together, and then I just I'm on these antipsychotics, and I'm just going through this real numb feeling, and I don't want it. I'm I can't live like this. So I take myself off the antipsychotics. I bought a van for $350 that didn't drive, and I had a friend tow it to Seattle and park it next to Safeway in Ballard. And I decided to move to Seattle, live in the van, and get off of my drugs, get off of the mental health drugs, and got into just picked up right where I was, except instead of morphine, I got into heroin. So I started using heroin because I could just buy it off the street and afford it. So I started going. The opiate use kept happening, and yeah, the story just
All of that.
after all of that,
After all of that.
after all of that,
You did that.
series of bad choices.
Bad choices. Bad choices.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is this the old walrus van?
It's the old walrus van. Yeah, it was the black van that had the yellow walrus on it. I've had a couple walrus vans, so that one was a black one with a walrus on it. And the reason I painted it then, yeah, then heroin after all those things. Yeah, full drug addict. Like
Yeah.
this I'm the real
Yeah,
the real deal.
that's the real fucking deal.
I'm the real pit of despair or whatever that I'm trying to fulfill with something besides good stuff. Yeah, at this point, and so I'm still painting murals. I'm still out there painting murals, working my game, getting into coffee shops with my canvases at this point, and like I'm still on the hustle with my art career. And so all of this, it's like this stuff was happening, and I'm still like cranking out 35 murals a year. Like, so that whole psychosis happened after year one. So I'd done my 35, and then I came back using heroin daily basis. Did 35 the next year, and I sold that van for $300 and got heroin with that money, and then I was homeless, living out of a backpack with my dog, me and Merlin. Was living under bushes in Seattle pretty much for a while, painting murals, still getting press. So I'm still like on TV. I'm still getting into papers. I'm still doing stuff, and yeah, the saga just kept going for a couple years after that, like 4 years after that, until I really got sober. So I still went out. I went hard for 4 years. I quit heroin at some point and just got into alcohol more. And yeah, that's kind of. I had a couple like more psychoses. I had like a small one, and then I had a big one that I didn't go to the mental hospital for. I ended up like just getting through it with my friends and family, and after that I decided to completely get sober, and it's almost been, it'll be 10 years in March that I've been sober.
10 years. You've made it 10 full years.
In March, yeah, 9. I mean, we get real specific when we're in sobriety. It's
Sure,
like
sure.
we're counting the days because every day matters and all that. But yeah, it'll be around March 24th. I'll have 10 years.
That is so amazing. I am so proud of you for actually changing your life and keeping it that way.
Yeah, I just don't give a fuck. I'm doing this now. I'm going the rest of the way this way, because this way works a lot better.
Yeah, this is definitely working substantially better.
And everything, and the temptation for it is so, it's not even existent, because I have this like conviction in my heart that I'm not like capable of managing it, controlling it, or even wanting to do it. Like there's nothing in me that wants to alter this. Like this is, I do alter this, but I alter this with meditation and education and
positivity.
I love reading books. I love meditating, and I love like mantras, and I love philosophy, and I love thinking about stuff, and I do love altering my mind, but I'm going at it in a way that with a vision of becoming just a better, healthier, more loving person on the planet.
That's so wonderful. You've
Yeah.
been able to fill your your life and your heart with these positive things
Yeah.
instead of filling it with poison, like feeding that cycle
Yeah.
of poison. I'm just glad that you genuinely enjoy sobriety in life right now. Like you really enjoy this state of clarity that you're in.
There's nothing like it. It just every year gets better. It really does. There's not a pandemic in this world that can take my happiness away. You know,
So glad.
you could lock me up in a house and tell me never to leave and wear a mask and give me all the vaccines in the world, and I ain't gonna complain about it
So
because
glad.
it is much better. It can get a lot darker and a lot harder than what this world can dish out.
Yeah, talk about perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You've lost your mind, got your mind back,
Mm-hmm.
almost died,
Yeah.
lost it again, got it back again, so you know now what your triggers are.
And I don't think I can go back there and come back again. I think that's what it's about. Like, for me, the fear, I'm scared to death of it. Like, I'm scared to death of getting lost out there in that because that sucks. And it's not controllable. It's not fun. It's not safe. I would at best be in an institution. That's at best. I could just be out on the street. I could be dead. I could, but the best case scenario, if I start using drugs again, I think is institutionalization, and I'm not convinced I have the roadmap to come back.
Well, I'm glad that you're not willing to fuck with that. You're not willing to take that chance.
There's
Like
no
you
point.
already got pretty lucky
There's no point.
twice.
I mean, as far as like psychedelic journeys go, I've, how many do you need? You know, till you're like, okay,
I got it.
Yeah.
Got the memo.
I've broke through to the other side. You know, I've been where Jim Morrison was trying to get. Like, I know what's out there. I know the other side, and I've been out there in the via negative and the via positive, and I've become one with the ocean waves, and I've become one with the dark lord of death, and I've become one with Jesus, and I've become one with like all of it. It's like at some point you just say, fuck, I'm just gonna be Ryan. You know?
Yeah.
Fuck
No,
all
that's
of that
that's
stuff.
amazing.
I'm just gonna be me, and I'm gonna just have what was given to me from birth, and I'm not gonna fuck with it anymore.
I'm so glad. Roxy actually had a really great thing to say. She said, I'm so glad you're here and willing to share these stories with us, and seeing you now is like looking at a beacon of hope. And it's true because you overcame some of the craziest obstacles that a human can come back from, like losing your mind and your touch with reality. That is probably one of the most frightening things that any human can go through.
I lost
And you
touch
came
with
back.
reality, and now my personality is an unwanted commodity. I can't believe I used to be Steve Boston on the mic. 6 million ways I used to rhyme it. This is some old song, but
Rapping
yeah,
with Henry.
it holds
No, that's great. That's
holds
great.
some relevance, you know.
And Roxy also asked a question. She said, does telling these stories help you stay sober in any way? Like reliving these things as a sober person, does it help remind you how it was as opposed to how it is? It's a very good question.
That is a good question. I don't think it really does for me. I think what it does do for me, though, is I just remember going through it. I remember going through it and coming into moments of clarity with it, like when I'd pop out of a psychosis or something and going, I don't think any other human has gone through this shit because I never heard of it. I didn't have any idea that anyone else had gone through grand mal fucking psychoses that were, you know, I mean, I've heard of people like losing their minds and never come back, but it was more of a fictional realm that I didn't ever know anybody that did it or something. But like, I just heard, you know, I heard some stories about it, but like, I didn't know it was something that really could happen to me. And I felt really alone, and I felt really weird, and I felt really like kind of isolated because of it. I didn't know who to talk to about it. I didn't know, I mean, you go to AA or something, everyone's talking about, how they used to have a drinking problem, and I'm like, you want to hear my story, And it's like, whoa, that shit's whack, dude.
Yeah, it's
And
pretty
so
intense stuff. Like,
and so it was hard to find that, like, other people have gone through it. So I think what it does for me is, like, I can at least share with, maybe there's someone out there in the world that's going to hear this and go, oh shit, I'm not alone in this. This is like, and so I think it's more like I am at this point where I don't feel like I have to share it to be reminded of it. It's always there. It's like something I've gone through, and it's so heavy and deep in me. It's like the death of a person or something, like, the death of my brother or something, where it's like something that's not, that's how heavy it is of an experience for me, where it's not something I need to be reminded of. It's like super heavy, and like I'm at this really convicted state in it where it's not a drug use, alcohol use at this point in this stage. It's not at all a temptation at any level. It's like I know I had this like experience this last time I got sober, and it was like I could see myself and living from that point to my deathbed or to the grave sober. And actually, after how I know this is after I got sober, I got really depressed. I was going through this depression as I was like re calibrating my mind, and everything was coming back together. I was just months of depression, and I got suicidal, and I was coming up with this game plan to kill myself, and I realized I'd rather kill myself than use drugs again. And I think that was kind of the moment I realized I'm never going to use drugs. If I'd rather kill myself than use drugs, like that's
yeah.
the easier road.
Wow.
That's the better road for me than drug use. That's not, I'm not going to relapse.
Was your
And
depression and suicidalness a result of you not really knowing how to live your life since you didn't have these things? Like what do you do now?
Yeah, it was a huge shift. It was like, what do I do? I can't go, it was a whole new way of having to like piece it all together. And I didn't know, I lost my creative mind for a while as I was getting sober for a few months, and I didn't know if I was going to be able to do my art career. I felt really low functioning. I really didn't feel like I had the energy to do anything, and I couldn't feel like I could get a fast food job or any. I just couldn't do anything, and I was just burnout, completely burnout, exhausted, completely done, and I just didn't know when that would come back, and
Was this the time that you laid on your parents' couch for an
yeah,
extended period of time?
yeah. So I was living at my parents' house, and they would like they would leave the house at 7 a.m. and get back at 7 p.m. Both of them were kind of on that schedule, and I would get up. They would have me get up. I'd wake up, and then I'd just go lay on the couch when they left, and I would stay on the couch till about 6:45, 15 minutes or 10 minutes before they got home, and then I'd get up, and I would like splash some water on my face and act like I'd been kind of doing stuff. But I could spend all day, 12 hours a day laying on the couch. Didn't turn the TV on, didn't turn the radio on, didn't do shit. I just laid on the couch and stared out the window.
What were you thinking about during that time? What was going through your mind?
Oh, well, I wanted to like get a noose and hang myself.
Fuck. That was like the main point of your focus, just sitting there every day.
Every day.
Oh my god.
And all I could think about was how to do it. And I started like, I went down to Walgreens and got a phone. And I wasn't really supposed to have a phone or something. That's good. I don't know. I got this phone, and I was like, how do you make a noose? And I went and bought the rope, and I was ready. Like, and then I kind of ratted myself out to my dad. I was like, I got a plan for suicide. I'm doing it. I need to talk. And it was one of the hardest things I did was like reach out. And then my
So
dad
glad
was
you
like,
did.
gave me some suggestions, and his suggestions didn't make sense, so I didn't do them. But I started doing something else, and it worked. I'd spend all day on the couch after that, just I'd get notebooks and I'd just write affirmations, like thousands of them, like all day, 12 hours. I'd pick one
Really?
affirmation, I'd write it down for like 12 hours.
Wow.
And I didn't feel it. I didn't feel the affirmation. I didn't like, I didn't feel like the reality of what I was writing.
You thought
But-
maybe over time with repetition it would somehow sink in.
And it did. Yeah, I
That's
just like
awesome.
just started working. Like I just started feeling it become real, and I started getting better, and to the point where I was like really better. I wasn't depressed. I like took myself.
Glad.
I like
Wow.
I used that tool, and I got myself out of depression. Like I really did, and I wasn't depressed, and I haven't been. I mean, I've gone through some like a few low times, you know, but not like that. Not that like level. I've been through normal
Sure.
levels
People get sad
of
sometimes.
sadness, or even like it's winter, I'm just not super stoked, you know.
Sure.
But
But
nothing.
not that level of low where you don't want to exist anymore.
Yeah.
I'm so
So
glad. I'm glad you reached out to your dad and told
Yeah.
him. Like you telling him that, was that your way of asking for help?
yeah, I
Or
wanted.
were you just kind of like letting him know, like, this is what's happening? Like, you
I
did
wanted
want
help. Like I knew I was going to do it. Like I had the plan, I had the stuff, and I saw it, and I was obsessed. It was like an obsession. It was like, and I knew that the only way to relieve this obsession of doing it was the only thought I could come up with every day, and I wanted to relieve that thought, and the only way I could relieve it was to actually fucking do it. And I knew that the thing that blocked me, that made me reach out, was I thought about my nieces, and I thought how I would, by doing this, would make their life worse, and that was the big thing in my way. That was the stone, and the only stone in my way was I figured everyone else could handle it. I figured my family could handle it, my brother could handle it. Everyone would kind of understand that I just couldn't pull this fucking life off, and that's okay. But I don't think that my nieces were at the age where they could understand that, and they loved me, and I didn't want to hurt them. And then that's
That's
why
really beautiful, that
and
purity you had.
and that's why I reached out, because that's what mattered to me. And so I just wanted help. I was like, I don't want to do this, even though I wanted to do it. It was like the duality of that. And
I'm so glad that's what it was. It was love. You got saved by love. And
did.
you cared about how
Yeah.
you would affect the people that you love, and love pulled you out.
And it was like every
From the
day I would
youth.
think about it. I could obsess about it all day, and then I'd get to that boulder, and I couldn't push that boulder out of that way. And that was the yeah.
Well, Tavy even said the same thing as me, like that she's proud of you for reaching out.
Yeah.
You know, you reached out, and it's one of the hardest things that you can do, and you made it out on the other side.
Yeah.
And Andy, admit one, you know, your work makes a lot more sense now. Like understanding a lot of these details, we can see
Tara,
Yeah,
your
the
nieces
depth.
are lifesavers.
they are lifesavers.
They really are.
And look at how far you've bounced back. Like you bounced completely to the other side. You left all of that shit, all of that sadness, that like really deep sadness and wanting to give up. You left it behind, and you live a life of happiness and joy and gratitude. Like gratitude is your main.
I have to. It's like after all, I burned all the other stuff out. You know, it's like I burned it all out, and like none of that makes sense. It doesn't make sense to me to live in despair or unhappiness, or it doesn't make sense to like nurture those thoughts that come up. Like I know they're bullshit, and I know where they go when you follow them. You know, and I don't want to. And this is my life. This is my brain. This is my body. This is my heart. My soul. I own this shit, and that's what I want to do with this thing. And
To choose your own adventure, and
that's
you're
my
choosing.
business.
Yeah.
Just like everyone's business is their own business. I don't. If other people want to do that and go down those paths and do that, I don't judge them, and I don't shame them, and I don't add more negative to it. That's not what I'm talking about. But but I do have empathy and understand it completely when someone's going through it, and like I know it. I know that pain, and um, I know that the Buddha basically is right in the sense that there's suffering, and the next noble truth is you don't have to, you know, like you can transcend that shit, and like there ain't that many noble truths, you know, but that's, you know, I'm not like a Buddhist scholar or nothing, but like life is suffering, and then you can overcome suffering. Um, that's basically it. You know, you don't have to, you don't have to be there. You can adamantly be a positive person, and people might say that's stupid. You don't see the injustices in the world, and say, no, that's not what it's about. Of course I see the injustices. Of course I see the darkness. Of course I see that stuff. It's there. I'm not an idiot, but I'm like, I care about and love myself enough to like, okay, I got this body and brain, and I'm gonna like do something good with it while I'm here.
Yeah, we
As much
have
as I
limited
can.
time.
So,
We're lucky to be here right now, and what do we want to make our lives? Like
yeah,
we have control
yeah,
on some degree
yeah,
how we live our lives, and
that's
you just
true.
don't want to focus on that negativity.
Yeah,
Obviously, we're all humans. We
yeah.
have moments of weakness where we're frustrated or upset about something, but
Oh yeah, I get stressed out and pissed, and you know,
sure.
fuck that guy and this guy and whatever. But like, you know, every time I do, almost every time I do, it's an automatic reminder of like, which road you want to go down, bud? You want to keep going down this road? You want to keep making yourself miserable?
Totally.
Like, is that going to help anybody? What good is that going to do anyone else? And that's what it is about for me. It's like, what I don't want to do that to everybody around me. I want to like take control of this shit. I want to take control of this shit. I want to fucking give everybody some good shit.
And you're doing it.
I've
Like,
given it my best, you know. I've given it at least 86%, you know.
I think you've
Yeah.
given a lot more than that. I
Yeah.
mean, I think maybe the average, maybe it averages out with some of the bad choices. Now,
Well,
good choices, there's an average.
at this
but
point, you know, like I save a little bit for Netflix binges and maybe eating too much sugar here and there and whatever. Like
Sure.
I do some things that aren't perfect for me. I put some garbage in my brain about some stuff, but I ain't some uh, you know, holier than thou bullshit kind of thing. I'm not on that trip. I'm just like just trying to do my best and make the best with the rest of this ride.
Really see it. It really, really shows. And especially me knowing you and knowing your struggles for all this time, like I've been able to see you and appreciate you in such a multi-dimensional way because of this. So like I, knowing you and loving you, appreciate your success so much more. Like everything that you do, every book that comes out, every card deck that comes out, every little thing that you do, I feel is such a huge accomplishment. Every little thing, because you went from being in a bush, an addict in a bush, you know, being miserable and hating your life in that moment, to creating so much and being so productive and consistent with it too. You've been able to stay consistent. You changed your brain. You made a choice that you did not want to live like that anymore. And you have completely turned around. So many people, so many addicts out there, whether it be alcoholics, drug addicts, whatever it is, they don't come back. They can't come back. They don't know how to imagine living a world without these things. I mean, you know, Jean's husband Colin, we lost him a few years ago,
Yeah.
and he was an avid drinker for a very, very, very long time, and he didn't want to stop.
Yeah.
And he had liver failure and kidney failure, and he knew, they were like, you are going to die if you don't stop.
Yeah.
And he made the choice because he didn't know how to live in a world that didn't involve this as a crutch. You know, everybody has different traumas. He couldn't handle his trauma, so that's how he chose to deal with it.
Yeah.
But I see that happen to so many people. where they just get stuck in these cycles and they don't see a way out. They have no idea that there is a true way out and how to not only just exist, like, okay, well, I'm not an addict anymore and I guess it's fine, like to actually really enjoy existence.
Right.
So you are like a prime example of what it can be like to struggle with not only just addiction, which is hard enough, but also like severe mental illness, like psychosis to a degree that is debilitating. And they had to help you get dressed every day, you know, like that's so intense that you were able to come back from that, but not only come back from it, make these choices to live a different life and to feel good and happy and comfortable in this new life that you've chose. Like it is absolutely one of the most commendable and impressive stories of human perseverance that I've ever been able to witness from any human. And you see this stuff on movies like, oh, happy endings, you know, but like how often does that happen?
The,
In
yeah,
real
so
life.
many people I see, it doesn't end up happy. It doesn't, like like, I think you have to, you have to fight really, really, really hard. Um, this like, uh, this thing, this like, uh, this darkness or whatever that exists within us and the world and all that. Like, it's not something to like, you gotta not let it consume you. You gotta not. Oh, the world nowadays. Like, um, this is kind of a tangent, a little bit away from it, but like, I mean, Homo sapiens have been fucking up the game from day one. You know, and like, the world's always been fucked up ever since Homo sapiens came on the scene. Like we've been. I mean, we just killed the megafauna when we're hunter and gatherers. We're like created the agricultural revolution and drove ourselves into like poverty and starvation and created these, the industrial revolution and created just massive levels of slavery and the world nowadays. What are we talking about? If that's our excuse to let ourselves have problems as the world nowadays, like you could have been, you'd been miserable any time in history. It's always been a fucking shit show, man. Ever since we like were little bipedal creatures in here fucking everything up. We're monsters, right? We're like destroyers. Um, but like if we're just using this whole thing as this excuse to be miserable and the world nowadays and this pandemic and this you know who's president or this and that. I'm not saying don't go fight for what's right in the world. I think if that's what you feel good about, what makes you feel good, that's what that's what gives you hope and a quality of life. And go fight those things out in the external world. But like, don't let it be an excuse for you to be miserable. And when I say you, I'm just kind of talking to myself, man.
And for everybody out there, I mean, it's good advice because people latch on to things to justify them reacting in certain ways or fueling certain bad behaviors, whatever that may be. They're looking for, like, well, it's okay that I'm fucked up right now because Trump is president, or because the
anything.
world is fucked up, or
There's
because
always
I stubbed my
something.
toe, or whatever. Like,
Yeah,
people
my
are
boss is a
looking for it.
dick, or my parents were mean, or I was bullied in school, or these. And I'm not saying these things are okay. They're not okay that they happen, or that like the world. It's not okay that Homo sapiens are just horrible for the ecosystem in general. Um, but it's never been good enough, and it never will be good enough. The external world will never be good enough to say, okay, now I can be happy. The world around me has finally put itself into place, and now it's a decent place, and now I can be happy.
Right.
That ain't gonna happen.
No.
There's no like Cinderella story happening here. Like
No.
we have to like do I want to be happy? This is my body. This is my brain. This is my life. This is the one thing I got. Am I gonna like rock this shit in a way that makes me feel good? Am I gonna go down some other path? like that's kind of like the, give yourself all the excuses you want, but like the world's never going to be a nice
No.
place.
So
And,
we have to adjust.
yeah,
We have to adjust and evolve
yeah,
with the hand that we're dealt. We are dealt this world and the personal hands that we get, whether the way that we're raised or whatever kind of, troubles that we have through our lives. Like we all have a different battle that we're fighting.
absolutely.
But the world is not kind in a lot of ways. There's a lot of kindness in the world,
There's a lot. Yeah,
but we've poisoned a lot of things. Everything's changing really fast. Like shit's going downhill really fast. And I see that. I see that, and I know that it sucks. But do I want to live every single day waking up crying because the fucking polar bears are dying? I think about that shit every time I watch David Attenborough documentary. Man, it fucking tears me up. It sucks. But what can I do? I can't single-handedly save the polar bears. I need to appreciate the polar bears while they are here. I can do what I can in this world to try to make the world a better place. And that's what I've got. And I want to enjoy this world while I'm here. I want to really truly appreciate all these things rather than focus on how horrible everything
not
is.
enjoying it doesn't make it better. Like being miserable doesn't make it. That's like you can't. It doesn't like letting this stuff kick your ass and then just not doing anything about it but being miserable. Like that's not the solution. Like you gotta just not disregard it. But you gotta have like allow your brain to be complex enough to handle that the world can be fucked up and have problems and that you're still capable of being happy. Like that is like that's a hard thing to do. But
It is.
but like if you can pull that shit off, then you can contribute something to the world to make it better. Like a happy person, a joyful person full of gratitude. That's what makes the world. You're contributing this being of goodness to the world at least.
Yes,
And
at
then
the very least.
and then let's say you want to help the polar bears, like you have energy and you have life and you're sustained and you feel good, and then you can go like put some snow blowers up in the North Pole and like get the whole thing going and like shut down the corporations that are polluting it, and then you can get in there. But like without that like positive energy in you can't really accomplish anything anyway.
I agree.
So
I agree, but it's like there's this other side where I feel like people are like, if you're not pissed off, you're not paying attention. I've heard things like that said before, and I completely understand where they're coming from. But I can be pissed off, but I don't want to be miserable. It's like, well, the world is fucked up and everything's fucked up, so I should be miserable. I like owe the world my misery because if I'm happy, then I'm disregarding everything that's actually happening. And that
we
is
don't
not
have to mirror
true.
it. We don't have to mirror that. Like
Agree.
And the world is super complex. Like it's not this like just this one thing or that thing. Like it's a lot of things. There's a lot of good things. There's a lot of bad things. There's a lot of all the things, and the universe is so complex that it actually supports any belief system you have about it, and shows you that you're right all the time. You know, so like let's say I'm a Mormon or something, and I believe in the Mormon stuff. I'm gonna like the universe is gonna go yes, it's gonna show me all the reasons why that's correct. Or let's say I'm a fundamentalist Christian and you walk out in the world and you have this philosophy and the world confirms it, right? And then let's say I'm a Buddhist and I walk out in the world and walk around and then the world confirms it. Like that's the complexity of the universe. It'll show, and if you say the world sucks, I'm going to be miserable. Like, and you go out and you look for the bad in the world, it's going to show it to you. It's going to be here it is. And oh well, what if you allowed yourself to see the good in the world?
Yeah.
And it'll show you, like
Agreed.
well maybe the world's abundant and beautiful and full of love and compassion, and maybe I'm going to try that hat on and look through the lens like that, is the world complex enough to show you that too? Is the universe complex enough to show you and affirm that belief system? Yeah, it is. Like you believe that, and all of a sudden you see the flower that's gonna bloom. And, like the flower's gonna fucking bloom, man. Like there's a flower out there that's gonna fucking bloom, and like, and you could sit there all day and watch it and watch this thing bloom, and you watch the most miraculous, beautiful thing on the planet, and like that's good, And then this bee comes down and lands on it, and collects its nectar and makes honey, and then the bear gets the honey and eats it, and then waddles over to his little thing, and the salmon's coming up the thing, and there's like this like crazy amount of cool abundant life happening.
There is. It's
And,
just
like,
if you're trained to see it.
yeah, and
If you want to see
if
it,
you wanna
it's
see it.
available.
Yeah.
Which is
and
why
it doesn't and seeing it doesn't discount the other. Like you can have a complex enough brain to see the good and know that there's bad, and you can like weigh in with yourself and decide to be a positive person and not discount the reality of all the bad shit going on.
Sure.
You don't have to say that, well, that doesn't exist. It's not simple like that. Like we
Absolutely.
are complex enough to like grasp this reality that there is good and bad, and that is this big giant yin yang symbol of like good and bad combine them together, and that's reality. But like I also have the control of this essence and this being, and that's my primary job, is to like take care of this thing, and and I can walk the line, and I think that's kind of like what it's about, is kind of walking the line and not like not disregarding any of it, and not like
agreed.
by being a positive person doesn't mean you're saying that the world doesn't need help.
Absolutely.
You're just saying that I can help the world as a positive person more than I can help one
Yes.
as a negative person.
And you have to take the good out of the bad. Like your accident where you thought you were going to fucking die ended up starting your career as an artist.
Yeah.
So even though obviously that was a horrible, horrible experience for you to go through, and in that moment, I'm sure it was not going through your head that like, wow, this terrible thing is opening a door for something else. Like that's not how we take it in that moment. It's just easy to look at it. This is a horrible, terrible moment of my life, and then you're in pain afterwards.
Yeah.
It's like, how could anything good come out of this? This sucks so bad. But in the end, look at the opportunities that happen. So if we have the eyes that can see the good throughout all of it, I feel like that's how we can productively live a consistently good life, because we all look at the news, some of us more than others, and it's absolutely horrifying pretty much every time we look at any of the news. There's so much fucked up shit going on, and every day I know
has
it.
been since the news started.
Yeah.
It's not like this thing that's new. It's not like the world is just starting to get bad, which is kind of this like kind of this philosophy that like is going around, like, oh, these hard times that we're living in.
It's always been hard. There's some
fuck
extra hard shit right now, but it's always
compared to
been
what?
been hard.
Like extra hard shit compared to the fucking Holocaust? No. Extra hard shit compared to fucking slavery? No. Extra hard shit compared to fucking
point.
the smallpox spread we did with blankets across the fucking Native American, killed most of them out. Biggest like
yeah,
uh,
massacre.
on the planet that the United States government did.
Totally right. You're totally right.
No, it's not that bad. We have to put a face mask on and walk to the grocery store to get our groceries. That's not fucking that bad.
No,
And,
you're right.
People
You're
can
right.
shut the fuck up, put the goddamn thing on, go get their groceries, and like hold some perspective in their head about what really is bad in this world and what has been bad, and pitch in a little bit, get through this little bump in the road, man. Like, it's not like as bad as it has
There's-
been, man. And
I guess it depends on each person in each scenario. Holocaust, terrible for the Jews. Slavery, terrible for the Africans. Like there's and the natives having to deal with that, terrible for them, but fantastic for the white man. Like it's all very subjective to the way that you look at each
And the
situation.
perspective, yeah.
But now, since we have the rapidly changing climate that is affecting everybody in the world,
Yeah.
this is going to be a uniting force. I hope to
It
some
has
degree
been
where it's
something
like,
cool in some ways. If you look at what has happened in the science community, the way the whole globe of biological warfare, like how we deal with like things that happen biologically, and how we're coordinating efforts on a global scale, and working together and creating like people are like I don't trust this thing because it was created faster than a vaccine was created in 1932. You know,
we have
it's like
better
it's
technology now. Oh my
20
God.
fucking 21, man. Of course we're gonna be able to create things faster than we did in the early 1900s.
We have better
I
equipment
sure hope
and
so.
better scientists and
And a
doctors.
huge global coordination where we're all communicating and we're sharing our information and strategies and all this and data and we're deducting things together on a global scale. Like, of course, things are going to be like the excuses that I hear is just like kind of mind numbing. I'm obviously some wacko liberal that thinks like science is good or whatever, but like the whole thing, I hear it like, why would you trust something that came out so quick? Like, because we're capable of things coming out quicker than the
Yeah.
past.
Yeah.
Like we're not like we're you know we're talking about you're talking about things that were created even before computers existed, and you're comparing them to 2021,
Right.
where we're in the information age, where we can look and we have algorithms that decode the um, the processes and stuff. Like
Think about it
we're
though. A
not
lot of
just
the
like doing
people
paper. You know, it's like
resisting
of
it
course it's gonna.
are from the pre-computer era, or
Yeah.
at least pre-internet era. A lot
Yeah.
of these older people
Right.
are the ones that are resisting it because they haven't had, I don't know, had time to adjust. They're
Right.
still stuck in the old
Yeah.
ways about things. You
And
know.
we're gonna have so much stuff coming through. I mean, we really have like done a number to the environment, and we're gonna get all sorts of viruses coming down the line.
Oh my God!
Um,
Especially with the
is-
permafrost melting.
This is kind of the beginning of it, you know.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
like,
if people think this is the only pandemic that we can reasonably have, they're sadly wrong. Like nobody really thought that this was.
we're gonna be a dime a dozen now.
It could.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, with all this permafrost melting, we are
Dime a
finding
dozen.
so much different stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All of these old Viking ruins and stuff like that are coming to the surface. There's these massive methane pits that are just shooting methane into the atmosphere, which is not helping. But a lot of the people who were buried with diseases back in the day, the dead animals where everything was locked in this ice, is now coming to the surface. So we saw how we all dealt with COVID. Can you imagine if something as fucked up as the like bubonic plague type of thing happens, and how people are going to handle it at that point? Like, we didn't handle it very well as humans. Well, especially Americans, we handled it not nearly.
Well, we
as
didn't do any. We didn't do enough. We knew stuff was coming, and we just didn't do enough, and we waited till it actually happened instead of like instead of like. So we're kind of like making this big adjustment, this global adjustment to like worldwide pandemics, and we saw them coming, and we've kind of created plans for them. But now we're in this place where, okay, this is what happens when we're super unprepared. Like it could have been sold so much different. Like if vaccinations and face masks were sold as like, if all the government would have had to do was like sell it as patriotic and put like some eagle logo thing with it and showed some like macho dude in a big truck with his face mask on and
Totally.
his big hunk of junk in his pants.
It's all marketing. Yep.
Yeah, and they didn't fucking do that.
Yep.
And
That's so funny.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. That's how you get them.
But
Well, you know
and
what?
now it's
If
too
you
late.
make the shot in a gun,
yeah,
you make a little tiny AK and then you pew pew. You know,
Yeah.
maybe that would be appealing for some of these.
Yeah,
folks.
and
throwing that out
you
there.
just kind of show how dumb the other side is, but they didn't do that.
Natara, you two have hit the deep thoughts on the big couch point. Yeah, yeah. Apparently we did.
Yeah, I mean, this is the stuff we're dealing with in this world.
Yeah,
you
and
know?
this is the kind of shit we talk about all the time, and it's about just dealing with these things the best that we can, and trying to find the joy in the shit, which is the whole like meaning of Happy Time Apocalypse.
Yeah.
When I started the art collective, it was like 2010, and I was trying to think of the perfect name for the art community, and that's what I came up with. And the whole meaning is, you know, everything's fucked up. Shit's fucked up in the world. There's a shitstorm happening all around us. But how are we going to handle that?
Yeah.
Like, have a happy time during the apocalypse. We're going to make art. We're going to share this art. We're going to help bring joy to people in the world and share our thoughts with everybody. And it's about having a happy time during the apocalypse. So it's kind of perfect and interesting that, like, you know, 11 years later now, I'm like, well, there we go. I was on the in front of the curve on that one, you know? Like, who knew that this exact thing was going to happen right now? And I kind of set this whole art collective up as like, oh man, like our job is to enjoy the experience despite what's happening out there. It sucks. It all sucks, but there's a lot that doesn't suck. So we need to appreciate that shit.
Isn't that crazy? Like, that's basically a philosophical agreement that makes our friendship so strong and special, is that we are both capable of the complexity of the human condition and the complexity of the world. And I'm proud of you for
Very
that.
true.
I'm proud that you can do that.
Thank you. I'm proud of you too. I'm so glad that we have each other in this world, in this big fat fucking world with billions of people, and we run across somebody who we see
Yeah.
that in, and we can share that. It's really special.
Yeah. It is special.
Awesome. Thanks. Thanks
Yeah.
for being you. Thanks for being you. And I'm glad that we can sit here and talk about all of this kind of stuff, which we have done so many times and we will continue to do. But like, I think we have a very unique and special perspective on being able to see
It's
you
cool.
know, the little things.
We mirror a lot in each other, and I just want you to know you're seen and heard and loved.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So are you. Hug me right now. I love you. You're so special. Thank you for letting me know you. You know, like I said, so many people meet you and they're like, oh my goodness. And it's just like, you're this fancy guy that they just have no idea about. But like upon meeting you and us really forging a really special friendship, like, thank you for letting me see who you really are. Because it's so much more than, you know, a Sasquatch painted on a wall, which is also awesome. But you're so much more than what people see. So which is why this is really, I think, a very important thing doing this podcast right now. So you can let everybody else see who you really are. Like, it's a pretty cool thing. Pretty cool opportunity. So thank you for sharing everything. I mean, this is a lot. It's a lot of stuff. It was a lot of dark stuff too that you talked about really openly. And you know, before we started, I asked, "Is there anything off the table that you don't want to discuss?" I will make sure to not bring up anything. And you're like, "Nope, let's do it. Like, tell it all and just let it all out into the world." And it's the most inspirational tale that I have ever heard. You know, inspired by mystery, and this is the inspiration part.
Yeah.
And the mystery was you.
I feel like a mystery sometimes, even to myself. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna take a little bathroom break. I'm not gonna flush the toilet like Sammy said because the audience doesn't want to hear that shit. And
Fair enough.
yeah, and no big deal. Just number one, not number two. We're gonna be yellow and let it mellow, so
Okay.
to speak.
Okay. That sounds good.
And I'm
I'll be right back, and Sammy's gonna just entertain you with some fun
Yeah, I will
quips,
show
some
you
quips,
some.
and wisdom, and I'll be back.
We'll go through the book. Roxy says, if the person cutting onions could give it a rest, that would be great. Oh, that's so funny. I know. We got all super sentimental on this one, but it's really true. He is a really fantastic and very special human being, and I feel very, very lucky to have had a friendship with somebody that's got so much depth and so many layers. So, and he's come so far, so it's awesome. But I did want to show you guys some of his awesome books, actually. So I was like, whenever there's a bathroom break, we're going to do a book break. Okay, so this guy right here, this is the Squirrel's Guide to Happiness. And how cute is this little squirrel? So we're going to do a little read along. Okay. We all have a playful nature. It is so easy to be happy when you take time to have fun. Jump on a trampoline, swing on a swing, or play hide and seek with a squirrel friend. No matter what age you are, we can all find our playful squirrel inside. There's our playful squirrel. Get outdoors, breathe fresh air, walk with briskness, and get your blood flowing. Our blood needs oxygen. Good feeling chemicals get released in the brain when we sweat a little bit. A little exercise and changing our environment can make us feel better, and it also increases the chances of finding more nuts. So cute. Just what we were talking about. Stop and smell the flowers. When we notice the little splashes of beauty that surround us and give them moments of our time, we alter the quality each day contains. Be enchanted by the small, beautiful things, and the big problems of the day just melt away. If that's not, in a nutshell, what we are talking about, I don't know what is. Stretch your muscles. Not only does this allow you to exist in a more comfortable body, but a flexible body encourages a flexible mind. When thoughts are not rigid, you can create more freely and find the good stuff that life offers. I'm reading your squirrel story.
Squirrel's Guide.
And it totally goes with everything that we're talking about. It's great. So if you are interested in this book, do you have these on your website right now?
Yeah, yep.
You can get the Squirrel's Guide to Happiness on the link that Dusty will be putting in the chat any moment. Oh, I'm so punny. Thanks. The hat behind you lines up perfectly with your head. Which hat? Is it this one? Oh, I got a witch hat. What do I? A pumpkin hat over.
Well, thank you all for hanging out with us. This has really been we're keeping going here, but I'm just
just a little thankful intermission.
a little gratitude intermission is what I call this. Thank you guys for giving some of your time to watching us yahoos chat and get all hot and bothered about the world.
We made Roxy cry.
Oh.
Roxy cries at about 63% of our podcast at one point or another. It's so
good.
sweet. She's so fucking cute.
It would have been horrible if you didn't on this one.
I know. I know.
Yeah, I'm glad that
She's
we're.
just so sweet and so sensitive. I love it.
Do you want to draw a radical abundance card?
I do.
All right.
Okay, so just so you guys all know, this is Ryan's newest project. He made oracle cards,
Yeah.
and it is amazing. Oh, thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you so much. And Andromedus Rhyme.
So we got this. What this is radical abundance, and it's a 72 card deck that has basically a painting on it and then a word on each card, and so what we're doing is we're playing with our imaginations and triggering our imaginations, and through that
so the word and the picture kind of like spark this imagination for us, and then what it gives us more of a option to see these things kind of happen in the universe, and then we kind of attract more of it in our life, or we're actually able to see it a little clearer. And so when we draw our card for the day, or do a couple cards, or there's a few different ways to do it, but what it does is it sparks the imagination a little bit, gets it thinking, and then that kind of allows the universe to line up its spider web of synchronicity.
Say that 10 times fast.
Spider web of synchronicity, 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 spider web of synchronicity.
That was pretty good.
That's probably 7, but
That was pretty good.
I just wanted to prove I could do it. Okay, so we're just going to do the one card draw.
Okay.
And Sammy's going to draw a card, and
Okay.
it's the I am card. Draw one card and feel yourself having this in abundance through your day. And we'll just transition that tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, since this is the evening time.
Okay. I gotta pick the right one. Hold on, it's in here.
Okay.
Okay.
There is the right one in there.
Okay. I think this guy is the winner.
What is it? Grounded.
All right. That's pretty awesome. A bunch of the stuff we're talking about. Staying grounded,
Yeah.
staying aware of everything. Good. I feel like I have been pretty grounded lately.
Good.
That's good.
Yeah. Cool.
Let me pick one for you.
Here, hold on.
Well, not pick one for you, but you know.
Earlier this morning I picked time, and it's been a trip. Like, really has. So I had this huge list of things I needed to do today. I felt like I didn't have any time between things, and I drew the card, and I have just had, I feel like, hours between everything. And like,
That's good.
I don't know
So you
how.
had like all this extra time that you didn't even
abundance.
feel.
I've had this abundance of time,
That's awesome.
and it's all been like simply working out. And I've just, every time I get a little stressed, I think of that card, and I just like go, oh,
I got
hey,
time.
I got time, man.
I got
What the
time.
hell? What am I
By the
worried-
way, there's a fantastic Crimson Riot song by your lovely mod, Gun Show Roxy, called Time, and it's the best song ever.
Adaptability.
Adapt. What have we just been talking about? Adapting to
Adaptability.
life.
Yeah. There's a lot of different ways to do these, and
Actually, there's 2 cards. You
Oh.
got a double.
I did a double
Adaptability and oneness.
oneness.
Look at how cute that art is on the card. It's so cute.
I gotta do it opposite of what I think.
I know. It's kind of weird. Huh?
Okay.
And it's a wide angle, so sometimes you have
Yeah.
to like put things in weird positions. When you're trying to show
Adaptability and oneness. Here we go. We're gonna do.
stuff. Love it.
We're gonna adapt and be one with. I feel like I got some oneness going on with all of you in the chat room. There's this. I feel like we're all kind of connecting, and I think this guy here is the culprit of the connection.
The Sasquatch baby.
Yeah, I think he is the one that's probably brainwashing us all to say that we're all part of the
Well,
same golden thread that
Let's
unites everybody.
introduce the Sasquatch baby, and we have to tell them the story about the commercial.
So, this
It's
is
the Sasquatch baby.
a well-loved and worn-in one. I usually see the brand new ones because I'm sending them to people and giving them out to people.
Yeah, mine. I sleep with them. I snuggle them.
But this one, it looks like a real loved little. It found a good home, and they find good homes, and that's pretty cool.
So me and Ryan did a photo shoot for a commercial.
Yeah, I was like, we got to make a commercial ad for these things, and so I called up Sammy and convinced her, twisted her arm, and she came all the way out to the deep nowhere lands where
Of Enumclaw.
of Enumclaw, and I had
2,500 of these things delivered.
It's crazy,
Quite-
dude. Giant
Yeah.
mountain of
And you
boxes.
and you
of all
open
these
this,
guys.
you open a box, and it's just it's so fun because all these like little, it looks like all these little like
They're all smooshed together in the boxes, though.
yeah,
They look like they're like,
they're kind of sandwiched
we have
in.
to set them free.
Yeah, and
So we did set them free.
we took like 10 of them out, and we went and made like we did a photo shoot, and we did all sorts of fun stuff with them.
It was so.
We made a theme
fun.
song, and we just got super goofy.
I
And-
brought this ukulele and a kazoo just because I was like, I don't know. I just brought a ukulele and a kazoo just in case. Like, you never know when you're going to
Yeah.
need a ukulele and a kazoo. We're
and I don't
doing
know
a
how to
thing.
play a ukulele. I just making it up.
And that was one of the lines
Yeah.
in the song. You're
Yeah.
like, and I can't play a ukulele. It was so great. It was really, really fun. And I tried the slow-mo on my phone camera, which was really fun. Because I was like, oh, like hold a bunch of them and then just jump up in the air and throw them up in the air. And it was so cool.
It was cool.
It was so awesome. And then Sarah turned it into a awesome commercial.
Yeah.
It was great.
It's teamwork makes the dream work.
It was so great. It
That's
was
how-
so fun.
That's how that's I would be sincerely nowhere without my friends and family, you know. Like I really rely on people and to make my life better, and
You have a pretty good
Yeah.
team of people
I do.
that
I,
care about you and support
yeah.
you.
I've found I collect the good ones, you know. That's
You
what
do.
I think.
Well, yeah, because you're like me. You don't put up with bullshit. So if somebody's going to give you bullshit, maybe you put up with a little more bullshit than I do at times, sometimes. Because you see the
Until I
good in
don't.
people. Yes, until you don't. You see the good and you really try to believe in that good. And then sometimes it, unfortunately, the truth outs itself. And not everybody has your best interest.
Well, sometimes it's
hand,
just
you know.
better to go walk a different direction, you know.
Yeah. But it is great that you have collected some really fantastic people. And I think that it does take a village to put a lot of these things together. I mean, you couldn't do all of the things.
Yeah, it's gotten
On
that
your own.
it's that big, you know. It's like, and I've always, I mean, even my early murals, I always included friends. I've always had friends help, and you know, the first murals I did, whatever the trade was for, we kind of split it amongst ourselves, and I've always had a friend or two kind of there helping, so I just like it. I like my friends, and I like people, and I just always feel grateful that people want to participate in the direction. I feel so headstrong and like I'm plowing through and going this certain direction, and I'm
Yeah.
always grateful when people go, "Oh, that's cool. I want to be part of that."
And you do the same for others too. You support other people's stuff
I
a
try
lot.
as much as possible.
Like on both of my bands, you were at both of my band's first shows, which is awesome because you're like, well, duh, of course I'm gonna be there. Like I wouldn't miss that shit. And you've come to like multiple other of my shows out of other venues and stuff like that. And I know you're not like the biggest like going to a fucking bar guy or whatever, but you have
I support
come
the
out.
homies,
Yeah, you have always come out, and you're really good at like being on time too, which is I'm impressed at that one, just in general. 'Cause it's hard for me.
just a genetic default almost.
Oh, you're great. You're really good at like when you say you're going to do something and you commit to it, you do it. And if you don't know if you can do it, you'll be like, we'll see. I'll do my best or whatever. But you're pretty good about being like, yes, I will be there, and then you're there.
Yep.
And so thank you for
You're welcome.
being like trustworthy in
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah,
It's a good
I
trait.
give her my best. That's for sure.
But man, you are such a busy bee just in general
Mm-hmm.
that I feel like you overpromise things because you want to do all the things, and then
I do.
sometimes it's too much. Like,
Yeah.
like a few years ago, maybe like
I'm
3
getting
years ago or
better at
something,
like
man, you
with
were
with work. I'm getting better at just being like, I got to do that next week. You know, like
good.
I was gonna try to squeeze a mural in today. And,
Maybe not the best idea.
I was gonna squeeze one in real
Just
quick.
squeezing it in.
But
I just
No, I'm glad that you're
I
like
hit the dude up and
taking more
I was
time.
like, how about next week? And he's like, yeah.
Yeah,
And I'm
just
like,
being honest.
I'm like,
now's
dang,
not the
that's
day.
all you got to do is communicate, tell people what's up, you know?
Yes.
Because I get these things on my plate that I want to do, and then sometimes you know, if only I was 3 people instead of 1.
I know. And you know what? There's only been one time that I ever saw you get like legitimately overwhelmed, and I felt so bad because and then I remember having a conversation with you afterwards. But I was like, "You need to calm down. Like I love you, and I know what you're trying to do. I get you. You're
Yeah.
doing a great job, but you need." To calm down, like you're gonna have a fucking heart attack, man.
Yeah.
Like you have to just take a day to chill. I remember I was like giving you tips. I'm like, maybe like pick a day of the week. Monday is your day that you don't commit to things and you can just do whatever you want. Eat some food. You can paint if you feel like it, or hang out with friends or whatever.
I got to return to that suggestion. I like that.
I think it was good because you were running yourself like ragged there for a minute.
Well, I think I was doing poppers.
Yes.
I was painting everybody
Yes.
in their Uncle Marvin's house.
And
And
we had a date for you to do for you to paint my house.
yeah, and I was just like, you're like, when are you gonna do my house? I was like, I need some support from a friend.
I know, I know. And I was just like being real casual,
Yeah.
just like, hey, I'm just curious, when
Yeah.
are we gonna do it? I'm excited. And
Yeah.
you're like, I really need my friends to not need me right now. And I was like, okay, that's you totally fine. Like, I'm fine, honey.
Yeah.
You just
I
you need
remember
to
that.
take some
I
deep
just
breaths.
lost my shit. Yeah.
I was like, I am fine whenever. It's
Yeah.
literally not a big deal. Take care of everybody else. I was just curious.
Yeah.
No one's pushing, but that's when I was like, okay, we need to have a little sit down, chit chat about not having a heart attack and not working yourself too hard. So
Yeah.
I'm glad you calmed it down. Your energy feels better because you've been
For a little
doing better.
backstory, the poppers thing I did was a couple years ago. I decided to do this deal where I would come and paint for $200. I'd come and paint something on your house, and it would just be a character without background, and they'd take like 45 minutes or something, and I would schedule them in different neighborhoods. So I'd do everybody in West Seattle one day, everybody in Northgate area another day, whatever, and so people wanted them, and I'd find out where they lived, and I'd put them on the schedule, and then I would try to squeeze in like 6 a day, and so I had to paint and get to the next house and paint and get to the next house, and then I was like, okay, I'm making $1,200 a day, right? Like I'm killing it. And it just like day after day after day of that, and I did a lot. I did like
did a lot.
I did
Was it
over
400 or something.
No, it was like, I think it ended up being like 150 or something. But like
Really, I
originally it
really
was-
thought it was more than that.
maybe it
But I
was.
couldn't. I don't know. It was a lot. Either way, it was a super lot.
I remember thinking I'm just gonna do 100. Maybe maybe I overkilled it. I can't remember, but like I went strong, and like but anyway, I had way too much on my plate, and I was just like scheduling, and I'd go all day super hard, and then I'd come home and schedule and start communicating with everybody, communicate with all these people, get them on the schedule. Okay, I'll be there at 3, and then and then the next person I'll be there at 4:30, and then I was like giving myself a little bit of drive time between all these things, and I was running around, and I was just like, I'm gonna get a million fucking spots or whatever, and like, yeah, and then friends would hit me up, when are you gonna do our house? And I'm like,
We'll fucking kill you. But you know what's
when
funny
did
is
I get around to it?
but we've been talking about doing the Alien before the poppers even
Way
came up.
before,
So like
yeah.
way before. So I
Yeah.
was like, oh sweet, you're gonna do this thing and do this Alien, and you're like, I'm fucking pumped to do the Alien.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, cool, let me know when. And you're like, okay, the season's rainy. We'll wait until it's better season. So I'm like, okay, sweet. And then you start doing this, and I'm like, hey, when are we doing the Alien? You're like, I will fucking destroy you. I'm sorry, I love you. Like, okay.
Give me a little space.
Which I was totally understandable of that. But that's when I was like, okay,
Yeah.
we're going to have some pie, and we're going to talk about
Yeah.
taking a moment.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that your energy feels a lot better than even it was like even before that. you were just like, go, 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 go.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, when do you want to hang out? You're like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't have any time. You were just like running your shit into the ground. And like, isn't it better to still do the work, but also like it doesn't matter if someone waits 2 more days. Like they're fine if you just instead of scheduling them for Monday, you schedule them for Wednesday, and they're fine, and you get like a little more time to yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I go in and out of getting way over my head, and then
Especially with the solo shows
oh
too.
God.
I know that gets you because it's
They
a lot
kick
of
my
pressure.
butt. Yeah. So solo shows I've done. Let's see. I think I've done 5 big ones, and each one has had. I think the first one 800 people came, and then I think it got up to about 1,200 or something. So big turnout shows, selling a lot of stuff, but most of the shows had around 100 paintings in them,
And they're also different, which is so cool. Each show,
yeah,
it's not just a bunch of Henry paintings on the wall. It's like you're doing different stuff. Like we have the giant Cthulhu in our kitchen right now. It's like 9 feet or
Yeah.
something. It's ridiculous. And that show was based around you making multiple giganto paintings and then doing canvas prints and other stuff with it. That was really unique. That was so cool.
Yep.
That was a very cool show, dude.
yeah. So that was I Myth You. So that was like my 3rd show. I did Meet the Legend, Working Class Hero, and I Myth You, like consecutively, and then I did By the Power of Grayscale, and then I did Hug, and so those are like the 5 big ones that I've done. But like
Good ones, man.
each one, I would go through like they would be really overwhelming experience for me and really like challenging and really good and positive. Like I'd say I've sold the majority of the work at each show, and so I'd do a show and I'd just kill it, and like and that was exciting. Like how they just sell off the walls, and then like you make 100 paintings and there's only like 6 left at the end of the night. You're like, oh my god, and it was like they're super
Pretty good.
pretty exciting experiences. And then people would come to the shows, and I'd have people from like friends like as far back as grade school to junior high school, college. Family would fly in from out of town.
Cool.
And then all my friends, so it was like all these like big strong connections that I have and have developed all in a room together. And
That's so cool.
and everyone getting along and having fun and hugging and laughing, and you hear this jovial cheer of all my connections in one room. It was like it was super exciting. And then I get to talk to everybody, buddy, real quick. Everyone gets just a second. Hey, I haven't seen you in 10 years. Okay, there you go. There's your time. Next person.
Yeah,
and
that's overwhelming.
So a lot of that, and every time, and it's overwhelming and hard. I want to give everybody like real undivided attention, and it's hard. Oh, sorry, this experience is crazy.
It's like a wedding. So it's the same kind of thing at a wedding. People fly in from all over, and you get, a minute and a half to talk to the bride, and then she's getting whisked away somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's a similar type of thing when you're the person of honor.
Yeah.
Like, how can you give everybody that much undivided attention when you know that there's other people just standing there staring, waiting for their chance too?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And I get to the, and it's real weird. Like I can relate with big musicians that have big shows and stuff, and then get kind of depressed afterwards, and how they go through this cycle where I have this big show and everyone gives you a hug and tells you they love you, and they buy your work, and you make a bunch of money, and then the show's over, and then the next day it's like you're going for a walk in the rain with your dog, and you feel depressed, and you're like, and it's just weird, right? Like, and I would like, so I kind of figured it out after those big shows. I'd rent like a hotel room for like a week at the ocean or something, and just
That's good.
kind of float off into like just staying in bed and.
I'm kind of surprised.
People
though.
like me.
I'm surprised to hear that you feel like that because I thought it would fill up your like love reservoir.
Nope,
Because
What
like
it
that's a
does-
lot of love coming in.
it is. But what it is we're a pendulum. So like and this happens to musicians, people that go through do these big events, people that do big theatrical events and things like that, is you get a lot of that love, and there's a pendulum, and you go way up, but that pendulum doesn't get to stay there. It has to like swing all the way back, and then you have to experience the opposite of that, and then you find the middle again, because you can't exist in this like, oh, everybody loves me zone, like, and you don't just go from that to back to normal. It goes from that to the opposite, and then finds the middle. So for every up there is a down, and that's true for overwhelming success.
Yes.
And that's why a lot of celebrities,
They struggle.
pop themselves, or like, whatever. It's like, shit. It's this pendulum of giant experiences, and you just have to like find your way of dealing with them.
And for you especially, I feel like you reach your maximum social interaction at times. Like you like your time to yourself.
I'm a bit of an introvert, really. Like I honestly like most of my time to myself. And then beyond that, I prefer one-on-one with a close friend, and I like having there's variety. I have a few really close friends, and I like kind of giving some equal time to them as secondary to time to myself. And then there's the art shows, which is maybe the third thing, and then the big art shows, which is a whole nother thing. And so like I'm most comfortable with like myself or one-on-one. And then beyond that, it starts like taking my energy instead of giving me energy.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And it's cool because the people that you do keep in your close crew, they are people that help feed your energy as well.
Yeah.
So it's not just like draining
No,
from
yeah.
you. You don't
Yeah.
want people in your
Yeah.
life that are just going to drain you or exploit you. And there's been
Right.
certain people that you were really close with that you felt like did
Yeah.
drain you and exploit you, and you had to move them along because that was not working out for you. So I think you chose wisely, and you keep it to a smaller
Yeah.
personal crew.
Yeah, and when something gets out of balance, you have to assess it and make those hard decisions of like, okay, let's not keep this friendship that united or whatever. And, it's never easy, but
Well, that's why especially I could see it being really intense for you having these huge, giant shows like the Hug Show, where I got this fantastic T-shirt, the Mystic Hug Thug shirt, love it. I was running the register for that one, and that was awesome because I got to see how stoked every single person was that brought their little ticket up. They were so excited. And I also got to see that some people came up with like a stack of like 5 or 6 tickets, and they were dropping like mad cash. And I was like, yes, I was stoked for you. But I'm sitting back there, and you're doing a book signing for this Mystic Hug Thug book, which is fantastic. And there was a line of about, I would say, 40 people consistently for like 3 hours.
it was hardcore.
Dude.
And so what happens is like it's a book signing, and you start signing, and you remember everyone's name in the beginning. You're like, hey, we're homies, And it's like, what's up, Fred? To Fred, much love, Henry. Hey, Susie, what's up, Susie? It's for Susie, much love, Henry. And then I don't know how long into that, maybe 24.5 minutes or something, the human brain switches to, I don't know who the fuck you are, or I do know who you are, but I don't remember your name. And they're like, I'm your mom. And you're like, oh, and then it's your mush brain, and you're like, who do you want it signed to? And they're like, me. And you're like, how do you spell your name? And they're like, Tom, dude. Like, what are you talking about? And you're like, thank you, And then someone comes up, who do you want me to sign it to? Me. And then they're like, and you're like, how do you spell your name? And they're like, seriously, dude. And you're like, yeah, help me out here.
Yeah. Well,
And
it's
they're
person
like-
after person after person
they're
after
like-
person.
We were best friends in high school, dude. Like, why are you doing this? What, you know my name? I'm like, yeah, we were. We kicked it pretty heavy.
But help me out. I'm just seeing like
Yeah.
800 faces in
the
2 fucking
brain
seconds.
just doesn't do it anymore. The brain, the name, remember, and so that's kind of stressful. That sucks because you don't want to feel like I want people in my life to know that they are valued and important. And when you put yourself in a situation where you can't show them that, it's kind of stressful.
I can understand that for sure.
Yeah.
And when you only have like 12 seconds with each person and you know that there is a line of people waiting also.
Especially when
Like,
you gotta pee.
that's that like anxious type of thing where you're like, hey, oh, it's great. I'm glad everything's good. Okay, like get the fuck out of here because I have all these other people, which you don't want to
No.
feel like that. But you can't help feel that pressure in that moment. And when it's pressure for like hours, I was really feeling for you because I know how you get before and after shows. We've talked about that. And for this one, you were doing the signing and there was this line and I was observing it. And I was like, fuck, like, blink if you need help, you know? Like, I was really feeling, I know, help.
Like, how do you
I feel
blink
so
more
bad.
than I'm blinking?
I know. I was like, God, I was like, you're doing really good, but I could just tell because I know you. Like, he's really at this point kind of struggling
Digging.
to make it through.
Digging deep.
And there was a point too. The way that it was set up is people were like getting books and not paying for them yet and getting them signed. They were coming up to you and getting them signed, and then some people weren't paying for the books. And I had like probably 4 or 5 different people come up and be like, hey, so I'm just saying, like, I'm seeing people grabbing the books here, but I'm not seeing everybody coming and paying. And I just wanted to like let you know that maybe there might be a different way to do it, so make sure everybody pays for their books. And I was like, okay, thank you, thanks for letting me know. And by like the 6th person, I was like, fuck, okay, maybe this is like an issue. Maybe people are taking advantage of the situation right now, knowing that they have the book and it's already signed, and all they have to do is walk over here and pay, but no one's watching them.
Nah, there was not. I don't.
I had too many
don't
people
think with my
come up
show.
to the point where I was like,
I trust
I
my
would
peeps.
I would hope not.
Yeah.
But at a point, I came up to you. I felt bad. I had to like stop your line for a second, but so many people mentioned like at least concern about it that I was like, okay, maybe I should at least clear it with them, you know? So I was like, hey, heads up. Like people came up and they're telling me this, and you're just like, you look at me, you're like, I don't care, man. Like, I don't care. Whatever. And I was like, okay, it's up to you. Whatever. I was like, because there might be people not paying for, because some people were getting stacks of books. They were getting 10 books. And I was like, some people may not be paying for them. And I just remember you just looked at me like, don't care. Don't care right now. It's fine. Whatever. I was like, okay, cool. It's your deal, you know? Like, I just thought I'd relay just to let you know.
Yeah.
But it was kind of intense.
Yeah. I'd probably say that every time.
Yeah, which you know what, that's you where you're just
got
like,
the balls.
whatever, man. If somebody
You
sneaks
got
off
the
with a
balls
book,
to
it's
steal
like,
my
yeah.
book. You don't. You want to live with that karma?
Yeah.
Give her a go.
Yeah.
See what happens. I don't know. I mean,
Whatever. But
Yeah.
next time we'll have a good flow where people make sure to pay for the book and then bring it up to you. That'll be good.
yeah,
That'll be safer.
yeah. I don't. I mean, maybe that kind of it looked that way, but I bet that no one stole a book. I mean, I don't think. I believe and trust my fans like 100%.
That is so good. I'm really glad.
Yeah, I don't think they're a bad seed in the bunch.
Hopefully not.
Nope, not my
That's
peeps.
because you know some people are opportunists.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
If they are, I'm gonna be blissfully ignorant. Of
Okay, that's good.
If I find out otherwise.
Yes. If any of you stole Henry books, fuck you.
If I find out otherwise.
So Roxy had a question a little bit back, and I wanted to make sure to come back
let's get
to it.
Yeah.
She was asking about, have you ever thought about getting an animation team together and making some sort of animated series with Sasquatch or the other characters?
Yes,
And the other characters.
I have thought of it. It is a big financial undertaking that costs really a good $100,000 to even get
really?
a little trailer made on it. But to get going with that kind of stuff, yeah, I just haven't. I got too much on my plate at most of the time to try to figure out how to raise the kind of money to do that, and
That would be so
I really need
cool.
someone to approach me with the financing to do something like on that scale.
That would be so awesome.
But yeah,
Little cartoons with your little
yeah.
creatures, like actually bringing them to life and giving them personalities and little like voices.
There is.
and scenarios.
I'm in conversations. I've been ongoingly over the years in conversations with animators and writers, and I do have a community that would be ready and available to make that happen if there was a lot of dollar bills laid out.
That'd be so cool.
But I got things to buy, you know, like got myself a minivan recently. Think that's pretty cool. So I'm making moves out there, trying to stay alive with getting stuff. Honda Odyssey. I did a ton of research and figured out that the Honda Odyssey was the best vehicle. Made lists of all my needs and all the things, and I boiled it down, and yeah,
It's good.
I don't look cool, but I am very utilitarian
I think you always look cool.
with
regardless.
the amount of cargo space and gas mileage and reliability. The Honda Odyssey kind of like that's the one. That's where the crosshairs of my needs met. That doesn't really have anything to do with animation, but sometimes I choose to make decisions like that instead of
Yeah.
moving on things.
Well, no,
But,
you have a comfortable thing,
Yeah.
you know, that you can sleep in if you want to. You have a little bed back
Mm-hmm.
there, and you can haul a bunch of shit around if you
I can
need
do
to.
all,
It's
all
great.
my mural gigs with it, and I can
I'm surprised
do
you haven't painted it though.
painting deliveries. I'm surprised I haven't painted it.
What's up with that?
It's like mechanics. Their cars never work, you know.
Come on.
Yeah, weren't we talking
Dude.
about just like free time that I needed?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why I don't. Because then when I have the opportunity to do that, I go, okay, I'm gonna just take some time off instead of adding more.
That's true. But it could be kind of a fun thing where every time you got a little bit of time, you add another piece to it. You could like be like a collage type of
This
thing
is
where
what
you
I'm
do a
talking
little
about.
bit. Boop.
This is what I'm talking about. Where I need my friends. Like that's a great idea. Like I could just do
Beep,
one
beep,
little
beep, beep,
one
beep.
little thing and not go full
Totally.
paint
It's not,
job.
it doesn't have to be all or nothing.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'll hang out with you while you do it too.
That's what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
let's fucking do
That's
it.
where I need my homies.
I got you.
to help me break things down and work it out in steps.
I have fantastic ideas. I'm an idea factory.
It's true.
So.
If anyone needs someone to help with ideas, Sammy is here.
I have some ideas sometimes.
Yeah,
I like to help.
it's true.
I do. So that's good. I would love to see you paint it up. Super fun. And your RV, gosh, I wish your RV was just like painted amazingly
I could
for
do that too.
adventures. That would be so fun. It's funny, you and Roxy actually have like cousins RVs. They have almost the same exact one as you. It's just a little bit shorter.
I
It
got
looks like
I
the
got
same
like
year or
a
something.
38 footer, 1998 something or another diesel pusher. My dog is scared to death of it, and so now I was gonna drive it all around the United States and paint it up, and
scared.
she just, I think it's the air brakes. I think it's the sound of them. She just is like locks up and she's freaked out, and I can't really drive her around in it. And she's kind of my priority. So, if anybody wants to buy a 38-foot
I might.
motorhome,
That sounds awesome.
it's badass.
I might
and it's reliable
want that.
and
It's
good.
awesome.
And it's-
After seeing Roxy's and then seeing yours, me and Dusty have been like, damn, dude, this is like
It's a full
fucking
house.
awesome. Like,
Yeah.
we would totally love to have something like that. That would be so cool. Ooh, Andy just asked, can I paint a Yeti on your van, please? Or a punk rock panda. Andy wants to contribute to your van. Andy shit is badass.
It is badass, actually.
Or would you want to keep it your own shit because it's like you representing yourself? Whatever, but I think that's pretty cool.
don't know. It is possible. It is something that I'm not going to commit to at this moment. But I think you should paint all the vans and the whole town. Because it would be really cool. Wouldn't that be cool?
It'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, his art's so great. So yeah, it's like your art and his art is the art that we have in our house. It's fucking great.
Mm-hmm.
You saw the Oogie Boogie back there and all that. It's so fun. It's so. Oh, and we have Rob did a Raven out back too.
Nice.
Practice Raven is pretty cool.
Cool.
But yeah, I really wanted to have a whole section for friends to make it fun.
It's
So
awesome.
down below, it looks really good. But man, like if any of you guys have not seen, he did a giant dinosaur mural on the entire back of our house, which is like a couple stories high, and it is awesome. It is so fun. I love it so much.
Yeah, there's a little fight scene in it. There's one dinosaur's biting another dinosaur's butt.
It's so great.
A little action. I was into action at the time. I was like, we gotta do something action packed.
Yeah, and
Can't just have a bunch of dinosaurs just standing around.
no, and then the spigot for the hose is like fairly close to the Triceratops crotchular region.
I'm a pervert. Sometimes.
It was great. I thought it was fucking great. And there's a volcano and a pterodactyl. It's great. It really turned out so good. So that's really fun. So I'm glad that you like prioritized that because that was just so awesome. That was so cool. We were getting our whole house painted, and I'm like, this is your region, and it's so fun. It was just like the funnest thing. It's so much better than it was before. Our house was not fun, and now it's like the most fun.
This is a fun house. Yeah, it's
Thanks.
never seen anything like it. Like it's the best.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So every inch is covered with cool art from really cool artists.
Right? It
I
really
know
is.
so many of the artists too, which is cool. It's cool seeing like so many different
You're
people that
surrounded by
I
your
care about and
friends.
love, and that have been in my life in different eras. And yeah, it's surrounded by a lot of. There's a Jenna Colby up there. There's a John Tingler. There's a all sorts of stuff.
We got Dave Ryan over there.
You have a Chuck Yu, who I know too.
I actually got that from Sasquatch Festival.
Okay, yeah. So he's a
That was great.
He's a Minneapolis artist who I know and have worked with in different ways.
Roxy says crotchular region band name. That's a new band name. That's our punk rock band we're gonna start is the crotchular region.
I just blowing my mind, man. There's so many good ideas going on right now.
I know, dude.
Andy's
Our chat's
painting
the best.
vans.
Yeah.
We're getting a new punk rock band, Crotchular Region. Sammy's the idea guru of all time, ready to dish them out to anybody that needs them.
That's right. I am here for hire. I was thinking about making a little business card that says, "If you got a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Call Sammy Soros." Like, what? We got a problem. We need to figure some shit out. What do we need to do?
Problem solver.
Yeah, I'm a problem solver.
Problem solver.
I'm not like mechanical as far as like I need an ice pick and an avocado, you know, whatever. Like but I can figure out what we need to do. I like organizing stuff like that.
I was thinking of open, like, not like therapy, but like, what if I just had this thing where people could, like, non-therapy conversations? Like, you just need someone to talk to. It isn't a therapist. It ain't going to offer you much advice. Come in. Sit down, talk to me. You know? I mean, some people need that kind of, like, thing, you know? Like,
For sure.
I mean, there's some people out there that just need someone to talk to that they don't need to be psychoanalyzed, or
Yeah.
they just need, like,
They just need a friend.
they just need someone to chat with.
Which honestly is why I think that you should consider doing a Twitch thing, because it could be you just talking about stuff and people could be coming into the chat, you know, and if like somebody really needs a bud to talk to, you can do a private call afterwards. But there's so many great
I just think
people
it's
often, you know.
I mean, there's these little little niches out there people should think about. Like if they looking for something to do, you know, like take these things that are like really high end things, like you know, a psychotherapist, and take it down a couple notches to conversationalist.
Yeah.
And instead of charging $100 an hour, you charge $25 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And that's more.
Well,
than
it
you
could be
make
kind of like call Miss Cleo.
Yeah.
Remember, call Miss Cleo for your reading or whatever.
Yeah.
But it could be like phone a Henry.
Yeah. Or what about, you know, instead of going to massage therapy training, some people just need a back rub, like, or a shoulder rub, and just be non-therapeutic shoulder rub. And you just come in and someone just kind of gives you a little squeeze on the shoulders or something. And instead of being full massage therapy prices, it's a little cheaper, doesn't last as long.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, if you did a Patreon or something like
I got
that,
I
and
got
one of the
some ideas
perks
for people too.
of your Patreon could be a one-on-one like video phone call with you for a half hour, an hour, or something
Yeah.
like that. That could be a cool perk.
Yeah.
People might be down to
Yeah.
subscribe to you.
I'm not a
for that.
veterinarian, but bring your dog in, and I'll just pet him behind the ears for a while. I'm not going to charge a full price of a veterinarian visit. Like it's going to be just a short 10 minutes or something. But I'm not going to bill you. I'm not going to bill you like $85.
I will pet your dog for free.
$6. $6. I'll rub any mange for $6.
That's so funny. If you just started charging for like random shit like that,
Yeah.
like, do you
Guess-
need someone to help you fold your laundry? I'll do it.
You need
$12.99.
You need a guest to honor at your party. You need a guest to honor. I'll do that.
Oh yeah, like you need a date.
Yeah.
Bring Henry as your date.
Or just like, you know, you just need some guy there that can wear a top hat or something. I'll show up and just who's that? Well, this is some top hat guy. You know?
with paint all over his hands.
Yeah. Yeah. Need something weird and interesting. You know, and you know, most guests to honor stuff, that's a couple $1,000. I'll do it for $82.
Totally.
Yeah.
What if you maybe did like
won't
a
even charge
raffle or
tax.
something? Like maybe at your show, if you did a raffle where people could raffle, and then it could be like win lunch with Henry or something like that, and like you could pick multiple ones, and then you could just schedule them whenever the time is right, and then people could get to go. And
What about when
coffee.
walking around the block eating a bag of Doritos? with
dude,
that?
people would be into that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't get the full lunch. You just get it's a bag of Doritos. We're gonna share it.
We're gonna share a bag of Doritos, but you have to be vaccinated if
Yeah.
we're putting our hands in the same bag of Doritos. Honestly, I
2
think
shots.
people
a
would
couple weeks after
fucking dig it.
booster.
You better have a
I'm
fucking
doing
booster.
You got your booster. I want proof of booster. We'll share a bag of chips.
I love this idea. That's so funny.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think that not only would people just love to meet you just because, you know, they see you all over and it's like special for them to meet you, but I think that just getting to chat with you about like real life stuff, I think it would really enhance a lot of people's lives. I think it would. And you're like, wow, look at this flower, like look at this magical thing, look at this beautiful cloud, you know, just kind of maybe helping people to see some of the little things that you see
Yeah,
all the time. That could be pretty cool.
that would be cool. I like that.
Yeah. Or like a Henry suicide hotline. Are you depressed? Are you having a hard time? Call me. We'll talk.
No, if I wasn't there though, that'd suck.
It's true. But if you were there, might help.
It might help. Yeah.
You're just always looking at ways to try to make the world better. And I love that that's what you're constantly trying to strive to do, is just to make the world better and to help people that really need it. So much so that sometimes, like, I feel like it's like to your detriment, where you like give everything away. Remember, we had to have a talk years ago. I'm like, listen, I think it's very kind that you give a lot of things away, but like, stop giving all your vehicles away constantly to everybody. Like, or if you do, give it to like the people that really need it and deserve it. You know, it's just, you're just so funny because you're so selfless with the things that you have, and it's so
I'm not
endearing.
materialistic. Yeah.
No,
No, it's just stuff to move around, shuffle around.
it's really cool. It's a very unique perspective that you have in the world. You know, you're like, I'm a boat guy, and then you're like, I'm not a boat guy. Free boat.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, you could sell the boat or trade the boat, you know, and you're like, nah, free. Don't want to deal with it. Like, what the fuck? That's amazing.
And it's just fine, right? Like I'm still.
Yeah, you're still good.
I'm still
You're
getting
good.
plenty to eat.
Totally.
You know?
Yeah.
Still
no,
breathing enough oxygen and get enough water to drink.
it's a lot of kindness that you put out into the world. It really is. And it sucks the few shitty times where you do get taken advantage of because of it.
That does happen sometimes.
sucks.
Yeah, that does happen sometimes.
And I've turned all mama bear when I've seen people taking advantage. I'm like,
Yeah.
they're taking advantage of you. Don't let them fucking do it.
And it's hard. I have to like kind of like learn. That's a skill I need to learn. Is the whatever kind of sort see being able to see that and learn how to communicate better about that kind of stuff. So I'm not just taken advantage of. But that's
It took me time to figure that out.
yeah.
I was really, I was like so nice for the longest time. And everybody just knew me as like the nicest person ever that would totally do anything at any time ever. And, you know, it was nice that people saw me as that really nice person, but it was totally exploited by people who saw that as an opportunity to get something from me. And I did it for a while because I couldn't say no. I felt really sad if I said no to people. I felt bad. Like, well, I have this thing and you need this thing. And, you know, like, okay, it's 4 a.m. and you just need a ride and I have a car and, you know, but there was a point where I was like, this is not my responsibility to help everybody 100% of the time. Like, I want to help people, but if I feel like people are exploiting me, I don't want to do that. It's just better at drawing boundaries with things. It's
Yeah.
like, no,
Yeah.
I can't this time, you know,
Yeah.
maybe next time or whatever. And it's made me feel a little bit better. I still feel kind of bad sometimes when I have to say no to things and have to draw boundaries. But in the end, it makes me feel better because I feel like I get more respect from that because people know that I'm not just going to drop everything on a dime. And then it's just expected.
Well, it's like every
you know?
time I do it, like when I really like, I guess it's weird when you give a bunch to somebody and then they just shit on you afterwards or something. Like, you know, that's the thing that kind of sucks is like,
Yeah.
you know, give someone like a ride all the time or something, and then like as soon as they don't need it, they're taking a big poop on you or something.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing. It's like, whoa, okay.
Or when it's just
I did that for like 5 years. And now I'm, you know, what the hell? How'd that happen?
Yeah.
You know, but
But it's when people start expecting the expectations where it's like,
Yeah.
okay, if you are willing to pick somebody up, you know, 5 times a day, no big deal. I don't mind picking you up and dropping you off. It's totally fine or whatever. And then it's just like, okay, we're hanging out. Like, when are you picking me up? Or I'm ready to go. And you're like, well, you didn't even ask me if I would take you home. And it's just like this expectation that's set because we don't communicate boundaries as well. Sometimes that's what can happen.
that's a lot of
sometimes,
what
you
it's
know?
about is learning how to communicate your own boundaries and clearly setting them and going through that, learning to do that and doing it and like challenging yourself to do that. So
It takes time. It
yeah.
takes time, but you know, as
but
we
then
grow, we
when you
figure
get
out.
it down, it does free you up to give more to in other ways and stuff, and you're not getting life sucked out of you. by
Yes, exactly. I
social
was so
vampire or
sucked
something.
dry for a while that like
Yeah.
didn't feel like I had a lot of energy to give to myself or to the people around me that I really wanted to give that to because I was so
Yeah.
drained that I just felt like how could you ask me for this thing? Don't you see how many things I'm doing right now? And I
Yeah.
I don't want that. I want to be able to give that to the people that I truly
Yeah.
really love and not feel like I've just been spread super thin. So
Right.
it's cool. It's neat how we grow older and we evolve and we figure out what works best. And it's different for every single individual. Everybody has different lines of comfortability and different ideas of what's appropriate and what's not appropriate for them. So it's just about kind of getting to know ourselves more and getting to know what it is that we want to project to the world, because it's our choice what we put out there. It's completely up to us what we're putting out there to the world that in which that we are.
Yeah.
But I think that you've definitely put out that you are just a very kind and generous and thoughtful individual. And I think that giving those things freely to the world has got to inspire so many people. It's got to be so damn inspirational for
I'd
people
rather
that might
err.
not
I'd
think
rather
like that.
err on the side of having done too much good than worrying about being taken advantage
No,
of.
absolutely, absolutely. Because I do think that it strikes people in
Man.
seeing those like good acts of kindness without anything expected in return. Like hopefully it'll be like a pay it forward type of thing. People will be like, "Wow, this person did this really amazing thing.
Yeah.
I should return that kindness to someone else. I will remember that when the time comes, and I will give freely from my heart."
It's the strong strong bonds that take advantage of you that hurt worse than just like the throwing gifts around and not expecting anything in return is fun, but like when you really give to somebody who's close and then they just shit on you,
It's that trust when the trust is broken.
that's a little bit hard to digest and deal with, and I've done that a few times in my life, but
It's too bad.
yeah,
But you learn from it, and now you just shift your focus
you just shift.
elsewhere.
Yeah, there's so much more to. Yeah. Man, you got some cool stuff in here.
You're just scanning.
Yeah.
I wish the rest of you out there in TV land could see.
Yeah.
It's pretty great.
Find your way over to Sammy and Dusty's and get the Museum of Unusual Delights to feast upon your eyeballs.
It's so fun.
Yeah.
Complete with baby Sasquatch.
There's a few little things in here.
There is. Yeah, I've got little tiny Henry things all over the place. There's all little pieces of you. We got your cats on the wall over there.
Nice.
And then the giant Cthulhu is 100,000,000% the best thing in this house, I think.
Yeah.
It was so awesome. Okay, so you guys have a little backstory on Cthulhu here. As you've seen, the majority of Ryan's paintings are really like colorful and really like happy and fun, and sometimes there's a little bit of edgy stuff, but for the most part it's like real fun. There was one painting specifically was at the show where you did the big giant huge pieces, and there was one super dark art piece, and it's Cthulhu, giant Cthulhu, and then there's an Aztec sacrifice down in the bottom corner where someone's ripping out somebody's heart. And I'm like, this is the fucking best. This is awesome. Now, I obviously am very colorful, so I personally love all of your colorful art. But that specific, like, that was a different side of you.
Yeah,
It's a
so
different
that was
part.
like my mythology show, and I did these, I don't know, I think 7 big paintings, big, either 5 foot by 8 foot or 5 foot by 10 foot paintings, and each one had one of the core mythology themes, and that one was sacrifice.
cool.
And
Awesome.
so that was the sacrifice piece, which is a big thing that we create mythology around is sacrifices. We make these big sacrifices in life, and we have these stories that we tell around it. And every big mythology has a sacrifice story. But this was like, I kind of chose the Aztec things because they like used to do rip the heart out of the chest of the virgin and give it to the sun god or whatever. And this was like a new world order where the place is kind of flooded, and it's the water god arises, and they are like, oh, and so these guys are all kind of like swampy wet in the painting, and like they kind of had to swim to get to the thing, and it's kind of buried in water, and then there's this water god just kind of coming up out of like the darkness, and it's Cthulhu, and they're like, this is what we know how to do, is like rip hearts out of virgins and like sacrifice it. So like they're trying their best to appease, but you can't appease Cthulhu. You
I
can't-
like that backstory on
you
it. That's
can't-
cool.
Yeah, you can't. No virgin heart's gonna appease a being from that much darkness. Some sun god might be. That's cool, but like,
Sure.
yeah, Cthulhu, he's still coming.
Insatiable.
Yeah, he's coming at you. This thing. Nope, sorry, buds. Good try.
It was
But-
great, but you illustrating it in such a dark way, it was a very distinct contrast to your normal colorful work, which to me is why it stood out so substantially to me. And obviously
Yeah.
here, me and Dusty, we love the dark imagery as much as I love the happy. I feel like I have like a really good balance of like the happy
Yeah.
fun stuff, and I also really like the dark. But that was so unique because I'm like, out of all of the paintings that I've seen, this I feel like is the darkest. It's like this other part of you that came out in that visual form, and I just thought it was so freaking cool. And I remember being at that show and watching everybody observing all the giant paintings. There's like the lady giving birth to the earth and like all these magical paintings. And then there's like, dun, 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 heart being ripped out. And I was observing people's reactions. Everyone was like, wow, that's really different. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I fucking love it. So out of
And
all
I,
the canvas
and I really
prints,
like
that's
doing
what I
that
bought.
with my a lot of my solo shows, is like doing this thing where I challenge myself, or challenge the, like, I feel like as an artist, I feel like oftentimes you create work and that you put yourself in a box, right? And then with your own artwork, and everyone kind of puts you in this box. Oh, you're this artist that does this thing,
Right.
and you're the guy who just paints this stuff. And it's fun to challenge
For sure.
that, like, especially when you have a big enough audience that you can challenge it, and that you have a big enough body of work where you're actually put in a box to start with. Then it gets fun to push out of those boxes.
For sure.
And
yeah,
that show
you've
was
already got the
definitely-
clout, so you're like,
yeah.
well, fuck it.
And
Let's
that
see what
painting
we can
was
do.
I listened to the Black Sabbath album the whole time I painted that
That's
one, actually.
awesome.
Yeah.
And then there's
I
the
just
other.
heard that album the other day. It was playing somewhere, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember painting.
That's
I had that
awesome.
album on repeat when I was painting it.
Oh, that's so great. Now I
Yeah.
know extra that the Black Sabbath energy was put into that.
Yeah.
It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, right.
So beyond that, though, like you do some other like risque kind of paintings.
Sometimes there's some wieners.
I've seen some like full blown wangs,
Yeah.
and I love it. I fucking love it. It's so fun because this is like this whole other part too. But
Yeah.
generally, you can't post them online because they'll flag them and pull them down. Sometimes you do anyway, but you know it's like a risk. And coffee shops or whatever kind of like random shows that you have, you're not usually going to be putting those on display. So one of the cool things about you being in Happy Time, I was like, listen, you can put whatever you want. This is your outlet for like anything that's unconventional that you wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable showing in other avenues. Like, it's like fair game.
Damn, that one with like the 4 dicks and the like.
That got Dusty in big trouble with his family in that one.
That one gets everyone in trouble.
Oh,
Everyone was
man.
getting in trouble with that one.
Oh my goodness
Yeah.
gracious. Yeah, it was awesome. It
Yeah.
was just like 4 jizzing dicks.
Yeah.
It was fucking great with
Well,
little faces on them and stuff.
Well, it was there was like a vagina, 4 dicks, and a butthole, and I can't remember. I think the butthole was the mouth. I can't. There was, and then there was the boobs, and it was walking like a crab. It was this I can't even remember.
It was craziness,
just-
dude.
It was next. It was next level.
It was.
Yeah.
And there's like goo coming out.
Oh, it was
Like,
spraying.
it was
They
like
were
full blown.
sprayers. Yeah.
Roxy sells full blown wings. Full blown.
Yeah.
Full blown. But I think that's cool because your stuff is so like kid friendly a lot of times, which is not necessarily like meant to be kid friendly. It's just like neutral, you know. It's like
It's
fun
just what-
stuff, and then there's
That's
also
what comes out, yeah.
sometimes some like Cthulhu heart ripping comes out, and sometimes it's full blown wanks. Like you never know.
I
where-
refuse
where
to
you're
be
gonna get.
boxed in. Yeah. And that's like the power of grayscale was like, it was just like, you're such a, it was, I was always just hearing how bright colors, you're the guy who uses bright colors and
Like,
big,
nuh-uh,
bright,
I'm
bold
gonna
colors.
do black and white. Fuck you.
Yeah. And it's fun to just go, you know what? That's true. And I want to like challenge that. Like, it's not wrong. I do use a lot of bright colors. It's not wrong. But what if I did a show that had no color? Just use black paint and white paint, and
And see what happens.
did a show.
And it was great.
It was a great show.
It was.
Yeah, there was no color in that show.
Okay, speaking of color, this is something that I wanted to make sure we didn't miss. You are colorblind. And this is such an interesting twist to the whole story with his art. Such amazing, incredible use of color. You do not see color the way that the rest of us see color.
I am red-green colorblind. Yeah.
So how does it affect the art process for you?
I think that, and I know some other artists. Narbu is red-green colorblind too.
Is he really?
Yeah.
He uses super bright colors too.
Right, and I think we are using them because they don't look quite so bright to us. And I've used those colorblind correction things, and holy shit, you guys see some bright shit, like stop signs. Well, okay, I see why they could paint them that color. They're red and they stand out.
And the
But in,
cones,
like,
you're telling
my
me the
world-
traffic cones like
yeah,
freaked
the
you
orange,
out.
The oranges and stuff. Yeah, like holy smokes! I don't wear those correction glasses anymore because it's like a little bit. I like the dull, like red is it's not a bright color to me. It's just as dull as any other rest of them or whatever. Wow. And it's just red, boring old red. And then you put those things on and you're like, okay, I see that stop sign. I'm gonna stop. I see the orange traffic cones and the yellow lines. I see why they use the traffic stuff with those kind of colors.
Sure. But
Because
before, it didn't really have that kind of effect.
I just didn't think about it. Yeah, I didn't notice. You know, it didn't stand out much.
The first time you put those glasses on, that first moment of seeing actual color, the way that typical eyes tend to see color, what was that experience like for you?
It was a little overwhelmed. I was like, damn, you people, you guys are living in some bright ass world. And I guess for me, it's duller, you know. It's just a bit. I see color, but it's all toned down a bit. And it was real trippy putting them on and driving around looking at my murals. I was like, all right, hen dog, you really put some color out in the
Wow.
world, didn't you? Yeah.
That's interesting for
Yeah.
you to go back and look at all these things that are already done, and in your mind, it looks like this to you.
They more like blend, like to me, the colors I use blend in with the environment a little more than I imagined that they did. And I'm glad that, I'm glad that I'm colorblind and made the big, bright, bold moves because damn, I really did pop some bright colors out there.
Oh yeah, it's bright.
Yeah.
Natara says hot pink is one. You have a hard time with the hot pink? Or you ask her if it's the right shade of pink or something?
I must, yeah.
Because
But
hot
explain
pink,
what you mean,
it's great.
Natara.
It's so bright and prominent of a color. I love it. I love when you pop pink in there. It just makes everything like bam.
Yeah.
But yeah, how interesting that you see the world
Oh yeah,
so differently.
I do. I ask her, is this the right color? And I do that. Whoever's around sometimes. Like I remember painting this like moose or something. And my mom was like, "Why'd you put green horns on him?" And I was like, "I'm gonna paint those brown."
You're like, why not? I mean,
Yeah.
all your creatures have
Yeah.
like rando colors anyway, so
Right.
it's not too weird
Yeah.
if something comes out a different color. But that's kind of funny. You're like, I didn't know it was great.
Oh yeah. Oh, the album cover is what she said. So I did this album cover, and I was in correspondence with the band while I was doing it, and they were like, "Oh, we want hot pink," and I'm like, I didn't really.
I thought I was pulling off hot pink, and I wasn't. And eventually, through the help of some friends, I figured it out, and we got all the neons and all the stuff that they wanted in there. But it took me a minute to figure it out. I'm like,
Did you pop the glasses on too to try, or did
No.
you not?
I just followed the trust of others.
Okay. Did you put your glasses on afterwards and look at it when it was done? And
No,
see
I
it?
literally just had those glasses for like 2 days and threw them away.
Really?
Yeah, because I like my world better.
No, that's awesome. I just thought it'd be kind of fun for perspective to be like, okay, this is what people see. Cool, moving along.
Yeah, I mean, I
tossed
thought it would
them,
be
huh?
more. I thought it'd be more like that, but I was just like, this is just. I like it a little more toned down. It's like a little calmer on the psyche, I guess. I don't need all that bling.
It's so interesting because it's so hard for me to imagine what it would be like to have never existed in a world that's so bright and all of these different tones of things. Like if I all of a sudden was colorblind right now, it would be such a huge transition for me. It'd be really, really hard. So it's interesting to think about the other way around where everything's kind of dull and you're used to it. Your brain is like in this natural state of like, this is just the way things are. And then all of a sudden, like,
Yeah.
that's got to be really intense. And then looking at certain colors next to each other, they kind of disappear sometimes. So when you're looking at your own art or other people's art, I wonder if it would be like where certain things you just don't see them,
Yeah.
which is so weird. Like they do those tests or whatever where there's like the dots, the dot test, and it's like, oh, what number is this? And I can clearly see it's a 7, but to just imagine looking at it and being like, I don't see.
Yeah, that's how they detect
Anything.
if you're red green. You just look at a chart and you can't see certain things. And
Roxy wants to know what my hair looks like to you. That's a fun question. What does my hair look like? Here. If you had to guess what colors, what do we got? What do we got going on here?
oh yeah, I know the colors. I just would say, it's if I had those glasses on, they would definitely brighten up. But I can still see color. That's why I don't know why they call it red green colorblind. It's more like I'm not seeing in black and white. But
Right,
it looks
right.
pink and purple and green and stuff. But
Yeah,
Sometimes I
this
get-
is a weird color though.
yeah, the weird colors, the off ones, like I've often had hard times with like aqua, getting it confused with green or blue when it's kind of on the line.
Yeah, it's like kind of in between.
If it's an in-between color, that's where it gets like, I can't quite tell. The hues are a little different. When I see a rainbow, most people see like 6 colors and I might see 3.
Interesting. Yeah. But this color, what color would you call this one?
Lime green.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. That's about it.
So,
Because with the green, sometimes people don't see the green and reds get mixed up. My ex was colorblind, and one time he asked me to pass the green ashtray, and it was totally pink. It's a pink ashtray, and I was like, we don't have a green ashtray, and he's like, the green, it's right there, the ashtray right there, and I'm like, oh, that's pink. Like it was totally the other end of the color spectrum, so it was very interesting. That's
it's
when
a
I realized I was like,
spectrum
wow,
shift. Yeah.
that's really cool.
There's different like cones or rods or whatever working all differently. But
I wanted you to do forever a
I know it's really interesting.
painting of how you see it, though. I love that.
My nose, I can squish it all the way flat. Like the cartilage is not connected to the bone.
What?
Not
It's a
very
weird
until not.
superhuman trick? Oh my god, let's do it.
All right, you guys want to see something?
Oh my god. That's so fucking weird.
No,
What?
not many people have seen that.
I have definitely not seen. See, I knew I was going to learn new things about you today.
It
Wow.
comes back into form, Check this
Mine
out.
does not do that.
Got super stretchy skin.
Oh, shoot. You do?
Look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
Got some superhuman tricks. That's when we're getting close to the end of the podcast.
No, I love the superhuman tricks. That's awesome. That's a good
that
one.
stuff.
Are you double jointed?
Now watch this. I pop my eyeballs out.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Oh, I would fucking die if that's
You see that?
Oh, wow. That is really interesting that your nose does that. Mm-hmm. What? Wow. Right,
Yeah.
here's one of my superhuman tricks. I'm very, very, very double jointed.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god, people.
Yeah. It's
Look at this.
crazy. But you know
Human
what's
body.
even crazier is I didn't realize until I recently went to the doctor and had them test some things because I thought I had some various amount of like crazy issues. Come to find out, a lot of my back issues that I've been having is because my hypermobility goes to my back as well. So my spine is moving around in ways it shouldn't be, which causes pain, and my knees go backwards too. So my knees are messed up, but a lot of it's because I'm hypermobile and
It just
everything's
goes
going
a little
right.
bit
Yeah.
too far.
I mean, as a kid, I was like, whoa, my fingers and toes are double jointed. That's neat. And then now I'm like, oh, so everything's double jointed and it actually hurts. That sucks. I thought it was a cool superhuman trick, and apparently it's not.
My hips pop
great.
out. And I like, so sometimes my whole hip joint will pop out and I'll fall on the ground.
Seriously? Just out of the blue?
Not so much. Sometimes when I'm dancing. Like,
Oh, no. That's a terrible time for that
yeah,
to happen.
I love to dance, but sometimes I go a little too hard and my hip will go out of joint completely and pop way out.
Oh, my God.
And I fall on the ground until I pop it back in.
How do you pop it back in?
I go like that.
That sounds terrible.
Get back in there, and then it's sore for a while. Yeah.
Wow.
And then I go, okay.
That is rough. How's your back after having the spinal injury back in the day?
Henry Snacks Ward.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. This is we're enough hours in where I'm like, okay, protein now.
Yes. Which,
Getting some almonds.
I mean, we can keep rolling, or we can end transmission whenever you.
I think I'm ready to. I think I'm kind of ready to wrap it up. You know.
We can do that.
I could talk
let's-
forever, but I'm kind of like, kind of tired.
Yeah, that's totally cool. Well, let's open up to questions. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Anybody got questions or comments or anything fun to add at this present moment in time?
My history was interesting, but my nose was more interesting.
It's really interesting. Tavia said I felt like I was there with the reenactment. Oh, did you see our cool emotes that Dusty made?
Whoa.
Aren't they awesome? And then the I dig it. Made that one.
Whoa.
So fun. And the weird one. That's what I was doing. That's great. Okay, Tavia says, I don't, but I love you guys more than most things in the whole world. Aw, we love you too, Tavia. But of course.
Anyone want to know?
Oh, did we miss something? Asking about the Belltown Art Hostel.
What's your favorite summer camp memory? Oh.
That's a cute question.
Yeah. Belltown Art Hostel. So I think it was 2008 or 2009. I can't remember. I was asked to paint a room in the International Youth Hostel, and a lot of drama around what room I got and stuff like that. The person curating it, I don't think cared for me too much, but the owner of the hostel liked me, and I was one of two people that were brought in, not from the curator, but from the owner of the hostel. And so I got a room, and the owner, a guy named Lee, said, you can do whatever you want. I'm not putting any restrictions on what you paint. So I painted an alien having sex with a cat.
Naturally.
And then a couple hermaphrodite butterflies. And two gnomes smoking a hookah, and a wizard smoking a big old pipe, and a big eyeball on the ceiling. But
How did that go over?
went over.
It went over, that's for sure.
So I'm like, this is cool. I could do whatever I want. And then they open it up to Art Walk, and I'm in my room that I painted. And people are coming in and talking. I'm going, okay, you're fucking weird. And it was kind of funny. And then someone brought their kid in from a school that I had painted, some like grade school kid, and they were just like, dude, this is fucking disgusting. I brought my like fifth grader in to see this, and because we thought we didn't know you were like this or something. I don't know. It was kind of weird, kind of awkward. But I'm like, I hear you, lady, but when I was in fifth grade, when I was 11-year-old boy, this would have been the tits, for sure. I would have been more stoked to see this than any of the other rooms as an 11-year-old.
That's so funny.
The reason I know that is I haven't matured 1 year older than 11.
That's so funny. Yeah, if you give you free reign, man.
Favorite
That's crazy.
summer camp memory was I have some good ones, but there was one time where I figured out that you could bribe kids with Snicker bars, and so I had a contest, belly flop contest off the dock, and whoever got the best belly flop got a king size Snicker bar. That was a pretty fun day. No one had to go to the hospital or nothing, so it was all good.
That's so funny.
Oh, all red bellies.
Okay, now we got Natara's. If you could be any animal, what would you be and why?
I'd be a little koala bear, so someone like you would give me a big hug.
Oh, they are really cute with their little noses. I just want to kiss a nose of a koala so freaking bad. I legitimately do. And actually, I got this bracelet here when there were those horrible fires in Australia last winter.
Yeah.
And the koalas were getting like burned out, and they did.
I did a lot of fundraising for that.
Yeah, it was like a fundraising bracelet thing where like every bracelet that you purchase.
I just threw up a
saves
little
koalas. Yeah, and I got this little bracelet, and it helped like plant a tree and go to koala rescue. So I was happy to help contribute to that. Little guys, that's really cute though. Aww.
Aww.
So your new gallery that you are looking at starting, why don't you tell us a little bit about what the vision is for that at this moment?
At this moment, I found a space I think that's going to work in the University District. It's a small space, and I think I'm going to name it the Share Joy Gallery.
I love it. It's perfect.
And what is your favorite color?
That's a good question. What is your favorite color?
My goodness. I don't know. What's your favorite color, Gypsy Danger?
It's crystal.
Oh,
Yeah.
what's your favorite color, Crystal?
Oh, I know the answer to that one. She's the teal lady.
Have you ever or ever wanted to experiment with other art mediums outside of paint? Fuck no. Paint.
That was a very hard.
It was a joke.
answer.
No, I do. Yes, I do experiment with other mediums.
Oh, like your sculptures.
I do sculpture.
Oh, yeah,
and,
talk about your sculptures. That are so cool.
I built some sculptures out of styrofoam, teal or aqua, or any form of blue-green.
Yeah, that's her favorite. Faux show. Her aura is teal.
Kind of purple. I think I'm a purple guy.
Me too. I'm a purple guy too.
Yeah. Or purple.
Purple buddies. Purple people leaders.
Yeah. But purple is only cool if it's next to
green,
Because then you can't see it, so you just kind of disappear.
just like blue and brown look good together. The different colors look good together.
Purple is the best, and purple and green, as you can see in this room.
It is a nice combo.
You've got the purple and green combo, which is my personal favorite combination of them all. But yeah, so as far as the sculptures, like that was really, really cool
Yep.
to see you do that. So you got contracted by
Yeah.
Flat Stick Pub, which is an indoor bar / mini golf place out here in Seattle. And there's a few different locations, but they hired you to make these amazing sculptures. And you totally nailed it so fucking hard. And you're like, I don't know, I never made sculptures before. We're just going to give it a go and see what happens. And you did so fucking well. It was awesome.
Yeah, I really want to explore that more.
It was great.
Yeah.
And then me and Tavia and Sarah all helped you paint, do the base layers of them. And you came in and did all the details. And that was so fun because I got to paint Sasquatch Crotch. So the Sasquatch was a 2-parter guy. He was like 12 feet.
He's a 12-footer.
So you had like his bottom half and then the top half was over here
different
and
parts,
standing under there painting the Sasquatch crotch, which was just very entertaining. And I'm like, I'm painting Sasquatch crotch right now. This is awesome. And the frog, I got to do the frog all green. And man, it was so much fun. Like it was really fun being a part of painting the base coat of that. I felt like I was helping, but just to see what you had created out of just blocks of styrofoam. You just got blocks of styrofoam. And then you made this awesome stuff and you figured out exactly what you needed to do as far as like what kind of coating to put on the outside and how to seal it and whatever. Like you nailed it. So
Yeah.
good. It's so cool.
Yeah, I like just exploring different stuff. I did a whole series of pencil drawings. Like I think I did like 90 of them a few years back. Charcoal. I've pretty much played with all the visual mediums. Musician, so I play a couple different instruments and
That is true. We didn't get into.
I have quite the singing voice. It's so pretty if you really open your ears.
I actually got you to sing karaoke at my karaoke night,
Oh
which
my
was
God.
which was awesome.
That was an experience. So I'm like baritone, like range, and some reason I thought it would be funny to do something completely that I wasn't capable of, which is more of the high end stuff. So I just was like, and then it wasn't really funny, you know. It was just kind of hard for everybody. And
It was not. It was not. No.
It was hard for me, but I still like. I wanted to hold my composure with it, like, and I thought it'd be funny to just do it, and then like act like I wasn't embarrassed, and just stand up there and do it with good posture and all this. And then I was like, I just thought for some reason that would be funny, and it was. It wasn't. It didn't really.
I think you were your own worst critic. It was totally fine.
Yeah.
Was it like Paul McCartney? that you
No,
did
it was
something?
John Lennon's "Jealous Guy." That I sang.
One of the Beatles.
Yep,
Give it a go.
"Jealous Guy."
Sing it.
Uh,
Give us a little preview. But besides your fantastic singing voice, obviously, you play harmonica.
I've been a harmonica player for a lot of years. I was in a band in high school, and I was before I was in that band, I kind of had my own thing going on, and then I blended in with them. It was like my brother's band with a few friends, and yeah, we were
So fun.
rocking for a couple years, and we played a lot of shows and a lot of stuff, and did harmonica and backup vocals and some
So fun.
assistance on some percussion for that, and then
And then your other band with the nursery rhymes.
so the first band I
Gotta hear about
did
this.
was the Overfed Goldfish, and it was a punk rock band. It was just me and another friend, but and it was our first album was called Nursery Rhymes, and we actually recorded it on a tape, and it was just I was on vocals. It was vocals and keyboard, but it was pretty punk, and it was just.
So you play keys too? I didn't know you played keys.
I've done some. I've done some stuff. Yeah.
Couple keys.
Yeah, well, he was the keyboardist on that.
Oh, okay. So
I have
so
done
he was playing
keyboards.
keys, and then you were singing
Yeah.
in that one.
Yeah.
Okay, but you
then-
do also play keys.
Yeah, and then the next band I did was Technical Abuse, and that was with a different friend, and we were doing. I was more writing songs and like lyrics and stuff, and he was really into. He's still a great guitarist, friend of mine, but yeah, so that was like my kind of 6th, 7th grade days of like playing around with it, and then high school was doing harmonica, and then I in college I was playing with this girl who was a blues singer, and I was a harmonica player. She ended up, we played a lot of gigs. We played a lot of shows in Bellingham, and eventually she kicked me out of the band. So
What?
because
Why?
I wouldn't lower my volume. And I liked the loud harmonica. There's some philosophical differences on the amount of harmonica that should be. In
Oh
But,
man, that's too
yeah,
bad.
and I've recorded on a lot of albums, a lot of different people's stuff, and played a lot of live shows with different bands and
Cool.
all different genres, from jazz to punk to blues to folk to ambient, world beat ambient, different stuff. But
Now you said that you wanted to be a bass player in a punk band. So do you also play the bass, or was that just like an aspiring thing?
I sure the hell did. I bought a bass guitar, and I bought a fretless jazz bass, and
Fretless.
I played. I ended up. I got it, and I wanted to do this thing, and I played it for like 8 hours a day.
Oh wow.
I'd go to work. I was a social worker. I was kind of a care provider. I don't know. I'd work 8-hour shifts. I'd probably play it for 6 of the 8 hours a day, and I just like, yeah, I got pretty good.
So who is your musical inspiration as far as bass?
Well, there's a lot of people, but Les Claypool is like,
That's what I was hoping you'd say.
yeah. Well, I got a little.
Did the best.
I got to meet him at one of the Sasquatch festivals, and we've had a great conversation. And I actually asked him if I could play harmonica with Primus, and he said no. And,
Hey, but you can't hit the ball without swinging the bat. At least you tried.
I was like, all right, you guys need a harmonica player, just it'd be cool, like just let the guy up there,
Can I please join your band? I love you.
just let me up there. He's like, we're fucking Primus, dude, like
I love that you
Good
asked
point.
Les Claypool
That's
if
a
you
good
could
point.
join the band.
you have a good point. You are Primus, and I should shut the fuck up. But like, you
That's
should-
really cool.
I mean, they're great. They're one of the greatest 3-part bands of all time, and if they added a 4th part, they'd just be another.
25% better.
They'd be slightly better, but they still wouldn't be the greatest 3-piece band of all time. Maybe,
Yeah.
because they'd be a 4-piece.
I don't hate that you did that. I think that's pretty
That was
fun.
cool. We talked.
That's nice.
He gave me a lot of his time, and he was really nice, and asked me a lot of things that I didn't have the answers to. And
Cool.
yeah, like, do I know this guy or that guy and this guy? And I was like, nope, and nope.
Oh.
And but I do know you, and you're
And I
one of
love
the
you.
greatest bass players of all time. And
That he is. And he's just a cool dude.
He's a cool dude.
just a cool guy. I've actually got the
Yeah,
pleasure
very-
of meeting him twice. And he was so nice and super down to earth and very, very chill.
yeah, you just didn't think that because of his excited goofiness of who he is as a musician in some ways, and the energy he brings to that. But in just conversational real life, it's like some guy you just want to sit around a campfire with and cook s'mores. And
For sure. Yeah.
you know.
Or just go fishing with him. I don't even fish, but he's like the fishing guy.
Yeah.
And he just like seems like he would just be a cool dude to just hang out with on a boat and
Yeah, him
catch
and
some fish.
Dean Ween,
Him
right?
and Dean Ween, yes. Dean's a big fisherman too,
fisher
and they
dudes.
actually go fish together sometimes. And they did a
Yeah.
show or something, or they
Yeah.
were gonna do a show about the two of them fishing together, which I think is fantastic. And Dean actually sells fishing trips if you go out to Jersey, I think, or Pennsylvania or something like that. You can actually spend it's like $1,000 or something like that, and you can go fish with Dean Ween for the day.
I might fly out there and do that.
I might literally do that. Sign me up.
Yeah,
It'd be
someone
so
buy
cool.
one of my paintings or something so I can go out fishing with Dean Ween.
For sure, dude. Oh man.
Get online right now and grab one of those old Henry paintings. I want to go fishing with Dean Ween.
Yeah, dude. I'd rather go fishing with Gene Ween because Dean, I met both of them, and Dean was a little bit of a pompous guy. Maybe it'd be a little different if you're just on a boat, just like kicking it. But when I met him, he was in full blown like ladies' man mode, and it was a little intense.
Yeah.
But I love that band. They're one of my favorite bands too. And that's another thing we have in common. We have a lot of musical tastes in common too.
It's true.
It's good. Well, good. This was so good. I feel like this was a really great show, and we covered a lot of ground, which was so awesome.
We went for it there.
We went for
I
it.
feel like I really appreciate everybody there in the land of computers.
Yeah, everybody
Thanks
at
for letting me-
home.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
letting me be inside your computer.
Bringing it back around.
I wonder if I can get out of here somehow.
So-
Am I stuck?
Yes, you're stuck.
How do we get out of here?
Okay, so we're gonna figure out who we're rating, and Jay Muse, Jay and Silent Bob Jay, he is streaming on Twitch right now. Should we fucking raid Jay?
Yeah,
Because that sounds pretty awesome.
it's Raid J time.
Let's
I'm
raid
gonna let
Jay.
you guys do that. I'm gonna go 99 old man style here.
Well, yeah, but you can't leave literally at this exact second. Let us finish transmission and then say goodbye properly.
I'm out.
So, like hold the
yeah.
phone.
Just kidding. We'll hold the phone.
Yeah, hold the phone. Okay, Roxy is our raid captain. She is the best.
Oh, we
most
got it.
helpful raid captain.
Oh,
So she's gonna set
Welcome
up
to
the
the
raid,
Twitch
and it's
world,
just
Henry.
gonna
Yeah.
pop him over there, and then Jay's gonna get the raid from us, and then we'll be like, "Cool, thanks, Jay, you're awesome."
fuck.
So it's
yes,
called
I'm gonna tell her.
just Jay Muse is the name. Raid captain.
Okay.
Rox has a very important.
How we doing
job.
this? What do we do?
You just have to wait. She has to set it up. She has to find the thing and hit the buttons.
Cool.
So
Fucking raid these.
we're gonna raid.
Get in there.
Fucking raid.
Get out.
Yeah, and it's Jay. I'm glad it's Jay Muse is on. This is fucking cool.
Let's get out.
He's just playing a video game, but whatever.
We're going.
But
Raid mode, everybody. Raid mode.
we're we're getting a raid on. Get your raid on.
Fucking get in there. Get in there. Swim, guys. Swim. Get in there.
Thank you, mod love to all the mods making this show extra awesome.
Let's get out. Fuck those guys. Let's take over.
Let's go with the fuck, motherfuck, noise. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, noise. Smoking weed, doing coke, drinking beers, rolling fatty, smoking blunts. Who smoked the blunts? We smoked the blunts. Rolling blunts and smoking them.
You're good memorizing stuff, man.
I know, it's too good. $15, little man, put that shit in my hand. If that money doesn't show, then you owe me, my jungle love. Oh, think I wanna know ya. Now let's raid.
Raid that shit. Get in that shit. Fuck that shit up, motherfuckers. Let's do this shit.
Let's do it.
Late night
Hi,
motherfucking
everybody.
crew. Going in
We
for the
appreciate
raid.
you. All right, we did it.